It isn't a dead word. How do I know the Scriptures is to be believed? Because Jesus Christ has told me so.
All right, welcome back to the Westminster Podcast. My name is Brandon McLean Smith, and this is episode 4 of The Scottish Tempest, The Life of John Knox. And this one's been a long time coming, I know. I got a bit bogged down with a couple other projects, as well as my full-time real job here at Westminster. Believe it or not, this is kind of a side project of mine. But last we left off, Knox had been ministering in England for 5 years. He had climbed the ranks of the English church and become a key figure there. He had the ear of King Edward and the ire of the Lord Protector, Northumberland. And however, the death of Edward and the rise of Queen Mary, he had been forced into yet another exile. So when we left off, he was sitting on the other side of the English Channel in France, hearing reports of how his legacy in England is being burned, literally. As Mary has come to the crown and is restoring the kingdom to Catholicism, his congregants are attending the Mass. To Knox, that means they are engaging in idolatry. All of his work is being undone. The work of reformation in the church, but also in the hearts of his people. His betrothed is lost to him. His friends are being burned alive. He's sitting on the shores of the English Channel in the north of France in Dieppe, not far from where his galley was based, out of Rouen. And Knox is probably a man at war with himself at this point. His entire life up to this point has been informed by the survivor's guilt of that frigid night in Haddington when he left and George Wishart was taken to his death. And now it's happening again. Only this time it's not just one man that's dying while he escapes. It's hundreds. It's the whole Church of England that is suffering. And Knox was a guy who was almost unhealthily focused on loyalty. His reputation as a fighter stems from his unwillingness to turn his back on the Lord, the church, and his family and friends. And this led to some idiosyncrasies. You can see this played out negatively in how he deals with people who he feels has betrayed him and his cause. And, you know, there's kind of two ways to view a situation where a close friend lands on the other side of an issue from you. And this happened with Knox. One of the guys that was on his bench on the galleys much later in his life came down on the other side of the political aisle when he was engaging in reform in Scotland again. James Balfour. In the last episode, I recounted this tender moment where Balfour lifts up Knox while he was essentially dying so that he could see the skyline of St. Andrews. You know, it's this tender moment. He's showing Knox the skyline of St. Andrews where the church steeple where he first preached the gospel was while he's dying on a bench. So you could take a situation like that where a guy had your back but then becomes something of a political opponent and say, you know, whatever we're going through now, he had my back then, and I'll always respect him for it. And, you know, that's one way of looking at the situation, but that's not how Knox looked at it. For him, his obsession with loyalty was such that coming down on the other side of an issue after being so intimately close was more like a twisting of the knife of betrayal. And that's how Knox was. So for him to be forced to leave England and not go down with the ship was almost certainly incredibly painful for him. It went against his instincts and it caused him to fall into a deep melancholy. He was a pastor, a shepherd, and there was a wolf on the throne in England. His sheep were being terrorized, and he wasn't there to defend them, and that just ate him up inside. But Knox also knew the value of staying alive to keep up the fight. He knew that it's not wise to sacrifice your queen in a game of chess unless there's a good reason to. He wasn't a bonsai charge kind of guy. He was a guerrilla warfare kind of guy. He was a general in the army of the Lord, and painful as it was, he had to make a tactical retreat. Still, though, it's just brutal. He's hearing reports of the Marian persecutions, and in episode 2, I detailed the burning of John Hooper to give perspective to what burning at the stake is like. And that account happened during this time, shortly after Knox was exiled from England. Hooper stayed and faced the flames. And the result was a horror show of just unimaginable suffering. You might remember that he was burned on a wet and windy day so that the fire blew away from him and just slowly roasted him. He didn't receive the mercy of a quick death from asphyxiation on the smoke because it also blew away from him. So he prayed and he beat his chest until his tongue swelled. He continued to beat his chest until his arm fell off while he was still alive. That's what Knox is hearing reports of. He's hearing about how everything he built is falling apart, and we'll see later that it wasn't just the clergy that were suffering at the stakes in Mary's England. It was common folk, too. The regular people that Knox preached to each week. So the people that he loved were pretty much either being brutally murdered or capitulating to pagan idolatry. So he's devastated. He's depressed. But he's a man of action. So that depression gives way to anger and then to rage. He wants blood. He wants revolution. He wants Mary overthrown. But that white-hot anger, it gets quenched by the Spirit. And he asks himself, what can I do? What would be pleasing to God? What is permissible? He doesn't know the answers to these questions. But before we get there to where he turns to get those answers, I think we need to take some time and ask, how did all this happen? In the last episode, I covered how Edward died and Mary became queen, but there wasn't a lot of detail in how that came about. The thing that Knox might be most known for, his tract, The First Trumpet Blast Against the Monstrous Regiment of Women, was partially, or maybe even mostly, in response to one of the darker periods of English history, the Marian persecution. And this was the deliberate judicial killing of religious dissenters by the crown. And it was concentrated in a period of just 3 years. So it was a frenzied period of state-sponsored religious terror. It captivated the public consciousness and had a just massive public psychological impact. As we'll see, even if you weren't an outspoken Protestant Reformed Christian, you could still find yourself chained to a stake to be burned. Now, in order to understand the Marian persecution that Knox was fleeing, we should take a bit of a careful look at Mary and her accession to the crown to better understand who she was and why she did this, how she became a prolific mass murderer.
By order of their gracious majesties, Queen Mary and King Philip, we are come to witness the burning of these Protestant heretics who have denied the authority of the one true Catholic Church and of His Holiness the Pope. Let them burn for all eternity in the flames of hell.
Mary was born in 1516 at a time when England's position in European politics was that of a mid-tier kingdom. They were overshadowed by the Valois of France and the Habsburgs of Spain and beyond. And they weren't insignificant because they could tip the balance of power between the Valois and the Habsburgs, but there simply was no way realistically for them to overtake either one. Culturally, they were seen as uncivilized and uncultured by the Spanish and the French. They were viewed as duplicitous, barbarous. And I mean, that's sort of fair. It wasn't unusual for the council meetings of Henry VIII, Mary's father, to come to blows, and Henry himself was known to physically accost his subjects at court. And English politicians and ambassadors on the continent also garnered a reputation of being untrustworthy, no matter how much you paid them. The general populace in England was viewed as even worse by the delegations that came to the island. They were seen as xenophobic drunks who would just as soon cut your throat as they would offer you room and board. By the time Mary was born, the Tudors had only been ruling England for 30 years, and Henry VIII was trying to turn the ship around. He was obsessed with Arthurian legend and longed for the days of the Plantagenet kings, the days when the English crown ruled more land in France than the French king. He wanted to return to the days of Richard the Lionheart. Now, he knew that was an unrealistic goal, but he wanted to turn England into a real player in European continental politics. And one of the main tools that he had to accomplish that goal was dynastic marriage. And Henry was married to Catherine of Aragon. Catherine was the daughter of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile. Her sister, Joanna, married Philip of Habsburg. Philip of Habsburg was the son of Emperor Maximilian I of the Holy Roman Empire. Their son, Catherine's nephew, was Charles V, who would be the most powerful ruler in Europe. So Henry wasn't married to a woman from a minor royal house. She was a Spanish infanta, a princess to a powerful royal family. And Henry's lineage was also about as high as it gets in England. His father was Henry Tudor, also known as Henry VII, and he became the first Tudor king and established the Tudor dynasty. During Henry VII's time, England was in a period of civil war in which two branches of the Plantagenet family were warring against each other. The Plantagenets had ruled England since the 12th century, but they were fractured, and the houses of York and Lancaster were warring. Henry VII was a Lancastrian, and he claimed the crown through his mother, who was descended from John of Gaunt, who was the Duke of Lancaster, the son of Edward III. Now, Edward IV restored the York house's kingship, so Henry fled to Brittany. Edward IV dies 12 years later, and his brother, Richard, the Duke of Gloucester, usurped the crown. He probably had his nephew Edward V imprisoned and killed and was crowned Richard III. He didn't exactly have the will of the people behind him, so Henry VII saw an opportunity. He set sail from Brittany and landed near Milford Haven in August of 1485. And he met the crown's forces near Leicester and overwhelmed them. And Henry VII and Richard III met personally on the field of battle, and Henry killed Richard. Nothing then was left to keep him from taking the throne. Since he was a Lancastrian, he married Elizabeth of York, the last remaining heir of the Yorkist king, Edward IV. So Henry VII united the warring houses of Lancaster and York and established peace in England for the first time in over 3 decades. His dynasty was then made sure by the birth of a son, Arthur, and then they had 2 daughters, and then 5 years after Arthur's birth, they had another prince, Henry VIII. So those are Mary's paternal grandparents. Mary's maternal grandparents also quenched a civil war in Castile. Isabella was disinherited by her brother in favor of an illegitimate daughter. She married Ferdinand of Aragon, and together they waged a 5-year war that resulted in Isabella taking the crown as the first reigning queen in Europe. And she was something of a warrior queen and would ride with her knights and give rousing orations to the troops. And with her as Queen of Castile and Ferdinand as King of Aragon, they became the 2 foremost monarchs in Europe. They turned their attention to the Kingdom of Granada, which was the last Muslim kingdom in Spain, and they waged war there for 10 years before Muhammad XII surrendered complete control. And with that, they had climactically completed the centuries-long Reconquista of the Spanish Peninsula. Now, Isabella was herself the great-granddaughter of John of Gaunt, which made her the great-granddaughter of King Edward III, one of the most powerful and influential monarchs in English history. And Isabella, she was actually very proud of her English lineage, and her husband Ferdinand were seeking an Anglo-Spanish alliance to curb the French aggression in Italy. So their daughter Catherine would have known from her early childhood that she was destined to become an English queen. This also means that Mary had Plantagenet blood from both sides of her parentage. Isabella, being the first queen regnant in Europe, wanted to equip her daughter not just to be a suitable wife, but for leadership. So Catherine was raised reading Latin. She read the Latin Church Fathers, Ambrose, Augustine, Gregory, and Jerome. So she's educated, and she has been groomed to lead and to be a faithful asset to the English king. In 1501, she's married to Arthur, the first son of Henry VII. Arthur was only 15 at the time, and the marriage had been long in the making, and it represented the cementing of the Anglo-Spanish alliance. But it only lasted 6 months. Arthur dies of tuberculosis. And this is a devastating blow to the English and the Spanish. And the alliance is just too important, so both sides ratify a new treaty to have Catherine marry Henry VIII. The problem is that Henry is only 10 years old. So the treaty states that they will be married after 5 years. Now, there's some political stuff that goes on in the background, and for those reasons, the marriage doesn't take place until 1509, after Henry VIII was crowned king. He was 18, and Catherine of Aragon was 23. And they had a lot in common and were undoubtedly in love. And Catherine also proved to be every bit her mother's daughter. When Henry was away, she served as the regent and governess of England. And all the way back in episode 1, I talked about how James IV of Scotland tried to invade England at Flodden and was killed in battle. And it was a devastating event in Scotland's history that really kind of set the tempo for the public psyche there. But Henry was actually in the north of France on a military campaign when it happened. And this was when Catherine was serving as the regent and governess of England. And it was Catherine who oversaw that battle. And that was kind of like her finest hour. And she wrote to Henry in the aftermath saying, quote, "In this your grace shall see how I can keep my promise, sending you for your banners a king's coat. I thought to send him unto you, but our Englishmen's hearts would not suffer it." End quote. That's who she was, a capable leader, a warrior queen. I mean, the lady was sending Henry the coat of a fallen king as a trophy of war. I mean, what a woman. However capable she might have been, it was in the area of childbearing that was her ultimate undoing. And her issues with childbearing started pretty much right away, within weeks of their marriage. Catherine was pregnant, and of course they were elated, but after 3 months, she miscarried. And her stomach never shrank, though. So some thought she might have had twins and only lost one of them. What actually happened, though, was that she was probably having a massive infection that kept her stomach from shrinking, which did not bode well for her ability to bear more children in the future. And she's probably lucky that it didn't outright kill her. Despite the odds, 7 months later, she discovered that she was pregnant again. And she safely gave birth to a baby boy, an heir to the crown. And there were huge celebrations across the country, but the jubilation was short-lived as the baby, Prince Henry, died 3 weeks later. The next several years consisted of a chain of failed pregnancies, miscarriages, stillbirths, and children who died in infancy. I mean, it was just absolutely brutal. They and the English people had practically given up hope of a healthy royal baby when Catherine became pregnant again for the 7th time. This time, though, in the winter of 1515, she delivered a healthy baby girl. And Henry was overjoyed, but still optimistic at the thought of sons. A foreign ambassador congratulated him and followed his congratulations by saying that they would be, quote, "yet more pleased had the child been a son." And Henry responded to this by saying, We're both young. If it was a daughter this time, by the grace of God, sons will follow. Now, to say that as a princess she was spoiled would be an understatement that downplays the lavishness of her upbringing beyond comprehension. Her childhood doesn't reflect anything that a normal person would ever recognize. She was completely removed from any exposure to what we would consider the human condition. Now, of course, she had a wet nurse. Catherine Pole was her name, and she was the wife of one of the king's gentlemen ushers. She also had a team of 4 rockers who would work in shifts to soothe her. Literally, she had 4 different people whose sole job it was to rock her to sleep to soothe her. She also had a laundress who took care of all the dirty diapers and soiled clothes. And overseeing this team of caretakers was Mary's lady governess, Elizabeth Denton. Her mother, Catherine, had almost nothing to do with the day-to-day routine of her daughter. In fact, she would go days and weeks without ever even seeing Mary, and when she did come to visit her daughter, it was Elizabeth Denton's job to make sure that the baby was presentable, quiet, and clean for the Queen's time with her. It's about as far off from the life of a new mother that you can imagine today. As far as routines go, Mary's was always shifting. She was moved from palace to palace. They kept her in one place for the winter, but in the summer she had really no fixed residence. She was mostly close to her parents, but it was rare for her to reside actually in the same palace that they were living in. The idea of bonding with your baby, taking that time to nurse them and to do skin-to-skin contact and just love and care for your infant child is probably one of the most primal, basic human instincts there is. But for this royal cast of the early modern period, that was completely ignored. So Mary, like any royal princess of the time, never had that with her mother. And that's not to say that she didn't love her mother and her father. She absolutely did. And she grew to be a dutiful and loving daughter. And she bonded with her father over their shared love of music. But her childhood is not something that the average modern human being can really understand or comprehend. It does seem like Henry was very proud of her, though. She was, from a very young age, a skilled musician and dancer and was educated well. Catherine, following in her mother's footsteps, made sure that her daughter was well prepared for royal court, as she was. And Henry would constantly show her off at court. And part of this is surely that he was a proud father, but the flip side of that coin is that he was being prudent. He was making sure that people knew he had an impressive daughter. And if people were impressed by her, it spoke well of him. And she could be a carrot to dangle in front of those who might desire a royal bride. In that regard, Mary, for most of her life, was a pawn in the game of European politics. The prospect of her as a bride was floated constantly as Henry sought to play the different sides of the Habsburg-Valois rivalry, always with a view to increasing England's position in the broader European world. In fact, at just 2.5 years old, she was betrothed to the 6-month-old Dauphin of France. The marriage had little chance of coming to fruition since she was going to be actually handed over to the French when she was 16 and he was 14, and a lot can happen in that space of time, and did happen. So it was more about the alliance, which was temporary, than it was about the marriage itself. And the nail in the coffin of that betrothal was when Charles V's grandfather died, leaving him to become the Holy Roman Emperor at 19 years old. He was already the ruler of Spain and Burgundy, but overnight he also became heir to the Netherlands and a huge patch of Germany. But England was now the difference maker in the Valois-Habsburg rivalry. France needed the English to prevent them from being encircled by the Habsburgs, and the Habsburgs needed the English money and ships to overcome a revolt that was building in Castile. So Henry played both sides and negotiated with both. Charles came to England and met his aunt for the first time with the goal of blowing up the English-Valois engagement of Mary to Francis the Dauphin. And Henry, at the same time, was assuring the French that the marriage would go through while also entertaining the idea of marrying Mary to Charles. Eventually, the Habsburgs won out, and Mary's betrothal to Francis was revoked, and she was betrothed to Charles. Now, to get a picture of what I'm talking about here, I'm going to quote from a biography of Mary by Anna Whitelock. In describing the occasion of her betrothal to Charles, she quotes Charles's ambassador describing Mary. Quote, "Indeed, sire, she showed unbelievable grace and skill, and such self-command as a woman of 20 might envy. She is pretty and very tall for her age. Just turned 7, and a very fine young cousin indeed." End quote. Gross. And it only gets worse. Whitelock continues, quote, "It was exactly the response that Catherine had hoped for. Mary now chose Charles as her Valentine and wore a golden brooch at her breast with Charles spelled out in jewels, and owned another spelling out the Emperor, which appears pinned to her bodice in a portrait miniature. The marriage of her daughter to her nephew was a prospect that Catherine relished." End quote. Yeah, so they are in effect trying to marry off their 7-year-old daughter to her 19-year-old cousin. These late medieval royals were something else. But part of the negotiations on Charles's side was that Mary would be taken to his court immediately so that she could be trained for court in the Holy Roman Empire. It was probably also a bit of a ploy to keep the English from pulling out of the engagement the way they had just done with the French. It didn't work, though, and the English insisted that Mary would move to Spain to be with Charles when she turned 12, which would be the legal age of cohabitation. And it was at that point that she would become his consort at 12 years old. But this also fell apart, and part of their agreement was that Henry and Charles would both lead a joint invasion of France. And Henry upheld his part of the deal and took 11,000 men to France for an assault on Paris. And they were forced back, partly because of bad weather, but Charles just straight up didn't show. And Henry was naturally furious. And we're going to see this happen again. Charles kind of has a habit of doing this, but we'll get there. So Charles doesn't show up. Henry is furious, and he starts to ponder dissolving the marriage treaty in favor of marrying Mary off to James V, his sister's son, the son of James IV, who had died at Flodden. But then the King of France gets captured by the Habsburgs and is brought to Madrid as Charles's prisoner. So Henry tries to renegotiate the marriage treaty with Charles, offering her in exchange for the French crown, which would be quite the boon. Your daughter for the entire French Empire. But since Charles was on the ascendancy, he didn't really need the alliance with England. And England's only real way to have a meaningful effect on European politics was to play the Habsburgs against the Valois. Now that Charles had all the power, there was no delicate balance that England could take advantage of. So Charles starts to consider how he might disavow Mary as his future bride, despite his general affection for her. And Mary had all kinds of other European suitors as well, but none of them really panned out. And since her place as a pawn on the chessboard of European politics is losing power and relevance, more and more pressure is building on Henry to have a male heir. And Henry did have a son, an illegitimate son named Henry Fitzroy. In his desperation for a male heir, he elevates both Henry Fitzroy and Mary. And it was customary for the heir to the English throne to take up court in Wales as the Prince or Princess of Wales. So Henry sends Mary to Wales, but her place in the succession isn't clear because he doesn't give her the formal title of Princess of Wales. He does, however, give Henry Fitzroy 2 dukedoms, Richmond and Somerset, and he becomes the Earl of Nottingham, Knight of the Garter, and Lord Admiral of England. So people begin to question, is Henry going to make this bastard son his heir? And Catherine is furious, and her emotions get the best of her, and she confronts Henry on this. And that marks maybe the first chink in the armor of their relationship. Now, it seems like Henry was just kind of toying with the idea of including Henry Fitzroy into the succession and making him his heir. And at the end of the day, he was just too proud to actually do it. He was obsessed with the chivalric idea of the monarchy, and like I said before, with Arthurian legend, and he just probably doesn't have it in him to be able to commit to dispatching with the idea of birthright lineage. But Mary is 9 years old at this point and is sent to Wales. And there's no indication that she was all that upset at the idea of being across the country from her parents, but why should she be upset at that point? It's not like she's been seeing them every day, climbing into her father's lap to read stories, getting tucked in and saying prayers with her mother before bed, being cared for and fed by her doting parents. She's had none of that. So when she gets sent to Wales, it's just another palace that she's going to live in with a team of servants and teachers, and she doesn't even spend Christmas with her parents that year. However, Catherine was still intimately involved in her education, and they kept a correspondence. And even as a 9-year-old, though, she wasn't just sitting around twiddling her thumbs. The purpose of her place as the Princess of Wales, though unofficially, was to prepare her for a future at court. And really, she got to serve as something akin to the Queen of Wales. She had a full court that functioned exactly like the king's court. And Whitelock describes in her biography, quote, "Every day at least 2 gentlemen ushers, 2 gentlemen waiters, 2 yeomen ushers, 12 yeomen, and 2 grooms were to attend her in the presence chamber, and more were to be added on Sundays, Saturdays, and other principal seasons," end quote. So she's pretty much being groomed for life in royal court. She's learning the art of governance in a hands-on way, even from the early age that she's at, just 9 years old. And during this time, she had a French tutor who would go on to write a French language textbook based on his time in the marches in Wales with Mary. Whitelock details how this tutor described Mary's court. Quote, "He portrayed Mary as a princely ruler and her court as a center of literary patronage, educated conversation, and gentle manners. Mary features in a number of dialogues about piety, philosophy, and courtly love," end quote. So she's learning valuable lessons here that are going to be of great benefit to her in the future. But is this really a healthy place for a child? No, not really. This tutor also recounts the occasion on Valentine's Day that it's really just kind of downright disturbing. Quote, "The young princess participated in the drawing of names on Valentine's Day. When Mary drew as her Valentine her treasurer, Sir Ralph Egerton, an old man afflicted by gout, she insisted on calling him her husband adoptif. As his pretend wife, she criticized Sir Ralph for taking better care of his gout than you do your wife. She could hardly believe that the gout might withhold a good husband from having some love to his wife, and begged him to teach her what a good husband ought to teach his wife. That is, the definition of love. She had just turned 10, end quote. It just kind of turns your stomach hearing stuff like that. Obviously, she's being exposed to ideas that are too mature for a 10-year-old, but that's not really an indictment specific to Mary. I'm sure that was probably the case for most princes and princesses of the time. It's more of an indictment on the whole monarchical system, or at least the monarchs themselves. But following this, another attempt is made to marry her off to France. And all of this back and forth with marriage vows that are made and then broken, Mary is learning that marriage is, first and foremost, for political purposes. And that's how she grows to view it. One archbishop commenting on this says, quote, "The English make use of the princess as an owl with which to lure birds." She's a tool to be used to further English aims. And the Frenchman that Henry is trying to marry her off to was Francois, the King of France, now freed from his Habsburg prison. And Henry was only 2 years older than Francis, and Francis was a notorious womanizer. But that was all worth the cost for the political gain. And worst of all, it went through, and now she was betrothed again to the House Valois, to a man just 2 years younger than her own father. And that betrothal also falls apart, and that probably made Henry even more nervous about the prospects of his succession. Linda Porter, another biographer of Mary, describes Henry's calculations this way, quote, "The inescapable truth was that the future of the Tudors depended on a young girl and her ability to produce the male heirs that Henry himself did not have. Even if there was a realistic chance that she might do this by the age of 16, the interval in between would have been uncomfortable, given the state of European politics. And the personality of the king himself was hardly that of an indulgent grandfather." End quote. And as for the chinks in the armor of his relationship with his wife, Catherine, a figure is beginning to gain the king's attention. One of Catherine's ladies since as far back as 1522, when Mary was initially betrothed to Charles V. A woman educated and raised in European royal courts in Burgundy and France. Charismatic and beautiful, sophisticated and witty, but most of all, flirtatious. The day that the marriage between Mary and Francis was brokered, it's recorded that the French ambassador danced with Mary, and the king, Henry, danced with Mistress Anne Boleyn. Now, after Catherine's first pregnancy ended with a massive infection, it's kind of a miracle that she was ever able to conceive and bear a child. But now, with age starting to rear its head, Henry was pretty much lost all the optimism that he had at the time of Mary's birth, that Catherine is ever going to be able to bear him a son. He's toyed with the idea of Henry Fitzroy becoming the heir, but that just won't work. So he takes an even more drastic tack. He begins to question the validity of his own marriage, his nearly 2 decades of matrimony with Catherine of Aragon. He latches onto this legal technicality, a theory that was presented to him by a French envoy, the Bishop of Tarbes. It was during the negotiations surrounding a potential marriage with Mary, and as they were setting the terms, the bishop questioned if Mary was all that great of a prospect after all. His claim was that she might be illegitimate since Henry had married his brother's widow. This line of argument was damaging to the immediate negotiations, but it resonated with Henry. I mean, put yourself in his position. He's the King of England, only the second Tudor. His father had unified the Plantagenet Civil War and was an impressive king in his own right. The Plantagenets had ruled England for centuries, and he's desperate to cement his own dynasty. And that might be a result of his own pride and ego, but on the other hand, he's probably not fond of the idea of his kingdom becoming split again if he dies without an heir. He could be easily telling himself, not incorrectly, that getting a male heir is for the good of the people, for the nation, for the kingdom. But he doesn't have an heir. And they've had several pregnancies, all of which but one have resulted in miscarriages, stillbirths, and infant deaths. And on top of that, his wife is 42 years old now. She's a formidable woman and has stood loyally by his side for 2 decades, but her looks are probably starting to fail her, and the prospects of her giving him a son at this stage of life are slim to none. And to cap it all off, he's got this young, attractive woman who's familiar with life at court and has her own ambitions, sort of just waiting in the wings. So his disillusionment with Catherine is growing, and he's poised to be looking for an off-ramp. And this legal theory that the Bishop of Tarbes floats sticks in his mind. So he gets his canon lawyers to look into it. As they investigate, they find that since Catherine was married to Arthur first, her marriage to Henry would normally have been forbidden by canon law because of Leviticus 18:16, which says, "You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness." In order for Henry to marry Catherine, they needed actually a special papal dispensation, which Pope Julius II did issue in 1503. So it's not like this issue wasn't anticipated way back then. It was, and they had a special dispensation for it. And this was all based on Catherine's claim that her and Arthur had never consummated the marriage. So she was never technically Arthur's wife in the biblical sense. So the marriage was legal because of that papal dispensation. The marriage between Henry and Catherine was legal. But Henry, via his lawyers, argued that the papal dispensation was actually invalid. And they built their case on Leviticus 20:21, which says, "If there is a man who takes his brother's wife, it is abhorrent. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They will be childless." And that last line there, "they will be childless," is key. Henry argued that since he and Catherine had only produced one surviving child after 8 pregnancies, that was divine proof that their marriage was cursed on the grounds of Leviticus 18:16 and 20:21. He argued that since God's law forbids such a marriage in Leviticus, no pope had the authority to dispense with divine law. So Pope Julius II's dispensation was beyond papal power. If that is true, then the marriage was never legitimate in the first place. And there's an important nuance here. He's not just complaining that a previous pope had made a bad decision. He's saying that the pope had no legal authority to make the decision in the first place. He is, in a sense, arguing that the pope had no authority over what Scripture forbids. And that's a small kernel, a seed that will grow into the Protestant movement as it develops in England. At first under Henry, but then more so under his son, Edward. Now, during this time, the medieval canon law distinguished between ecclesiastical law and divine law. The Pope could dispense with the former, but not the latter. So the battle centered on whether or not these Levitical laws that Henry was citing were ceremonial Jewish law and thus dispensable, or permanent moral laws that are binding to all Christians. Henry obviously argued that it was a permanent moral law. Now, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, but since I've kind of laid out Henry's case, I should probably lay out Catherine's countersuit. Catherine and her team of canon lawyers countered Henry's citation of Leviticus 18 and 20 with their own citation of Deuteronomy 25:5, which says, quote, "When brothers live together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside the family to a strange man. Her husband's brother shall go in to her and take her to himself as wife and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her." End quote. Now, it's important to note that she's not exactly saying that Henry was bound to this specific duty, since she doesn't admit that her and Arthur were ever truly married. And what she's doing by referencing this verse is showing that Scripture doesn't necessarily forbid marrying a brother's widow across the board. In fact, other parts of divine law command it in certain circumstances. Therefore, the Levitical prohibition cannot be an absolute moral law that binds all Christians in all cases. It must be a limited prohibition. So even if her marriage to Arthur was legitimate, the Pope would have in fact had the authority to dispense with it. So the marriage was valid. She also argued that these dispensations were also granted pretty routinely in medieval Europe among the royal houses, and that it was established canon law that this was legitimate. She also pointed to the fact that Henry himself never raised issue with it over 20 years. So she's saying you can't live in a marriage for 20 years and then when things don't go the way you'd hoped they would, declare the whole marriage invalid. And like I said, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here because this legal battle develops over time and it takes years before it is resolved. And while this is still developing, Henry's infatuation with Anne Boleyn is growing. And Anne has her own ambitions and almost certainly wants to be queen. And Henry is courting her while technically still married. Now, Henry, he's had mistresses before. That was nothing new. We know that because Henry Fitzroy, right? It's not like Henry Fitzroy was some 23-year-old man from before Henry married Catherine. No, he was 6 years old when he was given those dukedoms, and Mary was 9. He was younger than Mary, and a result of an extramarital affair. No one really cared about that, so it kind of makes all this pious posturing about canon law and the legitimacy of his marriage with Catherine sound like a bunch of hot air. And that's pretty much what it was. He was looking for a way out. He was certainly guilty of adultery many times over, almost certainly. So this is all just him looking for the off-ramp. But he's courting Anne and trying to make her just another mistress. But she knows that she doesn't want to just be another mistress. She wants to be queen. So she plays hard to get. Henry is sending her gifts and jewelry and love letters where he tells her that he will cast off all others and turn his affections and his mind only to her. But Anne says no. She will only agree to be with him if they are married. She's telling him, I won't be with you unless I get to be queen. And that's a shrewd move. Henry was a man who got whatever he wanted. But the one thing he couldn't take by force was her affection. So he begins his crusade to free himself of his marriage. And he had already come to the conclusion that the marriage was invalid and that he was not in need of any divorce or annulment. So on January 1st, 1527, Henry and Anne secretly exchanged vows and pledged themselves to one another. And it was a betrothal that had to wait for several years until his marriage with Catherine could legally be declared invalid. And just 12 days after this secret ceremony, Thomas Wolsey called a secret tribunal at his palace in York to discuss and try the charge that Henry's marriage was invalid. And we haven't talked about Wolsey yet, so now would be a good time. Wolsey was a key figure in the English church as well as the state. He originally served Henry's father, Henry VII, but he really rose to prominence after Henry VIII came to the throne. And by the 1520s, he was a cardinal in the Catholic Church, which made him one of the Pope's senior advisors. As a papal legate, he basically acted as the Pope's personal representative, the vicar of Christ, you might say. So he had authority over all English church business, including the courts. He was also the Archbishop of York, which made him the second most powerful man in the church in England, second only to the Archbishop of Canterbury. On top of all that, he was also Lord Chancellor of England, which made him the King's chief minister, the controller of foreign policy, taxation, domestic administration, and the head of the English legal system. So he stood at the top of the mountain of both the civil and ecclesiastical legal systems. There was never before and has never been an English churchman with that kind of combined church and state authority. And that's the guy who Henry tasks with getting this papal dispensation dispensed with. And Henry thinks it's a foregone conclusion that Wolsey is going to get this thing done. He looks at Wolsey with all of that experience and all of that authority, and he goes, yeah, he's got this. So they're at this tribunal, and Wolsey calls in another archbishop, William Warham, to decide the case. And Whitelock describes this tribunal as, quote, a stage-managed trial, and the outcome seemed predictable. But somewhat inexplicably, Wolsey declares that the case was too difficult to call and says that it needs to be decided in the courts of Rome. Not what Henry wanted to hear. And it was probably Warham's influence that caused this unexpected result, because William Warham was a traditionalist and he was pretty elderly by this point. He didn't have the political juice that Wolsey had, but he was the Archbishop of Canterbury. So he had some ecclesiastical authority over Wolsey. And until his death, Wolsey desperately was trying to hold the English church together with Rome, as Henry and Cranmer tried to cleave it from Rome. And it was probably the sober-mindedness of Warham that said, we can't make a call like this. If we're going to do this right, it needs to be decided in Rome. It needs to be done in Rome with the Pope. We can't just go overturning papal dispensations. And he was probably right. They were going to open a whole can of worms if they just forced it through as an autonomous English court. I mean, that can of worms is going to get opened eventually, and there was no stemming the tide of the Reformation, but you can understand Warham's point of view. Henry is probably annoyed by this, but it's not the end of the world. He can still use Wolsey's influence with the Pope to get a resolution that's favorable to him. It's just going to take some more time. The only problem is this case gets referred to Rome at probably the worst possible time. Now, the story gets really messy here, so I'm going to do my best to work through it clearly. And to understand what comes next, you have to understand a bit of the politics of medieval Catholic Europe. As we know, the Habsburgs and the Valois were at war, and yes, England was kind of caught in the middle of it with, as more of a power broker than a potential victim. But the French would routinely put pressure on England via alliance with Scotland in the north. But England was otherwise fortified by the Channel. The Papal States, on the other hand, were at much greater risk. Charles V was a Catholic monarch and was kind of obsessed with the promulgation of Catholicism over against the emerging Protestantism. But he was also the King of Spain, Holy Roman Emperor, ruler of the Netherlands, and he also oversaw a massive empire in the Americas after conquering the Aztecs and the Incas, which meant that he had a lot of American wealth coming over as well. At this point, he had encircled France and was dominating most of Europe. Remember, this is why the marriage with Mary fell through. He had consolidated so much power that an alliance with England wasn't necessary, which is also why the English had to resort to forming an alliance with France by marrying Mary off there again. But most of his clashes with the French were actually happening in Italy. Most of Charles V's clashes with the French were happening in Italy. And yes, the Pope was the spiritual leader of the Catholic Church, but he was also, again, the temporal prince ruling over the Papal States in central Italy. As the head of the Papal States, Pope Clement VII was afraid that Charles would encircle his territory. So he allied with France, Venice, and Florence and joined the League of Cognac the year before in 1526. And this was an alliance against Charles V. So the Pope becomes the military enemy of Charles V, the great Catholic monarch. And all this sounds like great news for Henry, right? He's asking for the Pope to side with him against his Spanish wife, the aunt of the Pope's now mortal enemy. Seems like a slam dunk for Henry, open and shut. Well, like I said, it's messy, and it's about to get worse. Charles's armies in Italy were a mix of Spaniards, but also they had German mercenaries. And these mercenaries were poorly paid, and many of them were sympathetic to Lutheranism and thus very anti-papist. And in May of 1527, their pay doesn't arrive, and they mutinied and decided to go march on Rome and loot it. Basically, they decided to get paid one way or another. So that's what they do. They storm Rome, kill thousands, they loot churches, they sack the city, essentially. And cardinals are fleeing and going into hiding, and the Pope himself takes refuge in Castel San Angelo, which is effectively besieged and then later held under imperial guard. Now, Charles never actually gave the order to sack Rome, but he took advantage of it once the dust settled, and the Pope became the prisoner of the imperial army. So now, the Pope's survival depends upon the goodwill of Charles V. Henry's slam dunk becomes an impossible case. I mean, if you're Clement, what do? You're the Pope, and Catherine of Aragon was Charles's aunt, and Charles has just demonstrated that he could destroy Rome. I mean, he pretty much did destroy Rome on accident. And Clement has no military protection. His city is still recovering from a total calamity. And here comes Henry asking to declare his marriage to Catherine invalid. He's being asked to slap the face of the man who is holding him captive. You could not ask for a worse diplomatic moment. And up until this point, everything was still in secret. Catherine didn't even know about all of this until June. Henry came to her and told her that his conscience troubled him and that he no longer thought their marriage was valid. 20 years she had been his bride. So she's heartbroken. And she begins to weep in front of him, and he breaks. He cracks under the pressure. Quote, as Catherine began to cry, Henry lost his nerve. All should be done for the best, he mumbled. And after begging her to keep secrecy upon what he had told her, he beat a hasty retreat. End quote. But Catherine was going to take it lying down. We're talking about the daughter of the conquering queen who put an end to Muslim rule on the Iberian Peninsula. The same woman who sent him the cloak of a conquered king. The aunt of the most powerful man in the world. You think she's just going to fade into the background? Not a chance. And she maintained all along that Arthur never knew her carnally, and she demanded that her case be heard by both Henry's subjects and foreigners. And as soon as she said that, she triggered DEFCON 1. Wolsey knew exactly what she meant. He saw the danger because she was threatening to involve Charles in the fight. And that's exactly what she does. This fateful moment is something that will change history forever. I mean, you can just imagine it. It's a midsummer night, and Greenwich Palace is groaning under the hard wind off the Thames. Rain lashes the windows and sudden violent bursts, rattling the leaded panes like musket fire. And somewhere deep in the palace, a servant is shaken awake. Francisco Felipes rises at once. To be summoned at this hour by the Queen herself can mean only one thing. The ground is shifting. He's led through torchlit corridors to Catherine's chambers. Inside, the air smells of burning wax, and a candle burns low. The Queen stands at a table, bent over parchment, her hand moving quickly, maybe desperately. She hasn't slept. Her eyes are red. Her face is drawn. Maybe not with fear, but with resolve. Wearied as it is by exhaustion. Heartbreak. She finishes the letter, folds it, and without hesitation pours molten wax across the seal. The stamp presses down with finality. And she looks up at Felipes. Maybe there's tears in her eyes, but her voice doesn't waver. "You must take this to Valladolid," she says. "To my nephew. The Emperor must know what is being done here." No titles are needed, no explanations, and Felipes understands the weight of what he's been handed. This isn't just a mere correspondence. No, this is a spark that's being thrown into dry grass. And unbeknownst to him, the danger has already begun to close in. Wolsey has been moving quietly but urgently, and word has reached the king. Catherine is attempting to appeal beyond England. And the messenger has been identified, so Henry acts at once, and orders go out that Francisco Felipes is to be seized. By the time the palace stirs, Felipes is already gone, slipping into the night with his cloak pulled up high, rain soaking the brim of his hat. Behind him, bells ring softly as watchmen are aroused. Riders are dispatched, roads are flagged, the ports are alerted. The net is being cast wide. He moves without pattern, avoiding the main roads, doubling back, abandoning horses, trusting his feet where he cannot trust the countryside. He covers his tracks. He speaks to no one that he doesn't already know. And every shadow could be a patrol. Every knock of hooves might mean his capture. And at the coast, he waits, wet and exhausted, until at last the ship can be hailed under cover of darkness. No questions are asked that night. And the tide is turning and the sails go up and England falls away behind him. But the danger doesn't. He lands on the continent, likely in France, enemy territory for a Spanish servant and an imperial agent carrying a queen's appeal. And the roads are thick with soldiers and mercenaries and rumors. Italy is burning, armies are mutinying, no border is safe, and he passes through villages stripped bare by war, through forests where banners mean nothing and allegiances shift by the mile. Only once he reaches imperial ground does the tension begin to loosen. Quiet signs appear, familiar faces, trusted hands. The letter moves faster now, passing along channels invisible to outsiders. And so weeks after leaving Greenwich, Felipes reaches Valladolid, and Charles V knows. And once the emperor knows, the fate of England's queen is no longer merely a domestic matter, it is an affair of empire. And this letter, it changes everything. If Henry had hoped to keep this an in-house conflict, if he hoped to avoid involving Rome, that was going to be impossible now. He had already sided with France against the empire, but that was nothing new. Those allegiances flipped constantly, but that was just business and politics. But this was personal. Henry was scandalizing the blood relative of the emperor, and Charles knew it now. So Charles intervenes immediately. Whitelock describes his response like this, quote, Charles reacted quickly. He was shocked to hear, quote, and we're quoting Charles now, to hear a case so scandalous, and promised to, quote, do everything in his power on her behalf. He told his ambassadors to England, quote, we cannot desert the queen, our good aunt, in her troubles, and intend doing all that we can in her favor, end quote. Whitelock continues, quote, Charles wrote to Henry asking that he halt the proceedings immediately, and to the Pope requesting that he revoke Wolsey's legateship and recall the case to Rome. He could not believe that, quote, having as they have so sweet a princess for their daughter, the king would consent to have her or her mother dishonored, a thing so monstrous of itself and wholly without precedent in ancient or modern history. The fate of the king's marriage was not to be a merely personal affair, but a matter of European significance, end quote. So Charles is putting his thumb on the scale and making sure that the case goes to Rome, where he has the real authority. He's decisive, but he's also measured in his response to the situation. It's from Whitelock again, quote, he added cautiously, and she's talking about Charles' initial correspondence with his ambassadors in England. He added cautiously, quote, to this end, as the first step toward rendering help, it seems to us that matters ought to be treated with all possible moderation, having recourse to kind remonstrance alone for the present, end quote. And it was almost certainly the case that Charles was banking on the papal court to resolve the issue. He probably assumed that Pope Clement would simply reaffirm the original papal dispensation that authorized Henry and Catherine's marriage, and that would be that. Or at the very least, he assumed that Henry would bow to the pressure of the church courts. He and pretty much everyone else in this case underestimated just how willing Henry was to burn it all down. But Charles isn't about to march on London or anything, so Catherine just has to sit tight and see how things play out. And she's a mess, because she really loves Henry. She loves her husband, and she loves her daughter, and she loves her people, and the English people love their queen. And she's a royal woman with impressive lineage, and now she's suffering the indignity of being thrown into the dirt by her husband. In that September, she was visited by a scholar named Juan Luis Vives, who recorded that she was distraught, quote, troubled and afflicted with this controversy that has arisen about her marriage. He says that she, quote, began to unfold her calamity, that she should find him whom she loved far more than herself so alienated from her that he thought of marrying another. And this affected her with a grief the more intense as her love for him was the more ardent, end quote. She then sends this Juan Luis Vives to the imperial ambassador and tries to get a word to the Pope that she wants to be seen by him before he makes any judgments in the matter. And that doesn't exactly happen, but the Pope does send a cardinal to England to assess the situation and to hear the case. He was instructed not to make any final decisions before reporting back to him, though. So on October 9th, Cardinal Lorenzo Campeggio reaches England. Now, the stakes here are pretty intense. Henry is trying to nullify their marriage with pretty much the express purpose of removing Mary from the line of succession. If his marriage with Catherine was invalid, then the princess becomes a bastard overnight. So Catherine is trying to preserve her own honor, her marriage, her place as queen, but she's also fighting for all those things for her daughter, too. And Campeggio knows this, so he presents a compromise. He says, essentially, how about you take vows of chastity and join a convent? That way Henry is free to remarry. Mary gets to keep her legitimacy and her place in the line of succession as firstborn daughter. She keeps her titles, her palaces, her servants, the whole 9 yards. But Catherine doesn't take any time to ponder this, and she doesn't need to. She responds immediately and with indignance. And remember, this is a woman who comes from a line of royalty that is the tip of the mountain of European monarchs. and she has long proved herself as a fierce and capable queen. She served her husband, the king, with dignity and poise, and she has done everything right. Her only fault was something completely out of her control. And not just that, her successive failed pregnancies, they weren't just a thing that happened. It was a series of personal tragedies that would have left her broken and devastated each time. To Henry, it seems like it was just a series of annoyances that left him without an heir, but she carried those children in her womb. She definitely felt the pain of their loss much more acutely than he did. And now he's casting her aside for some young new bride. No, she's not going to just bow down and take it. She won't be cowed, especially not by this injustice. Quote, she responded angrily. She would never take the veil as Campeggio had proposed and intended to, quote, live and die in the estate of matrimony into which God had called her, and that she would always be of that opinion and never change it. She held her husband's conscience and honor in more esteem than anything in this world. She was, she said, the true and legitimate wife of the king, and at the time of their wedding remained intact and uncorrupted. It was a protest she would make repeatedly for the next 7 years, end quote. But notice that her concern isn't just for herself and her daughter. She's also concerned for Henry in this. She knows that he is sacrificing his own honor in this. And she knows that the future is going to look down on him as the king who abandoned his wife. She doesn't know that it's going to be worse than that. Before this is over, he's going to have 6 wives, 2 of whom he divorces, and 2 he will have executed. And that is what history remembers him for. And she's fighting to spare him of that. And we already know she fails. She held on to the hope that she would be vindicated, that the annulment process would be stopped, and that she would win back her husband. Even while Anne Boleyn was sitting at his side at court as a sort of ambiguous, not queen, but not mistress, pseudo-concubine, Catherine hoped for years, at least 4 years, that the situation could be remedied. And it seems like both Henry and Catherine tried to keep Mary out of it. I mean, think of it from Catherine's perspective. How do you tell an 11-year-old princess that her daddy, the king, thinks that his marriage to you is a sham and had been for 7 years before she was even born? That daddy wants mommy to basically disappear out of your life so that he can marry another woman. How do you do that? How do you tell an 11-year-old girl that? It also would have been really hard for Henry to explain. At this point, he's still pretty dismayed by how hard Catherine was taking it. He had hoped, maybe naively, that she'd just accept it and that it would be, done with. So, I mean, he almost definitely didn't want a repeat of that experience. His only excuse for it is a kind of convoluted legal argument that would be totally lost on an 11-year-old, mostly because common sense tells you that it doesn't make sense, but still. Keeping it from her was easier to do when she lived in an entirely different palace from you. She still had her daily routine, her pastimes, her lessons, a full schedule to keep her busy. But you can't keep that kind of a secret forever, and it definitely started to leak through. I mean, it was going on like this for over a year. And there's this heartbreaking letter that Mary sends to Wolsey. In May of 1528, there's a breakout of what they called sweating sickness. So Wolsey arranges for the king, the queen, and Mary to be housed in his residence near St. Albans. And Mary writes to thank him, and it's the earliest known correspondence from her, actually, right at the beginning of the breakdown of her parents' marriage. On its face, it seems almost downright wholesome, but knowing the context, you realize it's more haunting than it is wholesome. She writes, quote, I have been allowed for a month to enjoy to my supreme delight the society of the king and queen, my parents. It's truly heart-wrenching to know that despite the love she has for her parents, she hasn't been able to spend much time at all with them together in her life. And the opportunities for such supreme delight and familial time together are going to be fleeting. The reality of the situation developing between her parents is, again, going to seep in over time. Her tutors and servants are going to pick up the rumors and gossip. And they probably wouldn't dare outright tell her, but I'm sure she got the sense that something was going on, and maybe she overheard the hushed whispers of gossiping maids and sensed the awkward, maybe pained glances of pity that she would have been completely unfamiliar with as a royal princess. And the conclusion to this whole sordid affair didn't come until 1533 when Mary was well into her teens and had left childhood behind. So at some point, she figured it out and probably had a tough conversation with her mother about the whole thing. Regardless, it goes public in summer of 1529. There's a public trial in the Parliament chamber of the Dominican Friary of London, Blackfriars. This became known as the Blackfriars trial. This is another hinge point in history. Both parties were summoned, and initially Henry sent proxies, but Catherine, boldly, shows up in the flesh. She's got 4 bishops with her and a whole posse of ladies and gentlewomen. She arrives and reads a prepared statement, and she does it with sadness and gravity. And the statement essentially says that she doesn't believe the cardinal is authorized to hear the case and that this needs to be done in Rome. The court adjourns to consider her statement and reconvenes the next Monday. This time, Catherine is there, Wolsey and Campeggio are also there, and finally, the king himself arrives. Henry speaks and requests a quick decision to determine the nullity of his marriage. And basically, he just wants this over with. Wolsey then speaks and reassures Catherine that the court will judge the case fairly. Campeggio then rises and formally rejects Catherine's protest and seeks to carry on with the trial there at Blackfriars. Then Catherine speaks again, and she has the king, her husband, Cardinal Wolsey, the godfather of her daughter, and Campeggio, the representative of the Pope, all siding against her. She's got all this pressure, and she's staring down the barrel of the church and the state, and she keeps her nerve. She appeals directly to Rome. Her argument is that despite being Queen of England for nearly 2 decades now, with Plantagenet blood in her veins, she is still a foreigner. She can't rely on an English court to grant her justice. In fact, she has no counselors of her own. Her lawyers are kind of like English public defenders. She hasn't heard from Charles, so she doesn't know what kind of support he's been working behind the scenes. And Wolsey wants this concluded so he doesn't wind up on the wrong side of Henry's temper, and Campeggio wants to keep this off the Pope's docket so he doesn't have to come down on either side of it. Even the chair that Henry sat on was higher than hers. So she's saying this is a sham. It needs to go to the supreme ecclesiastical court in Rome. And then she turns directly to Henry and appeals to him. She's in Campeggio's court, but she's talking to her husband. She comes directly to him and kneels at his feet in front of everyone in the court, in the assembly, and she weeps and addresses him in somewhat broken English. He tried to pick her up twice, and she falls back to her knees, and you can barely believe this whole situation wasn't documented in the letters and papers of Henry's reign. Quote, "She besought him to have pity on her as a poor woman and a stranger born out of his dominions. For these 20 years, she said, she had been his true and obedient wife and did not deserve to be thus repudiated and put to open shame. She begged him to consider her honor, her daughters, and his own, the repudiation of her nation and her relatives, who would be equally concerned as herself in her disgrace. And since he had expressed his desire that their marriage should be declared valid and had acknowledged his great love for her," phrases the king was very fond of repeating in public, "she had appealed to Rome, where it was only reasonable that the cause should be made and decided, without partiality or suspicion. To Rome only would she make her answer." End quote. Then she just gets up and leaves. And this was actually a brilliant move because it places all the pressure back onto Henry. Now he has to account for why he's doing this to his wife. It takes the debate out of the realm of arcane canon law and into the realm of humanity. It makes everyone kind of realize what's really happening here. They look at the king, and though they might not dare say it, they're thinking, look at what you've done to your wife, to your queen. Kneeling on the floor, lying at your feet, weeping. And walking out of the room was also brilliant and tactically sound. Her appeal is formally rejected by the judges, but they can't legally try the case without her there, so the court comes to a standstill, and public opinion begins to shift in her favor. Again, from the letters and papers of Henry's reign, quote, "The court was strangely moved by the incident. It could scarcely be otherwise. The lurking spirit of compassion for the queen spread like an infection, end quote. So what happens next is a series of high politics and legal arguments back and forth until the Pope calls for the court to be adjourned. Henry protests, but Catherine and the Habsburgs pressure Pope Clement to return a favorable verdict. It appears then that Catherine had come out on top. She won, but that victory would prove to be a hollow victory. Because again, no one could comprehend just how far Henry was going to be willing to go to preserve his legacy with a male heir. Everyone was operating in a worldview where if the Pope said it, that was that. I mean, sure, the Lutherans had been gaining ground and the Reformation was beginning to take shape, but this was 1529, only 12 years since Luther nailed the theses in Wittenberg. And Henry was no Lutheran, so no one could have expected what he was willing to do. So with a historic victory on Catherine's side, Henry had to recalibrate his strategy. It was obvious now that Henry's ministers' approach to the issue was failing. It was tough for him to come to terms with the fact that his marriage was legitimate and he could only hope that Mary could be married off, that the terms of her marriage could be negotiated such that a male heir would not be heir to whatever crown her husband wore, but to the English crown. And that's a lot of ifs, and Henry wasn't comfortable with that. A more convenient explanation to him for Catherine's victory was that Cardinal Wolsey had failed. He had trusted him to sway the Pope into withdrawing the papal dispensation and declaring his marriage invalid. He was also having these conversations with Anne Boleyn. She wasn't living with him yet, but they were very much acting as a couple. And Anne becomes convinced that Wolsey is not supporting her, so she kind of becomes... She bends Henry's ear, and Wolsey becomes the first major victim of the king's great matter, as they referred to the divorce affair in England. Throughout 1529, his position becomes less and less secure. That's Wolsey's position. He's actually getting it from all sides because Catherine viewed him as her chief enemy and that he was the ringleader and the point man for the divorce proceedings, even though he did play a key role in bringing the matter to Rome. And Anne, who first saw him as the best bet for getting the annulment through, lost confidence in him and decided that he was really an obstruction. Henry was a bit more cautious at this point, and though he was definitely annoyed, he hadn't marked Wolsey as an enemy just yet. By October, though, Wolsey was stripped of his chancellorship. Both the French and the Habsburg ambassadors believed this was the doing of Anne Boleyn, and it probably was. Wolsey also believed this and knew that the only way for him to regain his status was not to appease Henry, but to appease Anne. And that's how around her finger Henry was. At some point, though, Wolsey realizes that he has lost his power and there is no real path forward to reclaiming it. He loses his wealth, his palace in London, the same one that the king, queen, and princess stayed in at the previous summer. And most importantly, he loses his place in the government and gets shipped off back to his archbishopric in York. So he decided that if Anne was going to act like he was her enemy, then he would become her enemy for real. And he harbored a grudge for her until the day he died. He reverses his support for Henry's divorce, fights for the Queen's cause, and keeps his communication open with both the French and the Habsburgs. Anne viewed this as high treason, and she wanted him dead. So he gets summoned to the south to face charges, and on his way there, he gets sick and dies in November of 1530. Now, whether he could have survived the charges that were brought against him, it's hard to say. I mean, he was a very experienced politician, and Anne was not. So it's plausible that he could have navigated those turbulent waters, and his goddaughter, Mary, certainly could have used a skilled political mentor like him, but it just wasn't to be. It might be a good moment to take a little bit to talk more about Anne Boleyn. And she's an interesting figure, to be sure. Polarizing, definitely. And some people love her and some people hate her. And to this day, there's a Facebook group dedicated to her with like 80,000 people in it. Today, in the year of our Lord 2026, almost 500 years later, Linda Porter, in her biography of Mary, describes the controversial nature of Anne Boleyn. Quote, Anne continues to divide opinion nearly 500 years after the obscene charade of her downfall. To her enemies, she was nothing more than an upstart schemer, an alluring opportunist who seduced the king from the affections of his lawful wife, bastardized and ill-treated his daughter, and opened the floodgates for the tide of new religious ideas to sweep over England. She was characterized as an outspoken, self-serving shrew who failed to produce a male heir, could not hold the king's affections, and got her comeuppance. Many thought it richly deserved, but others, who had known her well, thought of her as a highly intelligent woman with an inquiring mind, genuinely committed to religious debate and the study of the scriptures in English. They pointed to her interest in education and the poor, and the higher standards of behavior among the ladies of her court, a contrast to the decadence from which she had emerged. End quote. So what is the truth? Which is it? Well, it's probably somewhere in the middle. But like it or not, she played a massive role in the English Reformation and in Mary's life. She became Mary's mortal enemy. Nobody had a bigger impact on Mary than Anne. Henry was probably going to leave Catherine whether Anne showed up or not, but in Mary's eyes, this woman was the cause of the whole scandal. Mary wouldn't even speak her name. In all her correspondences, Anne was referred to simply as that woman. As we'll see, Anne has a huge part to play in how Henry and Mary relate to each other, and the breakup of her parents' marriage is the watershed event that shapes the rest of Mary's life. And Anne was a formidable opponent for Mary. And first of all, she was about 15 years older than Mary. She had a much more cultured upbringing. She served in the court of Margaret of Austria in the Low Countries of the Netherlands, and then moved to the court of Henry's sister, Mary, in France, when she was the queen consort and wife of Louis XII of France. So she had experience in a wider range of contexts, and she knew more about how to wield influence and, more importantly, how to gain it. Mary was born with it, and she would become familiar with losing power and influence, but she had no experience of fighting for it. Anne did. But even still, in having Mary as an enemy, she would learn that Mary was every bit her father's daughter. She was stubborn, inflexible, and implacable. It was a clash that would torment Mary, but Mary would eventually outlast Anne. But for the time being, Anne was going to be a constant and tormenting presence in Mary's life. It was to the point that Catherine openly confronted Henry about her on Christmas Eve. It was personally offensive to Catherine and was setting an embarrassing and scandalous precedent. Henry responded dismissively and simply told her that nothing was wrong with his relationship with Anne and that he intended to marry her regardless of what Catherine or even the Pope had to say about it. Now, with Wolsey out of the picture and Henry at odds with the Pope, another figure steps into the picture: Thomas Cromwell. Wolsey's method of fighting for the annulment was to work inside the papal system. That didn't work, so Henry turned to Cromwell, who was a legal mind who came up through the parliamentary side under the crown exclusively, not the church. He wasn't a bishop or a cardinal, he was a lawyer. Under his direction over the next few years, Parliament slowly but surely chipped away the power of Rome over English affairs. At first, it was an attempt to pressure the Pope to make concessions and grant the annulment, but over time it became the goal of Parliament to truly sever the ties of papal power. And honestly, can you blame Henry for wanting to be done with the Pope? I mean, think of it from his perspective. After Charles V putting his thumb on the scale the way that he did, Henry had a better idea of what the papacy actually was: a political tool. For all the posturing of these Catholic monarchs and the appeals to His Holiness the Pope, Henry's like, oh, the Pope? You mean that guy you have locked in your basement? What are you talking about? Give me a break. Because remember, Charles had him under lock and key. And he's realizing that the papacy is a total scam, and he shouldn't have to be beholden to the double-dealing and self-preservation of Rome, especially when it was so easy for Charles to weaponize it in his own favor. And don't be mistaken, the reformers are taking notes here too. Calvin and Luther, and yes, John Knox are seeing this too. Knox sees the contradictions, the scheming, the political posturing, none of which has anything to do with the proclamation of the gospel. During this time, though, Anne is becoming very bold, too. At one point, she was talking with Catherine's ladies-in-waiting and saying, quote, she wished all the Spaniards were at the bottom of the sea, and that, quote, she cared not for the queen or any of her family, and that she would rather see her hanged than have to confess that she was her queen and mistress, end quote. And for Mary, she was really struggling with not being able to see her father, and she was always petitioning to see him. In the summer of 1530, she was desperate to see him before he embarked on a 4-month hunting trip. Yes, in the midst of all of this, he would just disappear for a whole quarter and just hunt. It's crazy. But he realized he needed to see her, and in all of this, he still loved her dearly. In his mind, bastardizing her didn't actually mean all that much. He had every intention of her quality of life staying the same. He was probably very naive in this regard. She was in Richmond at the time, and he spends a whole day with her, and it's said that he showered her with, quote, all possible affection. But Anne doesn't trust Mary, and she knows that she's probably going to be siding with Catherine, so she sends along 2 spies to report on their conversation. Henry visited her at Richmond again the next summer and, quote, made great cheer with her. But Anne's influence wasn't going to be overcome with a couple of days a year spent with Mary, and those visits became more and more infrequent. Eustace Chapuis, who will become very important later on, reports that he believes that the king became reluctant to see his own daughter in order to appease Anne, who hated her almost as much as she hated Catherine. Quote, or more so, because she sees the king has some affection for her, end quote. Chapuis believed Anne was working behind the scenes to pry the royal family apart. It wasn't long after this that Henry separated Mary from Catherine permanently. When Mary and Catherine departed each other's company for the last time, neither one knew that it would be the last time that they saw each other. Mary was only 15, and now she would have to grow up without her mother and under the guidance of her father less and less. And another defining feature of this time period is how both Catherine and Mary underestimate the way that Henry's character was degrading. Right? They remembered him as a loving, caring, even doting father and husband, and they were trying to appeal to that man. But Henry was less and less that man. He was becoming petty and petulant, selfish and temperamental. And Henry was an impressive man. He was very intelligent. He was determined. He came from good stock. Remember, his father met the king in battle and killed him to claim the crown. That was who he came from, who he was raised by. And even at this time, Henry was an imposing figure physically. His physique eventually fails him, of course. History remembers him as an obese king. And the Philadelphia Museum of Art used to have, and they still might, they had a suit of his armor circa 1540, which is pretty late in his life, and it is massive. He was tall, but this armor shows that he was fat. And you see in the portraits of him that he was a heavy-set fella. But his character failed him long before his physique did. In 1531, a Venetian aristocrat came to visit England, and he gives his opinion about Henry in some diaries, which are preserved in the calendar of state papers relating to English affairs in the archives of Venice. He outlines his interaction with Henry like this, quote, I went to a park some 30 miles from London where the king was, taking his pleasure in a small hunting lodge built solely for the chase, in the midst of the forest. I saw the king twice and kissed his hand. He is glad to see foreigners, and especially Italians. He embraced me joyously and then went out to hunt with 40 to 50 horsemen. He is tall of stature, very well formed, and of very handsome presence, beyond measure affable, and I never saw a prince better disposed than this one. He's also learned and accomplished and most generous and kind. And were it not that he now seeks to repudiate his wife after having lived with her for 22 years, he would be no less perfectly good and equally prudent. But this thing detracts greatly from his merits, and there is now living with him a young woman of noble birth, though many say of bad character, whose will is law to him, and he is expected to marry her should the divorce take place, which is supposed will not be effected, as the peers of the realm, both spiritual and temporal, and the people are opposed to it. Nor during the present queen's life will they have any other queen in the kingdom. Her Majesty is prudent and good, and during these differences with the king, she has evinced constancy and resolution, never being disheartened or depressed." End quote. And that really just kind of sums it up. He's an incredibly impressive guy, but his faults are beginning to drag him down. And the more he leans into them, the worse it gets. And Anne Boleyn is there at his side like the devil on his shoulder, driving him further into obstinacy and depravity. That same ambassador, Mario Savignano, also saw Mary on his trip, and he describes that event as well. Quote, "We next went to another palace called Richmond, where the princess, her daughter, resides, and having asked the majordomo for permission to see her, he spoke to the chamberlain and then to the governess, and they made us wait. Then, after seeing the palace, we returned into a hall, and having entered a spacious chamber where there were some venerable old men with whom we discoursed, the princess came forth, accompanied by a noble lady advanced in years, who is her governess, and by 6 maids of honor. We kissed her hand, and she asked us how long we had been in England, and if we had seen their majesties, her father and mother, and what we thought of the country. She then returned to her attendants, desiring them to treat us well, and withdrew into her chambers. The princess is not very tall, has a pretty face, and is well proportioned, with a very beautiful complexion, and is 15 years old. She speaks Spanish, French, and Latin besides her own mother English tongue, is well grounded in Greek, and understands Italian, but does not venture to speak it. She sings excellently and plays on several instruments, so that she combines every accomplishment." So again, Mary is a highly accomplished European princess, admired for grace and poise and for her beauty. And yet, for some reason, Catherine and Mary both often get described as ugly. In the 90s, Cate Blanchett stars in a movie called Elizabeth, about Queen Elizabeth, the half-sister of Mary, who takes the throne after Mary. And in that movie, Mary is depicted as a kind of fat, disheveled, slovenly woman who's half crazy with a stutter, and it's completely over the top. But here we see that in her youth, she's a beautiful young woman. And with Catherine, the narrative that gets passed down through the ages is that Henry was still in peak form, but Catherine was aged and ugly. And there might be some truth to that she was aging, and Anne Boleyn was youthful and beautiful. But Savignano also meets and describes Catherine, and he says, quote, "Her Majesty is not of tall stature, rather small. If not handsome, she's not ugly. She is somewhat stout and has always a smile on her countenance." So nothing there to say that she was repulsive or anything. And she was 45 years old. She was just aging normally. Mary is well respected and well suited to her station in life, but things are not going to stay like this. She's going to enter some turbulent waters, and she will have to grow up fast. It's about to become sink or swim for her. In August of 1532, William Warham dies. He was 82 years old, and he was, as I mentioned before, a staunch defender of the Pope and the power of the papacy in England. Since he was the Archbishop of Canterbury, too, that really meant something. So Warham and Wolsey are both dead, and Thomas Cranmer is now promoted as the successor to Warham and is consecrated as the Archbishop of Canterbury. Cranmer was a supporter of the king's cause and also just happened to be the former chaplain of the Boleyn family. What a coincidence. With this support coming from the head of the church in England, Henry was emboldened to begin speaking openly of his intention to remarry. Anne Boleyn becomes the Marchioness of Pembroke, and this kind of thing had never been done before. She had no ties to the English monarchy and was just inserted into it de novo. And Anne is just insultingly bold. She requests that Catherine's royal jewels be given to her. And Catherine says that she would never give them over willingly to a person who was, quote, the scandal of Christendom. But Henry directly commands her to fork them over, so she has no choice. It's a twisting of the knife and a supreme indignity. From there, Henry seeks to cement an alliance with France against Charles, knowing that Charles can't defeat both of them. So he goes to France to meet with Francis, and he takes Anne with him. They were over there for 6 weeks together. And while away, Anne finally succumbs to Henry's advances, and they consummate their relationship. They aren't married, by the way, and Henry is still legally married to Catherine. They went to France in October, and by December, Anne is pregnant. And they still aren't officially married. They get married in a secret ceremony presided over by Cranmer. And his marriage with Catherine is still not officially over. So the dissolution of his marriage with Catherine is now his chief goal. And Catherine understands the urgency. She writes to Charles and says, quote, "Though I know your majesty is engaged in grave and important Turkish affairs, I cannot cease to importune you about my own, in which almost equal offense is being offered unto God. The prospective interview between two kings, the companion of the king now takes everywhere with him, and the authority and place he allows her to have cause the greatest scandal and the most widespread fear of impending calamity. Knowing the fears of my people, I am compelled by any conscience to resist, trusting in God and your majesty, and begging you to urge the Pope to pronounce sentence at once." End quote. You can sense the desperation. But there's not really much that Charles can do. Her request shows that she's still operating in a world that no longer exists. She's asking for the Pope to pronounce a sentence. But what is that going to do? Henry and Cranmer and Parliament don't care about what the Pope has to say anymore. The Pope is so obviously captured by the power of Charles' empire that they aren't going to respect it. It should be clear at this point that Henry is just going to do whatever Henry is going to do. On April 5th, the English bishops ruled that Pope Julius II's dispensation allowing the marriage of Henry and Catherine was against the law of God. The Act in Restraint of Appeals is passed, and thus England is now, quote, "governed by one supreme head and king, and is not subject to any outside force or power, including the Pope." At the end of May, Cranmer declared the dissolution of the 24-year marriage between Henry and Catherine, and a week later, Anne, visibly pregnant, rides through London to Westminster Abbey to be crowned as queen. Eustace Dupuis records that no one shouted, "God save the queen," and that calling Catherine queen was punishable by death, but they still shouted it along her path. Catherine obviously had to relinquish the title of queen and was downgraded to Dowager Princess of Wales, widow of Prince Arthur. Catherine refused these titles. To her, she was always and would always be the king's wife and the mother of the heir to the throne. And Henry did not appreciate this. This is from Whitelock, quote, "Henry's patience had run out. Catherine was to move to Buckton in Huntingdonshire, a remote mansion belonging to the bishops of Lincoln. The arrangement amounted to house arrest. She was unable to leave without the king's permission and prevented from seeing her daughter." End quote. As he began to anticipate the birth of his second child, hoping that it would be the long-awaited male heir, his attitude toward Mary soured. He forbade her from seeing, writing, or sending messages to her mother, and Mary begged him to change his mind, but he refused. When she learned of his marriage to Anne, she wisely received it with affinity, or at least that's what she expressed. Her personal feelings were probably better described as antipathy than affinity, but because she wasn't causing a stir, she was pretty much left alone. Though the imperial ambassador was predicting that that would change when her half-sibling was born, especially if it was a brother. Meanwhile, Anne was an openly hostile stepmother, and Mary was caught between estranged parents. Dupuis recorded how Anne would openly brag about how, quote, "she would have the princess for her lady's maid, but that it is only to make her eat humble pie, or to marry her to some varlet, which would be an irreparable injury," end quote. But Anne had to tread carefully there because the people of England loved Catherine and almost certainly viewed Mary as the true heir. No second-born daughter would easily surpass her in the line of succession. But that's exactly what they did. They leapfrogged her in the line of succession when in September of 1533, Anne gave birth to, quote, "the high and mighty Princess of England, Elizabeth." Within a week of her birth, Mary was instructed of the, quote, "diminishing of her high estate, of the name and dignity of princess," end quote. She was forbidden from using the title and was to cease using it immediately. At the same time, her chamberlain, Lord Hussey, was instructed by Cranmer to obtain her royal jewels, and she was determined not to give them up. A princess's jewels were the visible representation of her station. It was a key element of what made her a princess. Without her jewels, she had no leverage. And Mary was stubborn, and she flatly refused to turn them over to Hussey. And this went on for over a month, and Mary said she wouldn't turn them over until she saw a letter in her father's own hand commanding it. And she was going to make him say it. Now, Mary was smart and, like her father, stubborn, but she also, like her father, had a passion for finery and regality. She was proud and born to command, and she had never had to suffer indignity of any kind before, really. And she's 17 years old at this point, so she's not going to take this lying down. And she takes after both her parents in that regard. She's formidable, even at this early stage. She's not going to be bossed around by her own chamberlain, that's for sure. But the birth of Elizabeth didn't really change much for Henry. He still didn't have the male heir that he wanted. And the imperial ambassadors were just gleeful with Schadenfreude. In reaction to the news of a girl, as one said, quote, "God has forgotten him entirely, hardening him in his obstinacy to punish and ruin him," end quote. But for Anne and Mary, it changed a lot. If Anne had produced a boy, her position would have been cemented in place. And Mary probably wouldn't have acknowledged the legitimacy of a boy since she viewed her father's new marriage to be adulterous. As far as she was concerned, a boy would have just been another Henry Fitzroy. But Parliament and the throne would have immediately made him the new heir. But since it was a half-sister, it made her decision easier. She simply wouldn't recognize Elizabeth's place in the chain of succession. At this point, she steps into the light as the open opponent of Anne. And this is from Porter, quote, "There was no agonizing over the course of action to be taken, as there was no alternative. Anne Boleyn had destroyed her mother's life, and now Mary, utterly certain that she was the king's only true heir, set herself up deliberately as the focus of opposition to Anne. She would not go away. She would not back down," end quote. Both Anne and Mary knew the stakes of their rivalry. Anne's survival depended on the legitimacy of her children, and Mary, being the firstborn, stood in the way of that. And Mary knew that her place in the world was threatened by this woman and her offspring. Anne herself described the nature of their relationship when she said, quote, "I am her death and she is mine." But Mary was in a more precarious position than Anne because her father was commanding her to give up her place. And she said that she would always obey him, but for 3 years she defied him. And he could not let that stand. A king who can't control his own daughter is no king. Her letters to him in light of her demotion were pretty intense. Quote, "This morning my chamberlain came and informed me that he had received a letter from Sir William Paulet, controller of your house, to the effect that I should remove at once to Hertford Castle. I desired to see the letter, in which was written, 'The Lady Mary, the king's daughter,' leaving out the name princess. I marveled at this, thinking your grace was not privy to it, not doubting that you take me for your lawful daughter. If I agreed to the contrary, I should offend God. In all other things you shall find me an obedient daughter," end quote. Now, if you didn't catch that, she's accusing Henry of not having his affairs together and not being in control of his own house. The accusation that a letter could go forth from his house without his knowledge is a pretty serious one. And likewise, she's accusing him of being manipulated. And like I said, she's making him say it. But Henry doesn't shy away. He sends a deputation with a message for her. Quote, "The king is surprised to be informed, both by Lord Hussey's letters and his own daughter's own, delivered by one of her servants, that she, forgetting her filial duty and allegiance, attempts, in spite of the commandment given her, arrogantly to usurp the title of princess, pretending to be heir apparent, declaring that she cannot in conscience think but that she is the king's lawful daughter, born in true matrimony, and believe that the king in his conscience thinks the same." End quote. Oh, he's making it clear that he no longer sees her as his legitimate daughter and heir. By November, her household was being dismantled and her servants dismissed. Eventually, she's moved in with her half-sister, Elizabeth. And Elizabeth has the same kind of team of servants that Mary had as an infant, and the lady governess of the house was Anne Boleyn's aunt, Anne Shelton. So Anne Shelton has both Elizabeth and Mary under her charge, and Mary is now deprived of her own household. She had just 2 ladies and a few male retainers from her original staff left. So at this point, she's been disgraced, demoted, embarrassed, repudiated by her own father, deprived of her standard of living, forced to live under the kin of the woman who ruined her mother's life, with the half-sister who has officially supplanted her, without any income beyond what her father is willing to give her, and to top it all off, she's effectively under house arrest. But if she was going to be made miserable, she made sure that everyone else was going to be miserable too. Again, from Linda Porter, quote, "Mary gave as good as she got. From the moment she arrived at Hatfield, she radiated resentment and the stubbornness that came with her pride and sense of loss. She was determined to be treated differently, requiring meals at times that did not fit in with the rest of the household, a separate and more expensive diet, and the freedom to take copious amounts of exercise. From Lady Shelton's point of view, she could not allow Mary to ride or even walk unsupervised. The girl's fragile health merely added to the difficulties. How serious was it? How should it be treated? Supposing Mary died in her care, then there would be accusations of poison. The lady governess was horrified. Mary's uncooperativeness exasperated her." End quote. Despite all of this, though, Shelton actually kind of respected her. She deep down knew that what was happening to Mary was despicable. And she was routinely ordered to try to break Mary's spirit, but she wouldn't do it. And to the point that she was reprimanded for, quote, "behaving to the princess with too much respect and kindness, saying that she ought only to be treated as a bastard," end quote. And Mary was never physically assaulted there, though, despite Anne Boleyn's commands to box her ears if she continued to use the title princess for herself. But the atmosphere there was tense, to say the least, and harsh words were often exchanged. And Mary's formal education was also stopped during this time, so all she had to do was to sit and stew on the depths to which she had fallen. And Charles V couldn't really do anything for her either. He had hoped to have her married off to get her out of England and back into a royal court somewhere, but since her own father considered her a bastard, her status was so diminished that there weren't going to be many takers. Even James V of Scotland, who would be the father of Mary, Queen of Scots, pointed out that Charles was in no position to deliver her. But Mary truly appreciated the support from Charles and began from this point to view him as a father figure. He had once been a potential husband, but now he was filling the gulf where her now absent and hostile father used to be. And this way, Charles further drives a wedge between Mary and Henry. Chapuis finally gets an audience with Henry and protests the treatment of Catherine and Mary, and Henry was probably expecting this, so he tells him that it's really none of his business and that his marriage with Anne is now binding, and that's pretty much that. As for Mary, he said that even if she was legitimate, her present disobedience merited disinheritance anyway. But since Henry opened the door to legal argument, Chapuis jumps on it and points out that Parliament couldn't make Mary a bastard. Legitimacy cases could only be tried in ecclesiastical courts. Besides, Henry had considered her the rightful princess up until the birth of Elizabeth. If her legitimacy stemmed from her birth to Catherine, then he should have disinherited her as soon as his marriage with Catherine was voided. But he didn't. So there's no way that it would make sense for him to disinherit her at the point of the birth of a younger sister. And Chapuis has got him. He cannot argue the merits of the case. So Henry gets annoyed and he says, quote, "There was no other princess except his daughter Elizabeth until he had a son, which he thought should happen soon." End quote. In other words, when it comes down to it, he didn't put much stock in Elizabeth either and figured that time would solve the problem. He was still desperate for a son. At one point, Henry is talking with a French ambassador about Marian. He says that he is refusing to see her because of her obstinacy, which he blames on her Spanish blood. which that's kind of funny because he seems like he doesn't realize that it's not her Spanish blood, it's her Tudor blood. Right? It's two Tudors' stubbornness bouncing off of each other. That's what's happening here. But the French ambassador mentions how, quote, very well brought up Mary was. And at this, Henry's guard comes down and his eyes well up with tears, and he, quote, could not refrain from praising her, end quote. And it's things like this which makes this whole situation so sad. Anne recognizes this, and she simply resents Henry for his continued affection for Mary and redoubles her efforts to conspire against her. And Chapuis has a source in Anne's court that reported her as saying that she was going to use her authority to have Mary killed, quote, either by hunger or otherwise, even if she, Anne, was burnt alive for it, end quote. Over time, the cat and mouse game between Anne and Mary played out, with Anne continuously seeking to further alienate Mary from Henry. And she more or less got her way, and Mary didn't see her father for several years at a time. Anne, as queen, would come and visit Mary from time to time to try to get her to acquiesce to the king's demands, which were really her demands. And Porter describes this dynamic and gives an example of it playing out. Quote, their meetings during Anne's reign, though few, followed a predictable course. Anne attempted to reason with Mary, holding out the promise of better treatment. Mary invariably responded with scathing rudeness, as only someone brought up as a princess could. Anne, her temper barely in check at most times, then got very angry indeed. But the moral victory was clear. It was always Mary's. A striking example of this is the confrontation in March 1534, when Anne had gone to Hatfield to see Elizabeth. She urgently solicited the princess to visit her and honor her as queen, saying that it would be a means of reconciliation with the king, and she herself would intercede with him for her, and she would be well or better treated than ever. Mary's response was icy. She knew no queen in England except her mother, but if Madame Anne Boleyn, which, by the way, note that she doesn't say Queen Anne Boleyn, Madame Anne Boleyn would speak to her father on her behalf, she would be much obliged. Anne tried again to no effect, and in the end threatened her, but Mary was unmoved, end quote. Unfortunately, cathartic as her protests were, they weren't very effective and ultimately became a further embarrassment for her. For instance, at one point, Elizabeth's household was being moved, and Mary refused to be in the train behind Elizabeth because to do so would be to implicitly acknowledge Elizabeth's supremacy over her. Her protest went so far that one gentleman was forced to physically pick her up and place her into the litter. Of course, she acted like she was assaulted and manhandled, but she was just placed into the litter and off they went. And Chapuis disapproved of this and said that doing this was basically a needless provocation and would just end up with her being further humiliated and treated even worse. But obstruction was really the only avenue of resistance that was open to her. But things they're getting more and more serious. Anne Hussey, the wife of Mary's chamberlain, was taken to the Tower in London and questioned as to whether she had referred to Mary as princess in private. And you're going to hear about the Tower a lot from here on out. It's basically prison. It's where many a political prisoner ends up and is the first stop for those who are going to be executed. And getting sent to the Tower isn't necessarily a death sentence, but it's the first step in that direction. And there is increasingly a price to be paid for Mary's stubbornness, both by her and for those around her. The stress and pressure that was on her was unreal. She was being pressed on all sides to denounce her own royal heritage. Her world is collapsing, and the pressure takes its toll on her. And that summer, she gets sick, like really sick, to the point that Chapuis demands that she be seen by the king's physician. And she pulls through, obviously, but the rest of 1534 and 1535 were marked by fear and disbelief as Henry asserts his new authority as head of the church in England. And he does this by executing his political and religious opponents, and he is not gentle in this regard. There are a group of monks that were executed, and Whitelock details the methods used. Quote, the monks were hanged in the habits until they lost consciousness, then revived so that they could watch as they were castrated and disemboweled. Their entrails were burnt in front of them, and then each body quartered and beheaded. There was also the death of John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, who opposed the divorce and the act of supremacy that made Henry the head of the church. He was beheaded on Tower Hill, and his naked body was displayed at the site of his execution. Henry then demanded that his head be put on a spike. A week and a half later, Thomas More was executed. He also was a supporter of Catherine and Mary and an opponent of the act of supremacy. He was going to be disemboweled like the monks, but that sentence was commuted because he was once the Lord Chancellor, so he was just beheaded instead. His body was interred at the Tower, but his head was parboiled and impaled on a pole on London Bridge. And this was shocking on the continent. The Bishop of Faenza recounted the news as it hit Europe. Quote, "There is strange news here of the cruelty of the King of England to certain religious men. He caused them to be ripped up in each other's presence, their arms torn off, their hearts cut out and rubbed upon their mouths and faces." End quote. And while Europe is shocked by this barbarity, Anne Boleyn is trying to get Henry to go even further. Chapuis reports to Charles that, quote, "She is continually telling the king that he does not act rightly or prudently in allowing the queen and the princess to live. For they deserve death," she says, "much more than those who have lately been executed, since, after all, they were and are still the cause of all the mischief." End quote. Now, this was a significant escalation, and it did not bode well for Mary or for Catherine. They had both been in defiance of the king's order, and they were refusing to acquiesce to his demands that they relinquish their titles. They were formally stripped of them already, but as long as they held firm, the people could still think of them as the true queen and princess. So it was imperative that they themselves admit that they were illegitimate. Both of them refused to do it, and both of them realized that, with the way things were going, it could very well mean their death. After the Act of Succession was passed that made Elizabeth the official heir, Cromwell sent commissioners to inform Catherine and to pressure her into abjuring. And they did so by threatening Mary and encouraging her to, quote, "regard for her honorable and most dear daughter, the Lady Princess." Which, by the way, notice how they'll refer to her as princess when it suits them, but will throw people in the Tower for doing the same thing in a private conversation. But anyway, back to this letter. "Regard for her honorable and most dear daughter, the Lady Princess, from whom the King's Highness might also withdraw his princely estimation, goodness, zeal, and affection, with no little regret, sorrow, and extreme calamity." End quote. So she refuses to sign the oath and tells them, quote, "If any one of you has a commission to execute this penalty upon me, I am ready. I ask only that I be allowed to die in the sight of the people." So Catherine sees the threat. She's not being flippant in her rejection. She's willing to go to the gallows, or more likely the block, over this. Mary also stood firm, and Henry realized that he wasn't going to get anywhere by threatening her, as was Anne's tack. So he begs her. He says that he will give her a royal title and royal dignity if she just confesses the marriage to be illegitimate and her place in the succession relinquished. But Mary refuses. She also knew that this came with supreme danger. One of the imperial ambassadors who spoke with her after this reported that, quote, "She says she cares little, having full confidence in God that she will go straight to paradise and be quit of the tribulations of this world. And her only grief is about the troubles of the queen, her mother." End quote. Now, this, of course, made things even worse for her, and the house arrest she was under grew even more restrictive. She was allowed fewer and fewer visitors, and the ones she did receive were investigated and reported to the King's Privy Council. When the infant Elizabeth received visitors, Mary was often locked in her room for the duration of the visit. Her windows were nailed shut, and she was reminded by Lady Shelton that, quote, "the king's known to have said that he would make her lose her head for violating the laws of this realm." End quote. In February of 1535, she got sick again. Dangerously ill is what the report said, so it was serious, and there were fears that she was going to die. Henry sends his own physician, either by what was left of his paternal care for her, or to stem the swirling rumors that she was being poisoned. Anne's threats of poisoning Mary were sort of an open secret at this point, and Henry couldn't afford for them to take root. And Catherine was beside herself and was begging Henry that she could see Mary. For all she knows, she's asking to see Mary off, to see her before she dies. And Henry says no. He declines and even blames Mary's obstinacy on Catherine and her influence. He's also worried that Catherine might abscond away with Mary. And he makes what's actually really an interesting confession when he's talking about Catherine in this context. He says, quote, "The Lady Catherine is a proud, stubborn woman of high courage. If she took it into her head to take her daughter's part, she could quite easily take the field, muster a great army, and wage against me a war as fierce as any her mother Isabella ever made in Spain." End quote. He knows his wife and what she's capable of. It was an acknowledgement of her resolve and her mighty political lineage, grudging of an acknowledgement as it may be. And I think this really says something here, because Henry isn't afraid to stand in the face of Francis and the Valois, the Pope and his cardinals, or even Charles V and his vast empire. He's not afraid of them, but he's afraid of Catherine. And that really says something. But anyway, when Mary recovers, she receives word that Henry now considers her his worst enemy. And Cromwell, he's just a pure pragmatist politician. He has no real interest in morality or what's right. He has no sides other than what is advantageous to his political position. And he says that Mary and Catherine have successfully turned most of the monarchs in Europe against England by their very existence. And, to be accurate, it's not their existence, it's Henry's behavior toward them that did that. But for Cromwell, he has suspicions that their stubbornness was an intentional tactic that they were using to encourage conspiracy against the crown, both from foreign monarchs and from the domestic population. As long as they are alive, relations with the empire are going to be fraught. Of course, if they kill them, that would make it even worse. So Cromwell's kind of acknowledging that they're stuck. He's reported as saying that he wished they both would have just died of natural causes somehow. No one would have questioned the marriage with Anne or the place of Elizabeth in the succession. There would be no threat of war with the empire, so on and so forth. It's pretty clear that Henry is more or less of the same impression too. And by January 1535, Henry was simply fed up. He told Mary that she must abjure, quote, "On pain of her life, she must not call herself princess or her mother queen, but that if ever she does, she will be sent to the Tower." End quote. So the threat of execution that had been floating abstractly in the ether is now concrete. He's openly threatening his own daughter with imprisonment and execution. At this point, though, what else is he going to do? He can't let her continue to disobey his authority. He's painted himself into a corner. I mean, this is his own fault, of course, but he can't really do otherwise. Mary now realized that the threat on her life was immediate. Quote, "Mary was now desperate to escape England. A servant of the imperial ambassador who visited her at Eltham reported that she thinks of nothing else than how it may be done, her desire for it increasing every day. Chapuis had raised the prospect frequently over the previous 2 years, but then the immediate danger had receded and the plans had not developed further. This time it was different. Mary felt the danger to be greater than ever. She sent for Chapuis, quote, begging him most urgently to think over the matter. Otherwise she considered herself lost, knowing they wanted only to kill her. Somehow, Henry senses that something is up and orders that she must be watched by armed guards and troops were placed at every seaport within a day's ride of her. Henry was also signaling to Parliament that he would soon be finished with the trouble that Catherine and Mary were affording him. So everything was pointing to imminent execution. It was into this context of just incredible tension that the health of Catherine actually begins to fail. And you got to think that the two things were directly connected, the stress and the illness. And for several months, she had been experiencing a, quote, pain in her stomach. She begged for Henry to let her see Mary. They hadn't been together in 4 years, but Henry denied her daughter a final visit to her dying mother. Chapuis was allowed to visit, and he showed up on January 2nd, 1536. He came to console her as she prepared herself for death. And they would sit together for hours each day, and they would reminisce about the good years. And she thanked Chapuis for his years of service. And I have to say, Chapuis is an interesting figure because, as we'll see, he's a guy whose motives are clearly at odds with the reformers and with the interests of England, really. He's an imperial agent, and he's seeking the good of the Holy Roman Empire, the Habsburg Empire. But it's moments like this where you kind of realize that he's not just a sort of clandestine, late medieval CIA agent for the empire. I mean, he is that, but he's a guy who takes his calling seriously, who cares for Catherine and later for Mary. He's really their only lifeline. He's constantly, practically begging Charles to do anything and everything that he can to help them. And when help doesn't come, he's the only person who is there for Catherine at the hour of her death. She has no family with her. Her husband doesn't care. Her daughter isn't allowed to see her. And her few servants, whichever ones Henry allows her, and Chapuis, that's all she's got. And Chapuis rises to that occasion, and he is there for her when it counts. He's a decent and loyal man, a virtuous man. And Catherine thanks him for his dutiful service to her and her family, and then she apologizes to him for, quote, her misfortune and that of the princess, end quote, and for, quote, the delay of remedy by which all good men had suffered. So she's saying, I'm sorry for this mess that we've gotten the world of Christendom into. She's blaming herself. She views her cause as having failed, and she couldn't do enough to win Henry back or to halt the split with Rome. And Chapuis tenderly, he tells her that it's not her fault. These things that have happened were not a result of her defiance or of her strategic failures or legal faults. He tells her that God is in control. And he has brought these things about for, quote, the exaltation of the good and the confusion of the wicked, end quote. And this makes her feel much better about the situation. And it does. It gives her some peace in her final days. And so much so that she even rallies for a bit and is able to keep food down for a couple of days. And Chapuis' words really made a difference for her. But nevertheless, at the dawn of the 7th of January, 1536, she pretty much knows that it's her final day. So she hears Mass that morning and then dictates a letter to Charles and a letter to Henry. And she prayed, quote, that God would pardon the king, her husband, for the wrong that he has done her, end quote. The letter she drafted Henry was preserved, and it says, quote, my most dear lord, king, and husband, the hour of my death now drawing on, the tender love I owe you forth me, my case being such, to commend myself to you and to put you in remembrance with a few words of the health and safeguard of your soul, which you ought to prefer before all worldly matters, and before the care and pampering of your body, for the which you have cast me into many calamities and yourself into many troubles. For my part, I pardon you everything. And I wish to devoutly pray God that he will pardon you also. For the rest, I commend unto you our daughter Mary, beseeching you to be a good father unto her, as I have heretofore desired. I entreat you also on behalf of my maids to give them marriage portions, which is not much, they being but 3. For all my other servants I solicit wages due them in a year more, lest they be unprovided for. Lastly, I make this vow, that mine eyes desire you above all things. Catherine. She spent her last hours in peaceful contemplation, and by that afternoon, she was dead. And this happens right at the height of the very legitimate concerns of execution. And that's not Catherine and Mary being dramatic. Henry was actively warning them and declaring that he would have them executed as traitors if they don't acquiesce. And they were refusing. But at the same time, to execute Catherine and Mary would be an absolute provocation, something that Charles V simply could not abide. But everyone knew that with Catherine out of the picture, things suddenly became much simpler for Henry. So Catherine's death at this time was considered very suspicious. To make matters worse, when she was embalmed, the chandler responsible for the embalming found that all of her organs were in good shape and healthy, with the exception of her heart. He described her heart as being black all the way through and that it had a round thing that was attached to the outside of one of the heart chambers. It was almost definitely a cancerous tumor, but her physician came to the conclusion that she had been poisoned. The imperial ambassador interviews the physician, and the physician was insistent. And he pointed out that she took ill several weeks after drinking some Welsh beer, and that it must have been poisoned with a slow-working and subtle poison. That's almost certainly not true, and they had no real tangible evidence to prove it, but that didn't matter for her supporters. They latched onto the idea. And Mary would not have been ignorant to these rumors. And she would almost definitely have to entertain the idea that her father just had her mother killed. Now, Chapuys records Henry's reaction to Catherine's death. He says, quote, "You could not conceive the joy that the king and those who favor the concubinage have shown at the death of the good queen," end quote. And Linda Porter says that Henry and Anne, quote, "danced for joy when they received the news that Catherine had died." And Whitelock describes the king's Sunday following Catherine's death, just 2 days later. Quote, "That Sunday, Henry attended Mass in the Chapel Royal, dressed entirely in yellow, signifying his joy, and with a white feather in his cap. After dining, he went to Anne's apartments, where the ladies danced, and there did several things like one transposed with joy," end quote. And Chapuys further describes the situation when he reports, quote, "From all I hear, the grief of the people at this news is incredible, and the indignation they feel against the king, whom they lay the blame of her death, part of them believing it was by poison, and others by grief. And they are the more indignant at the joy the king has exhibited," end quote. Obviously, celebrating the death of your lawful wife at church and then partying with your concubine and dancing with her ladies is disgusting. Just horrific behavior. And the people in England saw that. And that's the one thing that Catherine and Mary misunderstood over the last few years. Catherine and Mary were both making requests to Henry, thinking him to be the man they remembered, the father and husband that he used to be. Neither one of them fully understood just how capricious and petty and just morally degraded he had become. I mean, just compare the final letter that Catherine sends Henry with his response to her death. It's about as stark as it gets, and it's not hard to see why one side would be viewed as virtuous and the other just fully debauched. However, with Catherine having died of natural causes, Henry was really probably celebrating the prospect of war with Charles now being over. Upon hearing the news that Friday, he was reported as having shouted, quote, "God be praised that we are free from all suspicion of war." Well, that's no real excuse for the partying and the celebrations. Even if there was a silver lining, any decent man would have some kind of solemnity upon hearing of the death of the woman you spent more than 2 decades married to. Not Henry, though. And Catherine's death was obviously devastating for Mary. 4 days after her death, Lady Shelton, Mary's governess, just walks up to her and blurts out that her mother is dead. It was described as, quote, "most unceremonious and without the least preparation," end quote. I mean, just brutal stuff here. By the way, your mom's dead. Right? That's basically what happened. And she lost her mother, and her father was, for all intents and purposes, lost to her years ago. And Charles wasn't able to do really anything for Catherine, let alone for Mary. His connection to Mary was much less binding than it was to Catherine, too. He cares about Mary. She's got Spanish blood. She's a cousin. But if he couldn't do anything for Catherine, he definitely can't, or just isn't, going to do anything for Mary. And with the Catherine situation resolved, tragically as it was, Charles pivots and begins courting English support against the French again. So any hint of support for Mary in this from the Habsburgs has basically evaporated. So Mary was devastated by grief. And we pointed out earlier that as a royal princess, she wouldn't have spent a whole lot of time with her parents, but she loved them. And she shared the abasement she felt with her mother. And that deepened their love for each other. And the realization that they would never see each other again would have caused her just incredible pain. And one person begins trying to court her friendship, though. And it's perhaps the most unlikely candidate. Anne Boleyn. Now, if you're confused about why Anne Boleyn, of all people, would be reaching out to Mary, imagine Mary's confusion. She's probably thinking, why is that woman, remember that's how she referred to Anne Boleyn, that woman, never by name. Why is that woman who ruined my life, poisoned my father against me, and maybe even literally poisoned my mother, coming to try to be my friend? Right? Anne Boleyn's attempt went about as well as you might expect. But why would Anne do this? Was it because her hatred was really just for Catherine, and with her gone, she felt bad for Mary? I mean, she has her own daughter, and Elizabeth seems to have prominence over Mary for the succession, so what is there to lose? Is that why? Well, no, almost certainly not. She hated Mary. And Catherine aside, she was constantly trying to sabotage Henry's relationship with her. No, she definitely had ulterior motives. Anne celebrated the death of Catherine, but then quickly realized that Catherine's death actually made her situation worse rather than better. As long as Catherine was alive, Henry was going to be satisfied with Anne, but as soon as his first wife was dead and gone, he might then start looking at his second wife with suspicion. Because Anne had provided no more children than Catherine did. Both his wives had only brought him daughters. And she was probably starting to feel the distance between herself and Henry growing. So realizing that there would always be some kernel of paternal affection for Mary, as degraded as it had become under her own influence, she tried to reconcile with Mary to ride the coattails and leech off of Mary's favor with Henry. But Mary's not built like that. She shuts that door right in Anne's face. And in response to she says this in response to Anne. She says, quote, "I would rather die 100 times than change my opinion or do anything against my honor and conscience." End quote. What a just heavy slap in the face. And you kind of have to just appreciate Mary for stuff like that. She was able to be so cutting with her prose. It's something that her and Knox have in common. There's actually a lot more than you might expect that her and Knox have in common, actually, and we'll get to that a bit later. But for now, Anne, she gets pregnant again, so her confidence is restored, and she changes her position towards Mary back to contempt and instructs Lady Shelton to keep making her life miserable. And she hints toward the idea that if she has a son, she's going to just have Mary killed one way or another. At this point, Mary broaches the idea of escaping to Brussels under the security of the empire. And this, again, it was just a continuous theme in her correspondences with Chapuis. I think this is the third time we've referenced now her thinking about escaping England. When the tensions ramp up and the danger surges, there would be these plans for her to abscond away out of England to the empire. And in this situation, it was she was, quote, daily preparing herself for death, according to Chapuis. And it's easy to look at this as an overreaction or hysterics, but it wasn't at all clear that her life wasn't pretty much always in imminent danger. It was. The things that were being done to her every day for years were just ghoulish. It's awful. And on top of all that, there's a very real threat made explicit by Henry himself that if she doesn't start obeying him, that he will have her killed. So this is real, and she is walking a tightrope. But Anne's loss of favor with Henry was also very real. And about 2 weeks after Catherine's death, she miscarried a son. After this, Henry was speaking to close confidants about Anne and his doubts about her. And he said that he had been convinced to marry her as a result of witchcraft. He's literally saying that she bewitched him. And because of that, he considers the marriage null. And for proof of this, he points to her inability to give him a son. So he starts looking at other women, and he takes a liking to Jane Seymour. She was 25 and had been one of Catherine's ladies. And Anne was heartbroken, but what did she expect? It's pretty much the exact same thing he had done to Catherine at her behest. Like, how could she not see this coming, right? And Cromwell sees this as a perfect opportunity to try to bring about Anne's downfall. Now, Cromwell and Anne don't really seem like they would be natural enemies. They were both Protestant-minded, or at least open to the new religious ideas. But it was a kind of arcane policy agreement that caused their relationship to flounder. Now, Cromwell wanted to confiscate the wealth of the smaller monasteries, and Anne was fine with that, but she wanted to direct where the money would go. And Cromwell had very specific ideas about where that money should go, and he couldn't afford her negating his bill that he's trying to get through Parliament and all that. And in the back of his mind, he also knew that he was kind of negotiating with Charles V via Chapuis on some things, and if Anne caught wind of those back channels, things could go very poorly for him. And he realized that he might end up like Wolsey, only not having the luxury of dying of natural causes. So he decided that it was him or her. So him and Chapuis put together a plot to take her out. Essentially, there were these two guys who were smitten with Anne, and she really must have just been wildly charismatic, because trying to flirt with Henry VIII's wife is a pretty wild life decision to make. And Cromwell hears about these guys, and he has them arrested and tortured into admitting that they had committed adultery with Anne and plotted the murder of Henry. The accusations stacked from there, so Anne gets taken to the Tower. And this is from Whitelaw, quote, "To Henry, Anne was now an accursed and poisoning whore who had conspired to kill Catherine and Mary, Henry Fitzroy, and the king himself. Several members of the Privy Council were accused as conspirators. None of it was true, but almost everyone involved were executed." And you have to note that Henry comes out of this looking simply terrible. He had lived with this woman for 9 years, and he just takes all of these accusations and just unquestioningly accepts all of them. And Chapuis admits that these accusations against her were preposterous, but Henry just goes along with it, and he oversees the execution of his own wife. In this context, Linda Porter describes the development of Henry's personality at this point in his life when she says, quote, "Emotionally, he was a strangely fragile man with an infinite capacity to feel sorry for himself. He also knew how to get others to do his dirty work, and he expected complete, unquestioning loyalty. Opposition made him ruthless, but Anne's opponents, and Mary above all, did not learn from the lessons of her fall." End quote. Remarkably, Anne, before facing the gallows, does seem to have a change of heart regarding Mary. This is from Whitelaw, quote, "The day before her execution, Anne asked Lady Kingston, wife of the lieutenant of the Tower, to go to Hudson and on her behalf kneel before Mary and ask her pardon for all the wrongs she had done her. On her way to the scaffold, as Cardinal Granville wrote to Chapuis, the concubine declared that she did not consider herself condemned by divine judgment, except for being the cause of the ill treatment of the princess and for having conspired her death." End quote. And that's pretty wild that Anne, she not only does she flip back and sort of repent for all the wrong that she's done to Mary, but in her death on the scaffold, she uses the title princess for Mary, which is that alone could have gotten her put into the position that she was in the Tower. You know, she would have been risking death to say that if she weren't already condemned to death. So that is it's pretty telling, and I think it's an interesting turn for Anne. You know, so far we've been very critical of her in this, but that seems like a heartfelt, about face, a heartfelt repentance there. But it only took 2 days after her execution for Thomas Cranmer to pronounce her marriage with Henry to have been invalid. And that meant just as quickly as Mary had been disinherited, so now was Elizabeth disinherited. And with Anne out of the picture, you might think that Mary's problems were solved. She's got a clean slate, and her half-sister is now in the same position as her. In fact, she has preeminence now since she is the elder. Everything seems to be poised to take a turn in her favor. She might even stand to repair her relationship with her father. But like Porter said above, she didn't learn the lesson of Anne's fall. Because Cromwell had used her to take out Anne. And she was just a pawn in his political game. And now that she had served her purpose, he turns around and tries to discard her and her supporters too. And Cromwell was a Protestant at heart, or at least not a papist, so he turns around and depicts Mary and Chapuis and all the imperial supporters as disloyal subjects who want to overturn Henry's religious reforms and reinstitute papal rule in England. He also says that they are seeking to reinstate Mary as the rightful heir to the throne, despite her remaining an illegitimate, disobedient papist daughter. And Chapuis saw this coming. He knew all along that Cromwell was kind of double-dealing. But if by working with him Anne got her comeuppance, he was fine with it and recognized that Cromwell turning against Mary was almost no different than Anne working against Mary. And that's what Cromwell does. He takes up Anne's mantle in seeking to get Mary to heel. Now, if Chapuis saw this coming, Mary did not. Her hopes were not yet dashed when Cromwell brokered permission for her to send a letter directly to Henry, and she's got those high hopes of restoring her relationship and getting her father back. So she sees Cromwell as the ticket back into his good graces, and she sends a letter saying that she would be, quote, as obedient to the king's grace as you can reasonably require of me, end quote. But what she doesn't realize is that she doesn't hold any cards and was in no place to be the one who determines what is reasonable to be required of her. Right? Henry wanted complete submission. The only possible terms were his, and that included the complete removal of her rights and titles as a royal heir, the very thing that she had been fighting against all along. So nothing regarding her position had actually changed. Diplomatically, Cromwell reaches out to Chapuis and gives him a draft letter of what Mary should say to Henry. Basically, it was an apology letter with an abjuration of her titles. And it was a letter of her total submission. And Chapuis, he doesn't like this, but he knows that there's not really another option. Maybe they could pull off a rescue mission and get her out, but even then, her supporters are going to suffer no matter what. And he also sees that if this whole episode was behind them, English imperial relations would be much easier, and most importantly, Mary would be saved from her own stubbornness. And Chapuis, he knew when to hold him and when to fold him. But Mary held out hope and eventually wrote a letter to Henry. Now, I cannot find this letter in English anywhere. It was written in Mary's own hand, but the original was burnt pretty badly in a fire. And thankfully, before it was burned, it was transcribed and printed in 1717, but the transcription is also in Latin. So we're going to have to take Linda Porter's word for it, for what it said. And she describes the letter like this. She says, quote, on the first day of the month, she had written to the king, desiring his blessing and asking forgiveness for all the offenses that I have done to your grace since I first had discretion to offend. She was, she said, quote, as sorry as any living creature. So far, Henry might have been pleased with the apology, but there was a qualification. Next unto God, I do and will submit me in all things to your goodness and pleasure, humbly beseeching your highness to consider that I am but a woman and your child, who hath committed her soul only to God, and her body to be ordered in this world, as it shall stand with your pleasure. She had also congratulated him on his marriage, which, by the way, in the meantime, during all of this, Henry had been married to Jane Seymour. She also congratulated him on his marriage and asked to be allowed to see the new queen. So it sounded good, but Henry wasn't satisfied and didn't even respond to the letter. That qualification, next only to God, it stuck in his craw. Right? That's how narcissistic he was. He couldn't conscience a submission that was conditional even to God. He wanted complete, unconditional, unequivocal, specific surrender to his laws and his demands. He also might have taken offense at the implication that he was commanding her to do something contrary to God and to her conscience. Now, contrary to God, maybe not, but to her conscience, yeah, he was absolutely asking her to do that. And things get so bad that Henry sends a group of guys from the council, actually, to go force her to submit. And she still just won't do it. Her conscience won't let her. And remember that Henry's constant rationale for why his marriage to her mother was being annulled was because it violated his conscience. She learned this conscientious stubbornness from him. So she's basically arguing with these aristocrats, and she's getting the better of them, and they sort of just resort to brutal, vicious verbal assault like a Soviet struggle session. They're just laying into her, screaming, frothing at the mouth, berating her. One of them said that if she weren't the king's own daughter, he should beat her to death and smash her head into the wall until her skull was as soft as a boiled apple. They said she was a traitor who deserved a traitor's death. I mean, that's heavy language to use against anyone, but for a woman born a princess, to be spoken to like that by mere counselors, aristocratic as they may be, that's shocking. But despite that, she won't yield, and they are forced to leave empty-handed. The stress is taking a toll on her, though. And Cromwell writes to her about her qualification, and he threatens to abandon her. He's really the only middleman between her and Henry, so despite him actively working against her, she needs him. He says, quote, "With your folly, you undo yourself. And I say to you, as I have said elsewhere heretofore, it were pity you should not be an example in punishment. To be plain with you, I think you the most obstinate woman that ever was, and I dare not open my lips to name you unless I have such a ground hereto. I have therefore sent you a book of articles to subscribe, on receiving which from you again, with a letter declaring that you think in your heart as you have subscribed with your hand, I venture to speak for your reconciliation. If you do not leave all sinister counsels which have brought you to the point of undoing, I take leave of you forever, and I desire you to write me no more. For I will never think you other than the most ungrateful, unnatural, and most obstinate person living, both to God and your most dear and benign father." End quote. And she realizes that without him, she's got no hope and no protection, and will almost certainly be killed in short order. And this process unfolded over 5 weeks. So she went from the joy of expecting her relationship with her father to be restored when Anne Boleyn died to 5 weeks of ruthless psychological abuse and torment. And finally, she cracks. In a letter to Cromwell, she explains why she said next only to God. And it's worth pointing out that after that scathing letter from Cromwell, her response to him is actually very polite and courteous. She says, "Good Mr. Secretary, I do thank you with all my heart for the great pain and suit you have had for me. I do perceive by your letters that you do mislike mine exception in my letter to the King's grace. I assure you I did not mean it as you do take it. For I do not mistrust that the King's goodness will move me to anything which should offend God and my conscience, but that which I did right was only by the reason of continual custom. For I have always been used, both in writing and speaking, to accept God in all things." End quote. And she attaches a letter to Henry that was a full and unqualified submission. I'll read this in full because it's from Mary's own hand, and it just kind of shows you where she's at in life, and it's pretty sad. Quote, "Most humbly prostrate before the feet of your most excellent majesty, your most humble, faithful, and obedient subject, which hath so extremely offended your most gracious highness that mine heavy and fearful heart dares not presume to call you father, nor your majesty hath any causes by my deserts, saving the benignity of your most blessed nature doth surmount all evils, offenses, and trespasses, and is ever merciful and ready to accept the penitent calling for grace in any convenient time. Having received this Thursday at night certain letters from Mr. Secretary, as well advising me to make mine humble submission immediately to yourself, which because I durst not, without your gracious license, presume to do before, I lately sent unto him, as signifying that your most merciful heart and fatherly pity had granted me your blessing, with condition that I should persevere, and that I had commenced and begun, and that I should not eftsoons offend your majesty by the denial or refusal of any such articles and commandments as may please your highness to address unto me, for the perfect trial of mine heart and inward affection. For the perfect declaration of the bottom of my heart and stomach first, I acknowledge myself to have most unkindly and unnaturally offended your most excellent highness, and that I have not submitted myself to your most just and virtuous laws. And for mine offense therein, which I must confess were in me 1,000-fold more grievous than they could be in any other living creature, I put myself wholly and entirely in your gracious mercy, at whose hand I cannot receive that punishment for the same that I have deserved. Secondly, to open mine heart to your grace in these things which I have heretofore refused to condescend unto, and have now written with mine own hand, sending the same to your highness herewith, I shall never beseech your grace to have pity and compassion on me, if ever you shall perceive that I shall privately or apparently vary or alter from one piece of that I have written and subscribed, or refuse to confirm, ratify, or declare the same, where your majesty shall appoint me. Thirdly, as I have and shall, knowing your excellent learning, virtue, and wisdom, and knowledge, put my soul into your direction, and by the same have and will in all things from henceforth direct my conscience, so my body I do wholly commit to your mercy and fatherly pity, desiring no state, no condition, nor no manner degree of living, but such as your grace shall appoint unto me, acknowledging and confessing that my state cannot be so vile as either the extremity of justice would appoint unto me, or mine as mine offenses have required and deserved. And whatsoever your grace shall command to me to do, touching any of these points, either for things past, present, or to come, I shall as gladly do the same as your majesty can command me. Most humbly, therefore, beseeching your mercy, most gracious sovereign Lord and benign Father, to have pity and compassion on your miserable and sorrowful child, and with the abundance of your inestimable goodness, so to overcome mine iniquity towards God, your grace, and your whole realm, as I may feel some sensible token of reconciliation, which, God is my judge, I only desire, without any respect, to whom I shall daily pray for the preservation of your highness, with the Queen's grace, and that it may please him to send you issue. Your grace's most humble and obedient daughter and handmaid, Mary. End quote. She signs away everything that she had stood for during her banishment. She signs away her mother's marriage, her own legitimacy, her deeply held religious convictions, everything. And it was something that stained her conscience for the rest of her life. And this may have been the darkest period of her life, and things may get slightly better, but she's signed over any claim to royalty. And she is now a bastard daughter, but she's still the daughter of a king. And despite her total unconditional surrender, you have to imagine that it was like a massive pressure release valve was just triggered. With a stroke of a pen, her life was no longer in danger. And just to reiterate just how much danger she was in, just before her mother died, in a letter to Empress Charles V's wife, Isabella, Catherine's doctor reports, quote, "Of the incredible cruelties prepared in Parliament, the king has twice said that the queen and princess are traitors and despise the statutes, and that though he lose his crown, they shall suffer the same penalty as others. The ambassador declares most seriously that they are in great danger." End quote. And after Catherine died, Chapuis seems legitimately concerned that Mary might simply just die of grief. And she was desperately and frantically sending letters to Henry via Cromwell, trying to apologize without giving up her position and asking for some token of his approval. And Henry just never responded. And she goes from that to full restoration of her relationship with her father, short of being the legal heir and princess. Henry finally responds and sends her tokens of his love and appreciation. And Mary also writes to Jane Seymour, probably thinking it prudent to establish a good relationship with her as soon as possible. Right? She can't afford to have another adversarial relationship with a wicked stepmother. And she writes to Jane Seymour and says, quote, "My duty most humbly remembered to your grace pleaseth the same to be advertised that I have received your most gracious letters, being no less full of motherly joy for my towardness of reconciliation than of most prudent counsel for my further proceeding therein, which your grace of your most abundant goodness promiseth to travail to bring to a perfection, as most benignly you have commenced and begun the matter of the same. The inestimable comfort of which I have conceived of that most joyful promise, like as I cannot with tongue or pen express, so with heart and mind, this I shall assure your highness, that from this day forward neither shall mine office want to the king's majesty, my most merciful and benign father, who hath the whole disposition of mine heart in his noble hand, nay, yet my service to your grace, to serve you as humbly, gladly, and obediently with my hands under your noble feet as is possible to be devised or imagined. Most humbly beseeching your grace with such acceleration as shall stand with your pleasure, to have in your gracious remembrance, touching the accomplishments of my most hearty desire for the attaining of the king's most noble presence. Your grace's most humble and obedient daughter and handmaid, Mary." End quote. So she's playing ball for sure, and it's worth noting that Jane Seymour, she seems to be a good faith actor in this. And Mary doesn't seem to ever be really playing politics in her interactions with her. But the last thing that needs to happen for Mary and Henry to be truly reconciled is a face-to-face. They haven't spoken to each other in over 5 years at this point, and they need to see each other. And when this happens, Chapuis reports the good news of this reunion to Charles, and he says, quote, "The kindness shown by the king to the princess was inconceivable, regretting that he had been so long separated from her. He made good amends for it in the little time he was with her, continually talking with her and with every sign of affection and with ever so many fine promises. The queen gave her a beautiful diamond and the queen about 1,000 crowns in money for her little pleasures, telling her to have no anxiety about money, for she should have as much as she could wish. She was served at table and otherwise with more ceremony than she had ever been." End quote. And when he leaves, he promises her that he's going to send Cromwell and some others to help establish her new estate, and then she will be summoned to court to take part in all things royal, again, short of taking her place as a princess and heir. And it's after this, actually, that Henry Fitzroy, now the Duke of Richmond, dies after a short illness at the age of 17. And this was another kind of wake-up call for Henry, because after all that he's done to secure heirs, his only son has died, and he's left with 2 daughters, both of whom he's declared illegitimate. Chapuis writes to Charles that the death of Henry Fitzroy wasn't the worst thing in the world for Mary's interests, since he anticipated Henry naming him as successor, but he's far from celebratory. And Cromwell, on the other hand, had no real decorum and is just a pure politician, so he outright congratulates Mary on the death of Henry Fitzroy, which is just kind of gross. Congratulations, your brother is dead. But the danger's past, and all of this would have left a deep scar on Mary. Things seem good now, but you don't just forget the things that she's gone through. And Chapuis tells the Bishop of Arras that, quote, "This affair of the princess has tormented her more than you think." And of course, her restoration was bittersweet. A couple weeks after he told Arras about her torments, he described her situation to Empress Isabella by saying, quote, "The princess, thank God, is in good health and has been, ever since her reconciliation with the king, her father, well and kindly treated. Nay, with greater ceremony and attention than in times of old when nobody could dispute her title to the throne of England. Your Majesty ought to be very much pleased at this, for besides her close relationship both to the Emperor and your Majesty, her having escaped safe from the greatest danger that ever a princess was in, and such as no words can describe, the change is of itself a motive for joy and thanksgiving." And he also mentions how having her restored was kind of a plan of the empire to get her into a better relationship with her father, so that she could slowly, over time, try to influence both him and England back to the right path, i.e., back to Roman rule. And when Mary signed her submission, she was really extremely worried that she was cutting herself off from any hope of support from Rome. And worse than that, she was worried that she might get excommunicated. And this is a woman who believes that there is no salvation outside the Catholic Church, so that's a big deal and a huge reason why she fought so hard not to submit. And Chapuis was really trying to comfort her and let her know that signing her submission was not only what he wanted and he was advising her to do, but what Charles wanted, and even what the Pope himself wanted her to do. And Chapuis was almost begging Charles to write to her to let her know that he was pleased with her decision. And Henry, he knew this, and he knew that this was the plan of the empire and was working to undermine Charles's influence and ability to support her. But Mary didn't quite understand, or at least fully appreciate that. For her entire life, until the day she died, she overestimated the empire's ability to support her. And maybe it's because she had no other support system, but regardless, she would lean on Charles and then eventually on Philip, Charles's son, but to no real avail or benefit to her. They could apply some pressure here and there, but that was pretty much the extent of the help that they could offer. And the period that follows after all this is termed the Quiet Years by Linda Porter. And Mary's just kind of there in the background. Nothing as dramatic as what happened in the last 10 years happens here, but one thing that dramatically tilts the scales is that on February the 12th, on October, at 2:00 in the morning, Jane, Henry's latest wife, gives birth to a son, Prince Edward. Finally, Henry has his male heir. And this changes everything. And it kind of makes all the jockeying for titles and place in the royal line of succession and all that, it kind of makes it all just feel meaningless. And she was fighting to be the heir, but even if she had won out completely and was the next in line of succession, was written back into his will and all of that, and everything was as she had hoped it would be, that would still have all just gone out the window in less than a year when Edward is born. She would have taken the back seat to Edward since he is the male heir. And, okay, that might be a bit of an overstatement because Henry had a son before who died in infancy, and there's also the chance that something happens to Edward as a boy, falling off a horse or something like that. So it would have still behooved her to retain her place as the number 2 in line. And right now she's the number 0 in line. But the birth of Edward was a huge deal, and the whole city of London celebrates for days on end. And 3 days after the birth of Edward, he is baptized by Cranmer, and Mary is front and center and even stands as his godmother. They process back to the Queen's apartments, and Mary leads her 4-year-old sister Elizabeth. So all 3 children of Henry are together for the occasion of the young brother's baptism. However, just as the celebrations are beginning to ebb, Jane falls dangerously ill with heavy bleeding. By the evening of the 24th, just a little under 2 weeks after the birth of her son, Jane Seymour dies of a massive hemorrhage and, quote, perpetual fever. Now, to say that this is tragic is obviously an understatement. Henry loved Jane. Now, obviously, he loved Catherine until he didn't. And he was smitten with Anne Boleyn until he wasn't. And we'll get to what happens with his other 3 wives, but he really did. He loved Jane. In fact, when a family portrait is made before his death, he leaves out his current wife and has Jane depicted in her place. That's how deeply he felt for her. She was the woman who did what no other woman could for him. She provided him a son. Now, it might just be the case that he didn't have the occasion to lose interest in her because she died, and that's probably pretty likely. But on the other hand, she doesn't seem, she does seem like a compassionate, loving, caring woman. And Mary even, she really liked Jane. It's hard to say she loved Jane because she probably would always have had her own mother in the back of her head when she saw Jane together with her father. But it seems like Mary never held that against her. Mary appreciated Jane's softening influence on Henry. And when Jane was pregnant, Mary would send her cucumbers from her own personal garden and would gift her quail that she had hunted. So when she died, Mary was legitimately pretty grief-stricken. And in Jane's absence, Mary actually became the closest person to her brother in the place of his mother. And maybe she was living vicariously through him, trying to relive the days of her childhood when she was the royal heir. But I don't really think so. I think she really loved that little brother. And she wanted to protect him from what had happened to her. She saw this little boy who had lost his mother and remembered what it was like when she lost her mother. First to politics and then when she lost her to death. She knew how hard it was for her to be without her mother, and though she was not his mother, she stepped up to the plate to be really the closest thing to a mother that he could have. And Whitelock describes this period. She says, quote, "But it was Mary, then 22, who was to be most involved in Edward's early upbringing. She would be his most frequent family visitor, residing for much of the time at Hampton Court. She was just a barge ride away across the river from her brother's nursery at Richmond. As Jane Dormer, one of Mary's gentlewomen, later described, when Mary came to see him, quote, he took special content in her company. He would ask her many questions, promise her secrecy, carrying her that respect and reverence as if she had been his mother. She would offer him advice, quote, in some things that concerned himself and in other things that touched herself, and all showing great affection and sisterly care for him." End quote. And like so much of this story, when you look at it on its face, this is beautiful and it's wholesome, but when you know the whole picture and where this is going to lead, where the relationship between Edward and Mary goes. It's just so sad. And what's also sad is that there's 3 half siblings here, and all of them have different mothers, and all of their mothers are dead. And their only parent left is Henry. But these quiet years are helpful for us to get a picture of just who she is, who Mary is. There's no high drama or politics to get in the way. We get to see her relatively at ease. The perfect example is getting to see her character and how she relates to her brother. But we also see how she takes after her father. I've mentioned how she takes after him in his stubbornness, but she takes after his better qualities too. One French ambassador wrote that she resembled him. She looked like him. She spoke like him. She laughed like him. And she was beautiful, and she was a fashion trendsetter, actually. Despite her Spanish blood, she preferred the French style and spent quite a lot of money building her wardrobe. And she's pretty rowdy, too. She was a heavy gambler, actually. You can see in some of the economics of her appointments how much she spent gambling, and it was a lot. And she loved hunting and riding. And Cromwell actually gifted her a horse when she signed her submission. I think he was trying to get back in her good graces after berating her so heavily. He probably saw her rising to some more power and thinking, oh my goodness, what did I just do? So he gifts her a horse, which she loved to ride. And I mentioned before how in that 90s movie where Cate Blanchett plays Elizabeth, they have this kind of heavy-set woman play Mary, and she talks with a kind of a mush mouth stutter sort of thing, and is depicted as a kind of gross and portly, dour woman. And that's kind of how history has presented her. And again, it's just not true at all. And she aged, sure, but at this stage of her life, almost no foreign ambassador could help but mention how impressive and accomplished and beautiful she was. And with that said, she knows that she's kind of a hostage at this point in her life. And her beauty isn't failing her so much as her suffering is weighing on her. She has a portrait made of her a few years after this time, late 20s, and Porter describes this portrait. She says, quote, "There's a pervasive air of sadness about Mary in her 20s. This is very apparent in the 1544 portrait, which shows a woman still youthful for 28. The eyes, though, lack sparkle, and the downcast mouth betrays what she has suffered. It's still possible to see the attractive princess she once was, but she's visibly fading. She knows that life is passing her by. At the time of the painting, she was firmly established back at court, but much had happened in between to explain the underlying dejection caught so well by the painter." End quote. I mean, she's a royal daughter and she wants for nothing, but still something is missing from her life. Her sense of purpose and fulfillment is missing. She knows that she was born for great things, but all she has are creature comforts. Her potential is wasting away, and she knows it. She also knows that she's basically a well-treated hostage of her father. There was all this talk about marriage, and there were negotiations that came and went multiple times per year to multiple suitors, but it never went anywhere. And this was really the case since she was 2 years old. But she knew her father was never going to let her go. She was and had always been to him a pawn in his game, a diplomatic tool that he was trying to use to leverage himself into a major political player in Europe, a goal which was escaping him and becoming more and more unrealistic. She complained to one of her chamberwomen, quote, "It was folly to think that they would marry me out of England, or even in England. For I will be, while my father lives, only Lady Mary, the most unhappy woman in Christendom." End quote. With the death of Jane Seymour, that softening influence on Henry was gone, and as he aged and fell into poorer health, he just got more ruthless and vengeful. And Mary always had those terrible times where she was threatened with death in the back of her mind. In 1541, her caretaker, her lady governess, Margaret Pole, was executed by her father. She was arrested for supporting Mary, and her son was caught negotiating against the interests of England with the French and Charles V, conspiring to have them team up against the heretic English. So she was executed, and it was awful. Her executioner was an apprentice who didn't have much experience, and so he really just hacked her head and shoulders to pieces. So this wasn't exactly a happy-go-lucky period for her, even if it was a time of relative stability and safety. And like I said, Mary is kind of in the background during this time, but there's a lot going on, and it all bears on her future. And most notably, Cromwell is trying to push the English Reformation in a more explicitly Lutheran or Protestant direction. It was partly because of his heartfelt religious beliefs, but he was also looking to garner support from the growing influence of the German Protestant lords. And Charles had made peace with France, and England was exposed and in need of allies. They had broken with Rome, so it made sense to team up with the continental Protestants. So Cromwell brokers a marriage with Anne of Cleves for Henry. And Anne of Cleves was a German princess and was to solidify his alliance with the German Protestant nobility. The problem is that Henry wasn't really a Protestant like that. He had broken with the Pope, but that was pretty much the extent of his Protestantism. On practically every other point of doctrine, Henry was a medieval Catholic. Cromwell, though, was again pushing for greater reform. And like I said, he probably had real Protestant convictions, but he's a tactician at heart. And he was probably pushing reform pragmatically to strengthen England's political position. The problem is that Henry was effectively repulsed by Anne of Cleves. Anne came over in December and had a pretty rough first impression of England herself. The weather on that day when she arrived was, quote, foul and windy with much hail that blew continually in her face, end quote. Then she stayed for a while in Canterbury and was supposed to meet Henry for the first time on the 3rd of January, but Henry was impatient, and the day before, a group of 6 gentlemen came to visit Anne, and Henry was one of them in disguise. He was trying to get a peek at her beforehand. And she was only 24, and they had sent a portrait ahead of her, and the portrait, during the matchmaking process, was that of a young, beautiful woman. And the reality was that she had the maybe fuller figure that we might expect from an older woman. Cromwell, who had arranged the whole thing, again asked Henry, "How liked ye the Lady Anne?" To which Henry replied, "Nothing so well as was spoken of. If I had known as much before as I know now, she should not have come within this realm." So basically he's saying, she's so ugly, I wouldn't have even let her set foot in my country. I mean, the guy is just a pig. And so Henry asked Cromwell what remedy there was for the situation. And Cromwell's just at a loss, and he says, quote, "I know none, and am very sorry therefore," which is not good. Not good for Cromwell. And Henry, again citing her fuller figure, decided that the best path forward was to question Anne's virginity. She had previously been betrothed to Francois, the heir to the Duchy of Lorraine, and this was 12 years beforehand, when she was just 12 years old. And so the marriage gets postponed, and the ambassador from Cleves assures them that she was a virgin and that her previous betrothal was in fact cut off and was never consummated. So Henry has to hold his nose and go forward with the wedding. He didn't really have a choice because he couldn't afford to upset the German princes, but even asking the question about her purity would have been an affront in itself. In Henry's own words, quote, "If it were not for fear of making a ruffle in the world, that is to be a means to drive her brother into the hands of the emperor and the French king's hands, being now together, I would not have married her," end quote. It was so bad, apparently, that he couldn't consummate the marriage. And I'll spare you the details, but Henry did not spare them with Cromwell. And Cromwell was desperate to find a way out of the marriage and that he had arranged for Henry. And pushing religious reform even further in England had gained Cromwell some enemies, most notably Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk. If Cromwell represents the rise of the bureaucratic state in England, Norfolk represents the great nobility class. He had a completely different views of religion. He was a traditionalist and a Catholic, but he also had a just completely different view of how England should be ruled. He was a Howard, which was the premier aristocratic house in England, second only to the Tudors themselves at the time. And he was also a decorated soldier and a battle commander. He was actually the commander that was commanding the forces at the Battle of Flodden, which we've talked about earlier in this episode and in episode 1. That's the battle in 1513 where the King of Scotland, James IV, dies in battle. the last European king to die directly in conflict. It's the battle that crushed Scotland for a generation. He's the guy who is commanding those forces under Catherine. He also led other northern campaigns and defenses during the Rough Wooing, so he's a true nobleman. He was the embodiment of good and proper governance through land and lineage and military arms. Where Cromwell rose through paperwork, you could say by the power of the pen, Norfolk rose through bloodlines and war through the power of the sword. And Cromwell had a closer relationship with the king as a direct advisor, but Norfolk had something that Cromwell could never have, which was Henry's respect as a fellow nobleman. Henry saw him as a senior peer, a subject, sure, but not just any subject. So Norfolk teamed up with Stephen Gardiner, who'll play a large role later on. We'll get more into Gardiner later, but for now, Gardiner was a traditional clergyman. He was brilliant. And together with Norfolk, they had watched Cromwell dissolve monasteries, promote the Reformation, rearrange power away from the aristocrats into the hands of the bureaucrats. And when they saw his blunder with Anne of Cleves' marriage, they saw a chink in his armor that they could exploit. And they pounced on it. They convinced Henry that Cromwell had overreached his authority, embarrassed Henry on the international stage, and destabilized England. By the summer, the brief alliance between the Habsburgs and the Valois had fallen apart, and Henry no longer needed the German princes, so he moved to get his marriage to Anne annulled. His fourth marriage was ending. In June of 1540, Cromwell was arrested after a letter between him and the Lutheran lords of Germany were discovered, which, of course, he was corresponding with the Lutherans. That was the whole point. How else was he going to arrange a marriage with their sister? I mean, it's just a total farce, and it was a pretense for Norfolk and Gardiner to get him out of the picture. And he was taken to the Tower and charged with heresy, treason, and for good measure, they accused him of trying to marry off Mary. He pleaded with Henry to reconsider, and nevertheless, he was condemned as, quote, the most false and corrupt traitor, deceiver, and circumventer against your royal person and the imperial crown of this realm that had ever been known in your whole reign, end quote. He was kept alive long enough to communicate all that he had known about the king's marriage to Anne and his conversations with Henry about its non-consummation to make the annulment process all the smoother. And with that confirmed, 2 weeks later, it was determined that Anne was pre-contracted to the Prince of Lorraine, that the king had married her against his will, and that the whole nation desired the king to have more heirs. So the king's commissioners came to Anne and told her that her marriage was invalid. And that was fine by her, and she consented without protest, because why would she protest, really? She knows exactly what happened to Henry's last wife, who was also named Anne, and she almost certainly didn't want to follow in those footsteps. And since she didn't put up any fuss, she was rewarded. She got to stay in England, and she got a pretty generous salary, a couple of nice manors, and she got to retain the title the Old Queen, the king's sister. And it even seems like with the marriage behind them, her and Henry actually got along just fine and became friends, and her and Mary actually became quite good friends. About a month and a half later, Cromwell went to the scaffold on Tower Green and was executed by beheading. It took several swings of the axe to finish the job. And what followed was a series of heresy executions, a major inquisition. Under Norfolk and Gardiner, Henry begins to walk back the religious reform program of Cromwell and Cranmer. And during this time, religious policy in Tudor England was a complete zigzag, back and forth. Parliament passed the Act of 6 Articles in 1539 with the support of Norfolk and Gardiner. And the 6 Articles reinforced traditional Catholic theology in England. So Henry's England was in this strange place where they were politically Protestant, having broken from Roman rule, but were theologically conservatively Catholic. And this is what Knox had in mind when he said that the Reformation under Henry was a Reformation in name only. It's also what we'll see Mary point to later when she claims that her own Catholic theology was very much the faith of her father. One of those, again, rare but maybe underlooked points of agreement between Knox and Mary. But while Henry was still in talks of partnering with the Lutheran princes of what was called the Schmalkaldic League, a bunch of Lutherans came over to London to try to hammer out some articles of religion to ensure that they could, in good conscience, partner with England. So they met with a bunch of the English bishops and tried to formulate articles that were largely based on the Augsburg Confession. But the English bishops were on the conservative side with siding with Gardiner and Norfolk rather than Cranmer and Cromwell. And if the Lutherans had come maybe just a little bit earlier, again, we could have had a much different history of the Reformation in England. But they had a tentatively, the conservatives under Gardiner and Norfolk had actually tentatively planned to come into communion with the Greek Orthodox Church rather than the Protestants of Europe. And so again, think of that for a second. What a counterfactual that is. Instead of the Anglican Church, we almost got the established Eastern Orthodox Church of England. What a world that would be. I mean, they probably looked east and saw a church that was largely conservatively lowercase c Catholic, over which papal rule had no authority, and they maybe saw that as greener pastures. But they were almost certainly gravely underestimating just how different Eastern Orthodox theology was. I mean, the East-West distinction developed from the very first centuries of the church. I mean, some of the guys in the East, they look at Augustine with suspicion as a Western theologian. They would have had some theological culture shock, these English clergymen, as they were introduced to the Eastern mysticism, the apophatic theology, the essence energies distinction, so on and so forth. But after this meeting with the Lutherans, Parliament calls a meeting between the conservative and the Protestant bishops to try to hammer things out. And Henry, he wanted religious unity. I mean, they had priests who were taking things into their own hands and putting into practice Protestant beliefs. Some priests were starting to do the Mass in English, for instance. Others were openly getting married. Now, priests who had been secretly getting married for years. Remember, Cardinal Beaton, who oversaw the execution of George Wishart in Scotland, had a long-standing concubine who bore him 8 children, not to mention the other extramarital affairs he had. But some English priests started doing it out in the open, all but saying, we're going to make you face the issue. So Henry and Parliament called this meeting to hammer the stuff out, but Norfolk was the one overseeing the process, and he puts his thumb on the scale. In fact, Henry himself was actively participating as well, and the product was that the conservatives won out on practically every question. And when I say conservatives, I mean those trying to conserve Catholicism in England. I'm going to use that term conservative a lot, but it's not like conservative modernist. It's conservative trying to conserve the old Catholic religion in England. So thus the 6 articles were signed into law, making them legally binding for the church. And we talked about the 6 articles a bit in the last episode, but they were as follows. The first affirmed transubstantiation. The bread and wine of the Eucharist truly become Christ's body and blood. And denial of this doctrine was punishable by death, specifically burning at the stake. The second article was that communion was to be practiced in one kind for the laity, so ordinary churchgoers would only receive the bread, not the wine. The third was that clerical celibacy was upheld. Priests could not marry, and existing clerical marriages were invalidated. And Cranmer himself had a kind of secret wife, and he wasn't alone in that. The fourth is that vows of chastity were binding. And this kind of flows from the third, and that monks, nuns, and anyone else who had taken vows could not marry. The fifth is that private masses were upheld as spiritually beneficial and valid, meaning masses could be said by a priest alone without the congregation. And this also included people having private masses performed in their own homes, which Mary would do this routinely, sometimes daily, multiple times per day in her life. And the final article was that auricular confession was required, meaning private confession to a priest was not just considered beneficial, it was actually mandatory. Now, the first article was enforced upon pain of death with no opportunity to recant. And the rest of the articles were enforced by imprisonment, loss of property, or if there were repeated offenses, death as well. But while all this is happening, Cranmer isn't taking it lying down. I mean, he can't afford to. If he just sits put and doesn't mount any kind of counteroffensive, he's probably as good as dead. I mean, he saw what happened to Cromwell, and he knows that he is now the figurehead for religious reform in England. He knows that Knox and Gardiner have it out for him, and they are coming off of back-to-back wins with the execution of Cromwell and the passing of the 6 articles. So he has to do something. And he sees an opening that he can exploit. Norfolk, having seen the 4th wife of Henry take a back seat at court, jockeys to be the one to make the next match for Henry. Henry has a son now, an heir, but having a single son is still a somewhat precarious position to be in. And this might be a good time to pause and look at things from Henry's point of view, actually. I've taken a pretty critical position on Henry and his antics regarding his various wives and his brutal and ignoble behavior up to this point. But look at it through his eyes. His father had unified a royal civil war and brought stability and unity back to the throne of England. I mean, he sat on the throne of Richard the Lionheart. There's a kingdom. His kingdom, it was established in 927 AD by King Athelstan when he united the various Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and forced the Vikings out of Jorvik, which is York. And Henry, he feels the weight of that. He knows that if his daughter is the next in line to the throne and she gets married off to some foreign prince or king and Henry dies with no male heir, she takes the throne, but it wouldn't be her throne. Not really. It would become her husband's throne. Henry is not about to leave this kingdom to a foreign power, to unify it with their other kingdoms. He won't let his people be ruled by a foreign king. He needs a male heir. He absolutely must have a male heir, not just to protect his legacy, but to protect his kingdom, their customs and practices, their very identity. So he's willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that happens. It might be messy business. It might mean annulling your long-standing marriage, abandoning your wife. People might have to die. His own flesh and blood might have to die, but in his mind, heavy lies the crown. These are necessary evils if the fate of the kingdom is to be preserved. And that's why he's done the things that he's done. And sure, he's grown bitter and petty, petulant even, but I think that might have a lot to do with the weight of his actions bearing down on him. But regardless, Henry is single now, and Norfolk offers up a match for him, his niece. He's trying to position himself even closer to Henry, to be his right-hand man. He's arranging things so that his family is married into the Tudor line. So Henry marries Catherine Howard. She's 19 years old, 5 years younger than Mary. So the idea that this was Mary's new stepmother just seemed ridiculous. And there was the added awkwardness that Anne of Cleves was still around. And Catherine Howard and Henry were married in July of 1540, and in January 1541, Anne was admitted into the new queen's presence. Chapuys describes the situation in a letter to the Queen of Hungary like this. He says, quote, "Having entered the room, Lady Anne approached the queen with as much reverence and punctilious ceremony as if she herself were the most insignificant damsel about court, all the time addressing the queen on her knees, notwithstanding the prayers and entreaties of the latter, who received her most kindly, showing her great favor and courtesy." End quote. Anne of Cleves knows the score. She knows that as the former queen, she cannot afford to do anything that would question the new queen's position. And she's a real team player, and her life, it's not so bad as a lady of the English court, and it could be a lot worse. And sure, as Henry's wife and queen, she would be in a singularly higher position, but with significantly more danger. It was kind of an open joke among the female nobility of England and Europe that if you wanted to keep your head, stay away from Henry. So Anne was probably perfectly fine with her current arrangement. She was happy to walk around on her knees around the queen, humbling herself, showing herself to be not a threat. It's like a younger wolf rolling onto its back around the alpha to show that he's no threat to the king. And Chapuys continues, quote, "At this time the king entered the room, and after making a very low bow to Lady Anne, embraced and kissed her, upon which he and his queen sat down to supper in their usual places, whilst their visitor was made to occupy a seat near the bottom of the table, all the time keeping as good a mien and countenance, and looking as unconcerned as if there had been nothing between them. After supper, all three conversed for a while in the most gracious manner, and when the king retired to his own apartments, the queen and Lady Anne first danced together and then separately, each with a partner chosen among the king's gentlemen. Next day, the three joined together and dined. There was again conversation, amusement, and mirth, and on the king's retiring to his apartment, As on the previous night, the Queen and Lady Anne danced together." End quote. So again, the awkwardness seems to be pretty much gone. And the Queen actually re-gifts some of the gifts that Henry gave her for the new year to Lady Anne. And Henry also gifted Lady Anne 1,000 ducats. All in all, not so bad. And Henry is just smitten with Catherine Howard. She's young, and in his mind, her youth means that they will have plenty of time to sire more children, and he's fully expecting to get more sons out of her. And Mary didn't particularly like Catherine Howard at first. They apparently feuded openly enough that Henry stepped in and punished Mary by refusing to allow 2 of her gentlewomen to come to court. And Catherine complained that Mary didn't show her the same respect that she had shown the previous 2 queens. But how could she? How's she going to have that same reverence for a woman that's 5 to 10 years her junior? But whatever Mary's issue with Catherine was, she got over it. And Catherine did seem to be a relatively unobjectionable and kind-hearted woman. So before long, they squashed whatever rivalry they had going on. But like I said before, Cranmer is still working in the shadows, behind the scenes, to spoil the Tudor-Howard alliance and undercut the Duke of Norfolk's designs for the restoration of Catholicism in England. And he does this by targeting Catherine Howard. By October, Cranmer had caught wind of some salacious rumors and began to exploit this weakness in the Howard family. He discovered that Catherine had had relationships before she was married, dating back to 1536 when she was just 14 years old. She apparently had a sexual relationship with her music tutor, Henry Mannix. Now, today we would call that statutory rape, but in 1541 they viewed it a bit differently. She had also had another affair 2 years later with Francis Dereham, who was a kinsman of her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk himself. So Cranmer's digging into this, and it only gets juicier the more he digs. He finds that even after she becomes queen, she's still engaging in this behavior. She brings Dereham on as her private secretary and continues sleeping with them. Not only that, but she also begins seeing Thomas Culpeper, a gentleman of the king's privy chamber, alone in her chambers at night. And Cranmer jumps on this and writes up a formal accusation and presents it to Henry on the 2nd of November. Henry initially rejects it. I mean, he's smitten. She's young and lively and beautiful, and he has high hopes of more sons. But Mannix and Dereham are interrogated and spill the beans, confirming the allegations. 5 days later, Norfolk is forced to participate in Cranmer's interrogation of his own niece. She at first tries to deny the allegations, but that only lasts so long, and she confesses. This is from Porter. It says, quote, "Further evidence, much of it acknowledged by the terrified queen herself, convinced Henry that he had married a promiscuous little strumpet who could not have loved him at all." End quote. She begs the king's forgiveness, but she probably knew that how this was going to end. And it's almost exactly what happened to Anne Boleyn, only this time the accusations were actually true. In January, she gets taken to the Tower and actually passes under London Bridge, where the heads of Dereham and Culpeper were still displayed, having been executed the month prior. If she had any doubt about what was going to happen to her, seeing the heads of her illicit sexual partners on display would have disabused her of any idea that she might make it out of this alive. On the 12th of January, she was taken to the block and beheaded. During the trial, Henry sent Mary away, considering it best for his children to be out of town for this bloody affair. Who knows, maybe he was just embarrassed that he was about to end his 5th marriage and execute a 2nd wife. And so he sent Mary, Elizabeth, and Prince Edward off, escorted by John Dudley. John Dudley served as Anne of Cleve's master of horse and was really a soldier and a politician. Low level, but a politician. He was disappointed when the marriage with Anne fell apart and was probably wondering if his career at court was ever going to actually take off. Well, you might not recognize the name John Dudley, but we've actually talked a lot about John Dudley. In fact, he was one of the main figures that we talked about in the very last episode. Only he didn't go by John Dudley then. Under King Edward, he was made an earl. So if you listen to the last episode, you'll know him as the Earl of Northumberland. That is, Lord Protector Northumberland, the most powerful man in England under Edward's rule. And he's going to obviously play a huge role in Mary's life, as well as he did in Knox's. Yet another point of commonality between Knox and Mary is that they both had to play the politics game against Northumberland, and neither one of them trusted him. Well, after Catherine Howard's execution, Henry turned his affection to Mary. He brought her back to court, and she was given more favor than ever and presided over court feasts and pretty much just took on the role of queen for a time. It was during this time where Mary was at court quite regularly that Henry took notice of one of her gentlewomen, a Lady Latimer. She was the wife of a northern lord who was much older than her and was quite ill. In 1543, he died, and Lady Latimer, Catherine Parr was her given name, became a widow for the second time at just 30 years old. Henry seemed to like her a lot, and during one period he was coming to see Mary daily, which was very strange. And he certainly seemed to enjoy Mary's presence and took solace in his daughter after the whole debacle with Catherine Howard. And by the way, it's just kind of weird that Henry had a thing for women named Catherine. Of his 6 wives, half of them were named Catherine, which is weird, and 2 out of 6 were Anne. And I don't know. But Mary almost certainly would have sensed that something was going on when he was showing up every single day. And at this point in his life, Henry is getting older, and with age, he didn't exactly wither away. He got fat. So he's not really a physical prize anymore, and he had gout and other ailments too. And he was, by this time, already a pretty temperamental guy, and chronic pain only inflamed his temper. And it's also a very dangerous business being Henry VIII's wife, so Catherine was probably very hesitant to acquiesce to his affections. Unfortunately for her, saying no was probably even more dangerous, so seeing no way out, she decided that marrying Henry was God's will for her life, and she was a Protestant-minded woman, so she took it as an opportunity to undermine Norfolk and the religious conservatives that had opposed Reformation in England. And despite Catherine Parr's Protestantism, Mary was pretty thrilled with the match, and Parr had actually originally served as one of Catherine of Aragon's ladies-in-waiting. That alone was enough for Parr to remind her of her mother, and Porter points out that, quote, "It's highly likely that Henry's first wife was godmother to his last," end quote. So Mary saw in Parr a stepmother that she could truly call a friend, and Catherine was a friend to Mary. She was also more friendly to Habsburg interests than to French, which Mary liked a lot. And both Catherine and Mary were well educated and would actually study together. They were close in age, too. In fact, Catherine encouraged her to take up a translation project. She began a translation of Erasmus's paraphrases on the 4 Gospels, and Parr funded the project. She also went to bat for Mary, defending her and promoting her interests to Henry. Chapuis also reported that, quote, "The king continues to treat Mary kindly and has made her stay with the new queen, who behaves affectionately towards her," end quote. So with Catherine Parr's influence on Henry, Mary enjoyed 3 years of stability and what Porter calls, quote, "the longest period of uninterrupted happiness that she would know for the rest of her life," end quote. And Parr's influence is hard to overstate. She single-handedly takes the disparate and broken threads of this royal family and weaves them back together. On top of the restoration of her relationship with Henry, Parr also promoted unity among the siblings as well. Edward always loved Mary, and Mary obviously loved Edward, but Parr's influence seemed to strengthen their bonds even more. And listen to this from Whitelock, quote, "Despite being 20 years younger than Mary, Edward was fiercely protective of his older sister. Writing to his stepmother, the 6-year-old urged her to keep a careful eye on the princess. 'Preserve her, therefore, I pray you, my dear sister Mary, from all the wiles and enchantments of the evil one, and beseech her to attend no longer to foreign dances and merriments which do not become a most Christian princess.' At the same time, he praised Mary, telling her, quote, 'I like you even as a brother ought to like a very dear sister, who hath within herself all the embellishments of virtue and honorable station.' In the same way that he, quote, 'loved his best clothes most of all, though he seldom wore them,' he explained, 'so he wrote seldom to her, but loved her most,' end quote. Parr managed to do what had seemed impossible. She got Henry to write Mary back into the line of succession. That's right. In February of 1544, a new act of succession was written into law. Henry was aging visibly, and with just one 6-year-old son, the succession was on unsure footing. So Henry makes it clear that yes, Edward is the heir, and yes, his 2 daughters were both illegitimate. However, they were both put back into the line of succession as heirs to the throne. The line went from Henry to Edward to any sons that Edward might have, and then to Mary, and finally to Elizabeth. That June, the whole family came together for a lavish reception to celebrate their reconciliation and the newly adopted line of succession. A portrait was commissioned for the family, and you can look it up. It's called The Family of Henry VIII. And the painting is, of course, dominated by Henry in the center on the throne, and immediately to his right is Edward, and immediately to his left is Edward's mother, Jane Seymour, again, even though she was long dead by this time. Off to the right stands Mary, and off to the left stands Elizabeth. Catherine Parr, despite being Henry's lawfully wedded and still living wife, is omitted. And I don't think she had much say in the matter, but I can't help but feel like her absence is kind of a picture of her selflessness. She pulled this family together and didn't really have much to gain from doing so. She wasn't celebrated for it. She wasn't immortalized as a key member of the family even. It seems like she did it because it felt like the right thing to do, and she took her new position as queen seriously and wanted to be the maternal figure of this family, and a good mother, step or otherwise, should seek the benefit of her children and her husband. And so that's what she did. And Parr wasn't just a kind-hearted woman. She was a formidable ruler as well. It's impossible to know, but I think it's somewhat likely that when Henry wrote his second act of succession in 1544, that he had just given up hope for more children. He was old and fat and just didn't see it happening. So he shores up his line of succession and then, for old time's sakes, decides to invade France. One last hurrah. So he goes off and he leaves Catherine to manage his affairs in England. And this is really quite reminiscent to when Catherine of Aragon stayed back to manage England while he was off making war in France. Back in 1542, he had shored up his northern border by defeating the Scots at Solway Moss. Again, we talked about that back in episode 1. It was that devastating loss that kind of echoed the Battle of Flodden, where the Scots suffered. It was one that resulted in the death of King James V, the son of King James IV, who died at Flodden, leaving his infant daughter, Mary, Queen of Scots, as the infant queen, governed by her mother, the French Mary de Guise. And I don't think I mentioned this in the first episode, but Knox himself wrote a lot about Solway Moss and that incident. And I think it's worth briefly going over what Knox thought about it to shore up that omission in the first episode. And Knox describes the Solway Moss incident as a brilliant tactical maneuver where the Scots feinted at Edinburgh to draw English forces to the eastern side of the border and then mobilized thousands of men to attack on the west side of the border. And the English were hopelessly outnumbered and taken by surprise, but the battle turned into a total disaster for the Scots. They basically got caught between a river and a peat bog that slowly filled with high tide and were forced to surrender and retreat or die drowning. And according to Knox, there was just no way that Scotland would have lost that battle unless the Lord was fighting for the other side. It was God's judgment on Scotland for their disobedience and faithlessness. He says, quote, "Worldly men may think that all this came but by misorder or fortune, as they term it. But whosoever has the least speck of knowledge of God may evidently see the work of his hand in this discomfiture, as ever was seen in any of the battles left to us in the register by the Holy Spirit. For what more evident declaration have we that God fought against Benhadad, king of Aram, when he was discomfited at Samaria, than that we have that God fought with his own arm against Scotland? And this shameful discomfiture of Scotland, very few more than 300 men, without knowledge of any back or battle to follow, put to flight 10,000 men without resistance made. Without slaughter, the multitude fled." End quote. So with that battle behind them and the northern border secure from French and Scottish meddling, Henry was able to go on the offensive. So on the 11th of July, 1544, Henry goes off to France. And he was physically a mess. He was pretty much obese at this point. He had gout. His legs were all swollen with retained water, and they were ulcerated. But he's trying to relive the glories of his youth. And when he leaves, he appoints Catherine Parr, regent of England, to rule the country in his name. She managed the 5-man council that was appointed to assist her, and she oversaw the supply of money and manpower. And she handled things beautifully. And Whitelake describes her as, quote, a model of wifely queenship. Mary was with her at court the whole time and got another front row seat to what a woman wielding power as queen could look like. I'm sure she was taking notes. But things kind of go south in France. Without getting much into it, they were attacking France in cooperation with Charles V again, and Charles abandons them again. So the French counterattack and start harassing English territory in Europe that they had recently taken and on the coast of England near Scotland. So Henry tries to get back more influence with the empire as a negotiating tool with the French. This includes marrying Mary off to Charles again, marrying Edward to Charles's daughter, and Elizabeth would marry Charles's son Philip. Charles sees through it, and it comes to nothing. Now, Gardiner is not happy. He hates that the queen is a Protestant, and he sees that she's steering Henry towards more and more religious reform. He takes the bungled French offensive as an evidence of the unsustainable nature of the political situation in England. He sums up the situation like this, quote, "We are in war with France and Scotland. We have enmity with the Bishop of Rome, have no assured friendships here, and have received from the Landgrave, chief captain of the Protestants, such displeasure that he has cause to think us angry with him. Our war is noisome to our realm and to all our merchants that traffic through the narrow seas." The French were attacking merchant ships in the English Channel. "We are in a world where reason and learning prevail not, and covenants are little regarded." End quote. So he's not happy, and he's planning to do something about it. Henry was basically a crotchety old man at this point, always annoyed by something, temper flaring constantly. His fuse had grown incredibly short, and his wife, being a well-educated woman, was trying to guide him towards greater reform, and he was getting tired of that too. So Gardiner brings it up to him, and he reportedly said to Gardiner, "A good hearing it is when women become such clerks, and a thing much to my comfort to come in mine old days to be taught by my wife." End quote. Note the sarcasm there. So Gardiner was kind of carefully probing, and he sees that the king's annoyance with her is an opportunity. And so it's important to point out just how often these people, these political players around Henry, are trying to play him against his wife. Like I said, I've been very critical of Henry for all of this and for his multiple wives and for executing 2 of them and breaking off all these marriages. But at the same time, it's a lot of the political power players around him are seeing them as means by which they can sort of steer him. And so not all of it should fall directly onto Henry. Some of it is that sort of all the political animals around him steering him in those directions. So Gardiner tries to ruin Catherine Parr. If he can pull it off, it would place him at the top of the food chain in Henry's court and would put a stop to the resurgent religious reform. So he and his Catholic buddies try to convince Henry that Catherine is dangerous. Now, Henry was annoyed, but he loved Catherine Parr. Maybe not like he loved Jane Seymour, but of his wives, Catherine Parr was a good one. So Gardiner has to be very careful here. He's kind of murmuring to the king like worm tongue, and he points out that her views were technically heretical according to the Act of 6 Articles. And he tells the king that he, quote, "with others of his faithful counselors, could, within a short time, disclose such treasons cloaked with this heresy, that his majesty could easily perceive how perilous a matter it is to cherish a serpent within his own bosom." End quote. And it works. He gets approval from Henry to begin an investigation. Show me the woman, I'll show you the crime is kind of how this goes. So some of her gentlewomen are arrested and taken to the Tower. One of them, Anne Askew, was put on the rack and tortured. But she held strong and refused to implicate the queen, so they revived her and racked her again. The lieutenant of the Tower, the chief torturer there, actually refused to torture her a second time, so the interrogators rolled up their sleeves and did it themselves. This was the Chancellor of the Court of Augmentations and the Lord Chancellor of England himself torturing a woman to try to get her to implicate the Queen. There was a problem here, though. As a gentlewoman of the royal court, she had legal protection against torture. And when the council found out about this, they were furious. Gardner and the Conservatives were so desperate to implicate the Queen that the Lord Chancellor of England himself broke the law to do so and then failed. Askew was convicted of heresy for rejecting the real presence in the Eucharist, though, and she was burned at the stake in July of 1546. So while Askew refused to implicate the Queen, apparently they found banned books in Catherine Parr's bedchamber and drafted a warrant for her arrest and aimed to bring her to the Tower. Somehow, through an informant or something like that, she finds out about the plans of her arrest, and she goes straight to Henry and casts herself on his mercy. She says, quote, "Must I and will I refer my judgment in this and all other cases to your majesty's wisdom as my only anchor, supreme head and governor here in earth, next unto God." And Henry is touched by this. Now, if I'm putting my skeptical, jaded glasses on, it could be that he just couldn't conscience having a third wife executed and ending his life with a sixth ended marriage. And that's possible. But I think he really did care for her, and he really was sort of thinking to himself, no, we're not doing this. I love her. She didn't really do anything. She's fine. So he responds, quote, "Is it even so, sweetheart? And tend your arguments to no worse end? Then friends we are now again, as ever at any time heretofore," end quote. The Lord Chancellor doesn't get the memo, though, and he comes the next day to the royal apartments with a group of armed guards to arrest the Queen. And you had to think that he was just thrilled. He was a guy who had illegally tortured one of her gentlewomen. He probably walked in there with a swagger and a smirk, and he runs into Henry. And Henry just lays into him. He calls him a knave, a beast, a fool, and tells him to get out of his sight. So he has to leave with his tail between his legs. And the Conservatives had put all their chips in on this. This was going to be the last nail in the coffin of religious reform in England. Instead, it was the total collapse of Catholic dominance at court. It wasn't until the death of Edward and the ascendancy of Mary that they recouped their influence. But while this is going on, Mary is pretty much unbothered. She's just doing her own thing, and Henry continues to just lavish praise and affection on her. He's buying her horses and jewelry and just going over the top, and she's probably just enjoying having her father back. It's also around this time that after the proposal to marry Edward to Charles's daughter fell through, that Henry proposed marrying Edward to the infant queen, Mary, Queen of Scots. And that pairing made all the sense in the world, by the way. She was the great niece of Henry, so she had royal blood. In fact, she would go on to threaten Elizabeth's reign because her claim to the throne was so good. So Edward marrying Mary, Queen of Scots, would have meant peace with Scotland and the unification of the crowns of the British Isle. It also would have meant peace with France because she was half French. We covered the rough wooings plenty, so we're not going to go into that there. But it falls apart when the Scots reneged and married her off to the French. And it wasn't much long after this that Henry's health really began to fail. In late December, the day after Christmas, actually, he had his will brought to him to be amended. He didn't make any major changes, but he did have some specific plans for Edward's transition to power. He knew that he was too young to rule and wanted to make sure that he was going to be taken care of and guided well. The standard practice would have been for the Queen Mother to serve as regent until the boy king comes of age at 18. But Henry had other plans instead. Henry picks 16 executors to serve as a council around Edward, and they would make decisions based on consensus vote. This council included Edward Seymour, we know him as Lord Protector Somerset, John Dudley, that's Lord Protector Northumberland, William Paget, Sir Anthony Denny, and 13 other guys. But Gardner is not on the list, and Norfolk was also not on the list. When Henry's marriage to Norfolk's niece falls apart, Norfolk took a serious hit. Earlier in the month, he was actually arrested and charged with treason. His son, Henry Howard, heard that Henry's health was faltering and began trying to position himself as an alternative to Edward. And this was just a supremely bad idea, and he was charged with treason and was executed just days before Henry died. He dragged his father into it, and Norfolk was arrested and imprisoned in the Tower as well, and he was also scheduled to be executed, but Henry died the night before his scheduled execution. And because of a legal issue, he was actually spared execution. And the reason for that is that if a king died, all the scheduled executions had to be paused until the next king makes a decision on them. So he remains in prison for the duration of Edward's reign and is actually released by Mary when she takes the throne. And basically just Catholics looking out for each other. But yeah, Henry is dying, and no one has the courage to tell him up until Anthony Denny, who was one of the 16, again, chosen to look after Edward. He mans up and tells the king that he was to, quote, to a man's judgment not likely to live, end quote, and that he should, quote, prepare himself to death. And that's the point when Henry realizes that he is going to die. Confronted with his impending death, he asks Denny, though he wasn't really asking Denny so much as kind of just pondering aloud, quote, "Yet is the mercy of Christ able to pardon me all my sins, though they were greater than they be," end quote. He asked Denny to summon Cranmer to receive his confession. He slept for about an hour, quote, feeling feebleness to increase upon him. And by the time Cranmer arrived, Henry could no longer speak. And this moment is actually pretty stunning. It gives me chills. Since Henry couldn't speak, Cranmer, his pastor, is seeking to comfort him and to shepherd him. He's asking him about his faith and assuring him of salvation. And he says, quote, "Give some token with your eyes or with your hand that you trust the Lord." To which Henry squeezed his hand and shook it, quote, as hard as he could. After everything's done, after everything I've judged him for so far, every brutal sin, he's just a man, a dying sinner. And in spite of it all, when all of his strength, his nobility, his wealth and riches, his lands and titles, his royal bloodline, his kingdom that goes back centuries, when all of it is stripped away and he's facing his end, as every mortal man must, he clings to the mercy of Christ for the salvation of his soul. And say what you will about Henry, but in his end, it's Christ that is magnified. It's his grace that is more. And at 2 o'clock in the morning on January 28, 1547, Henry VIII was declared dead at 56. His body was prepared that night, but his death was kept a secret from everyone except his closest counselors. They didn't tell Mary, Elizabeth, Edward, or even Catherine Parr for 3 days. And they had to make sure that the succession was secure before anything. There's already that threat from Henry Howard that upstarts might use the chaos of the king's death to make their own claims, so they kept it a secret until January 31st when Chancellor Wriothesley informed a stunned Parliament that their king was dead. His will was read out, and then Edward Seymour, that's Somerset, rode out to meet Edward and inform him that his father was dead and that he was king. Now, this left Mary in a potentially precarious position. She no longer had the king's affections to protect her, and the Catholic Conservative Party was basically completely vanquished. Catherine Parr was marginalized, so she couldn't rely on her for much support. But then again, her brother was king, and he loved her. And Porter describes this transitional period well when she says, quote, "However wary the young king's counselors were, nothing could alter the fact that Henry's daughter was the heiress to the throne. He had reiterated this in his will, and he had also left her a rich and independent woman. All her life she had been his property. Now she was free at last," end quote. Now, Porter kind of editorializes a bit more than Whitelock does. You might have noticed that in the select quotes I've pulled from these two biographies. And Whitelock's biography is much more straightforward, by the books, it's fast, fact-based project, while Porter inputs her own interpretation a bit more. And now they're both biographies of Queen Mary written by English Catholic women, so they're going to have their own little bias, I think. But I wouldn't say that one is better or worse than the other. But when Porter writes, "Now she was free at last," that's not really true. And things get to be just as bad for her under Edward as they were under Henry, maybe even worse. And part of Mary being written back into the line of succession was that she was not allowed to marry unless the council agrees upon her partner and the terms of her marriage. And again, he's making sure that she's not going to get married off to the empire so that her husband controls the English kingdom and folds it into the Habsburg Empire. So she's not free to do as she pleased or marry who she pleased. She was still a subject of the English crown, and the crown was increasingly at odds with the religious program of the kingdom. However, when Edward takes the crown at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, January 31st, at just 9 years old, Henry's plan is pretty much immediately altered. Edward Seymour, King Edward's uncle, the brother of Jane Seymour, his mother, takes the position of Lord Protector. And this was agreed to by the council, the council that was supposed to serve instead of a single Lord Protector. It was agreed to by them, and everyone knew leading up to Henry's death that Seymour was going to be the de facto power player on the council, being that he was Edward's flesh and blood, his uncle, and his father and mother are both dead. But it wasn't clear to what extent he would wield that power. Well, the extent was pretty great. He became overnight the most powerful subject to the English crown maybe ever. He became, for all intents and purposes, the acting King of England. And it might have been that in those 3 days before Henry's death was announced that he was pulling strings and shoring up his position, or it might just be the case that everyone kind of shrugged their shoulders and went along with it. But regardless, he was given a new title, the Duke of Somerset, and was installed as Lord Protector Somerset. And we talked a lot about Edward's reign in the last episode, so I'm not going to retread that ground, but I do think we should take some time to look at it from Mary's perspective, to understand her reaction to it, and also to understand Knox's reaction to her and her reign. At first, things are pretty much fine between Mary and Edward. Right after Henry's death, Edward writes letters of condolences to Catherine Parr and to Mary. And in his letter to his sister, he says, quote, "Natural affection, not wisdom, instigates us to lament our dearest father's death. For affection thinks she has utterly lost one who is dead, but wisdom believes one who lives with God is in happiness everlasting. Wherefore, God having given us such, we ought not to mourn our father's death, since it is his will, who works all things for good. So far as lies in me, I will be to you a dearest brother and overflow with all kindness." End quote. At Henry's funeral, Stephen Gardner preached the funeral sermon, not Cranmer. And that was probably an encouraging sight for Mary. Henry was buried next to Jane Seymour, as his will stated was his intention, and shortly after that, Edward's coronation took place. I'm not going to bore you with all the details. I mean, this episode is a beast already, but it was extremely extravagant. And as he was processing through the streets, there was a real sense in which he was being heralded as a young King Solomon coming to rebuild the temple. Meaning the expectation was that he was going to continue his father's reformation and take it to greater heights than it had ever been before. Any hopes of a return to conservative Catholicism that Mary might have had upon seeing Gardner preach Henry's funeral sermon were dashed when it was Cranmer who preached at Edward's coronation. In his sermon, he made it clear that the breach with Rome was permanent and the gulf was only going to widen. Quote, "Your Majesty is God's vice-regent and Christ's vicar within your own dominions. And to see, with your predecessor Josiah, God truly worshipped and idolatry destroyed. The tyranny of the bishops of one banished from your subjects and images removed. These acts be signs of a second Josiah who reformed the church of God in his days." End quote. Edward was modeling his reign after King Josiah, and the Protestant aspirations of his regime were being made crystal clear. But Edward is still a young boy, and all he wrote in his journal about the coronation was that he sat next to his uncle, and Thomas Cranmer, and that he wore, quote, "the crown on his head." Which is just kind of cute. I mean, it's a reminder that these historical figures are real people and that he's really just a kid. But the empire doesn't view him as legitimate, and they don't recognize his reign at first. In their eyes, Mary is the rightful heir. Every marriage that Henry had after Catherine of Aragon was illegitimate and illegal, and all offspring following Mary were bastards. And the problem is that Edward was born after Catherine of Aragon had already died. And Catherine was long dead when he married Jane Seymour, so there's no real reason why Edward wouldn't be a legitimate son born in legal matrimony. And in the end, it doesn't really matter. Realpolitik. They can't just ignore the guy who is very clearly at the reins in England. But it gives you an idea of where they're at. They supported Mary and viewed her as a legitimate heir to the crown. And they couldn't really press that issue even if they wanted to, because Mary herself accepted her brother as the rightful heir. And remember, she loved that boy, and she wasn't about to challenge him. And she was given an estate and was allowed to choose her own house staff, and she surrounded herself with Catholic men, and the women of her house were mostly the women who had been with her all along. And her household was really a bastion of Catholic loyalists. If you lived in her household, you were by default a practicing Catholic. They had mandatory daily masses, in fact, 3 per day. It was matins, mass, and evensong. So a morning prayer service, daily mass where they took the Eucharist, and an evening prayer service every day. And Edward and his court were happy to just let her do her thing, quietly observing traditional Catholic liturgy in the relative privacy of her own home. And her relationship with the king and the new government remained on quite good terms. The government was definitely seeking to overturn Henry's Act of 6 Articles, but they were proceeding very cautiously. They didn't want to rock the boat too hard right out of the gate. And part of this was because their foreign affairs situation was pretty fraught right when Edward took over. And say what you will about Henry, but he wasn't afraid to exert power. And with a boy king now at the helm, it wasn't clear how England was going to perform on the more global European stage. England was negotiating for peace with France when Edward took over, but the French king died and the peace talks died with him in March of 1547. And then in April, Charles defeats the German Protestants at Muhlberg. So England is isolated, and it's not a great time to be pushing religious reform. But it was Edward and Somerset's main goal, really, to push reform in England. Like, remember from episode 2, this is all happening while the Castilians have taken over the castle in St. Andrews. Henry Balnaves is coming down and negotiating with Somerset about the English invading Scotland and throwing out the Papists. Using the castle in St. Andrews, where Knox is the main chaplain and pastor, as a foothold for the invasion. That's the plan. They're not playing around with reform. They want it. So in July of 1547, they push. And Whitelock describes this really well. She says, quote, "New church injunctions were issued in the king's name and a general visitation ordered for the whole church. Whilst the eroding of the mass was cautious and conservative, of the very body and blood of Christ, it was ordered that abused images be destroyed, processions abolished, the ringing of bells and use of rosary beads condemned, and the lighting of candles on the altar forbidden. The same year, the Book of Homilies, which set out the Lutheran doctrine of justification by faith alone, was written by Cranmer and issued to be read in all churches. A translation of Erasmus's paraphrases of the Gospels, which Mary had had a role in translating under the sponsorship of Catherine Parr, was to be placed in every church. Within 3 months, every parish was to possess the Bible in English. Sermons were to be preached regularly, and the priests incited to recite the Lord's Prayer, Creed, and the 10 Commandments in English. When Bishops Bonner and Gardiner protested against the injunctions, they were imprisoned. It was the prelude to future change. In Edward's first parliament, which opened on November 4th, 1547, the Acts of 6 Articles and the treason statute were repealed. Marriage was made legal for the clergy, and the laity were to receive communion in both kinds." End quote. So those were big changes, and the biggest of all is probably the imprisonment of Gardiner. He went from almost being the biggest power player in England, this close from having the Queen, Catherine Parr, killed, to being thrown in prison for opposing reform within the space of probably less than 2 years. And as soon as this happens, Mary makes her position very clear. She ramps up her household religious devotions up to 4 masses every day. She even writes to Somerset to pretty much scold him. She calls these injunctions, quote, fantasy and newfangledness. And she points out that Henry's religion, Catholic theology without papal rule, was established by parliamentary statute and that it was illegal to go against it. Now, she doesn't really have much ground to stand on here because it was repealed by parliamentary statute too, and the injunctions were also passed by parliamentary statute, but that's not important. What's important to point out, though, is Somerset's reply. He said that he is astonished at her attitude, and he says that her letters could not have, quote, proceeded from the sincere mind of so virtuous and wise a lady, but rather by the setting on and procurement of some uncharitable and malicious persons, end quote. He's basically saying, you're not yourself. You sound like a treasonous, crazy person. And then he has the gall to lecture her about her own father's intentions, saying that Henry had meant to do more rounds of reform, but, he died before he could. Like he knew her father better than she did. And that argument, it's just stupid too. I know he enshrined in law the exact opposite of everything we just put forward, and we had to repeal his explicit law to do it. But Henry meant to do a complete 180, and he just died before he could. Yeah, right. And so Somerset, he's actually beginning to sound a lot like Cromwell did, and that does not bode well for Mary. And this state of affairs kind of hung in the air for the whole year of 1548. And to put this into the perspective of the timeline that we've been working with, these injunctions were passed in 1547. It's the same month that St. Andrew's Castle fell to the French and Knox was enslaved on the galleys. Knox is on the galleys for 19 months and is released in February of 1549. That's 1 month after Edward's government takes its next step in church reform, the passage of the Act of Uniformity in January of 1549. The Act of Uniformity establishes the Book of Common Prayer as the only legal form of liturgy. It outlawed the Mass outright. At this point, confrontation between Mary and her brother's government seemed unavoidable, and they were going to have to deal with it at some point. And Mary's probably starting to get that old familiar feeling. She's watching history repeat itself, and she's realizing that she's probably going to have to make another life or death stand. She writes to the emperor basically saying, "It's happening again." And Charles takes action. He writes to his ambassadors telling them to threaten the English, demanding that they allow her to observe her Catholic faith in peace. And Somerset walks the line pretty carefully. On the one hand, he can't nullify the law that was passed by Parliament, but he also doesn't want to make an enemy of the empire. So he writes back, quote, "The king and his sister, to whom the whole kingdom was attached as heiress to the crown in the event of the king's death, were to differ in matters of religion. Dissension would certainly spring up. Such is the character of the nation. I hope the Lady Mary will use her wisdom and conform with the king to avoid such an emergency and keep peace within the realm." He's pointing out that this is a dangerous situation, and he can't just change the law or grant Mary blanket immunity from the law, but he does go on to say that he has no intention of prying into the private affairs of Mary's household and that such things can wait until the king is of age to deal with the matter directly. So he's basically, and he's enacting a don't ask, don't tell policy. But there are people in the Privy Council who don't agree, and they want to pressure Mary to submit to the law. The law for the Book of Common Prayer goes into effect in June of 1549, probably a month or two after Knox actually arrives in England. The day that the law goes into effect, she has a public Latin Mass, complete with incense, candles, and the ringing of bells. So she's making a statement. And the Privy Council sends her a letter saying that she needs to cease and desist. The exact wording was that they advised her to, quote, "be conformable and obedient," which is pretty condescending. So she responds with a letter saying, "My lord, I perceive by the letters which I late received from you and all of the king's majesty's councils that you be all sorry to find so little conformity in me touching the observation of his majesty's laws. Well, I am well assured that I have offended no law, unless it be a late law of your own making, for the altering of matters in religion, which in my conscience is not worthy to have the name of a law. Both for the king's honor's sake, the wealth of the realm, and as my conscience is very well persuaded, the offending of God, which passes all the rest." End quote. So she's not budging. And she's been here before, and she knows how to stand her ground. And she was willing to die for the free expression of her Catholic faith back when Henry was threatening her, and she's still got that same perspective now. And the council tries to debate her on her points, legal and theological, and you and I should both realize by now just how hopeless that task is. But they don't seem to get it yet. Mary is far too stubborn to be persuaded by a few Protestant clergymen. It's like they forgot they were dealing with Henry's daughter. They even tried to get her subjects to convince her, and they're like, "Are you crazy? You think she's going to be lectured by her household staff and then change her mind on her religion on that basis? You don't know her at all." And Mary is also a pretty savvy political operator by this point, so she knows how to play her cards. And while this is happening, the English are trying to ensure peace with the empire. William Paget is sent to Charles V to renew their peace with the empire, and they were proposing that Mary be married to the Infanta Prince Dom Luis of Portugal, Charles's brother-in-law. And this guy had been a long-time suitor of Mary, and it made sense since he was allied with Charles, and Mary had tight ties with that Spanish side of her family. But Paget needed a letter from Mary in her hand to prove that he got Charles's favor. And she said that she would only do it if they were laid off if they laid off her servants and let them observe the Mass. Otherwise, she'd tell the emperor about how she had been treated regarding her religion. And that sort of put them in a bind. When Paget shows up at the imperial court, Charles already knows about how they've been treating her, and he isn't happy about it. He tells Paget that even if she were open to acquiescing to the new Protestant faith and practice, he personally would try to dissuade her. And he's pretty much telling Paget, no cousin of mine is going to forsake the Catholic faith. It's a family matter. Well, the political situation was getting harder for the English, and the issue with Mary was just not expedient to pursue. That pressure from Charles was real. Charles has consistently fallen short in both military support for England and in support for Mary and for Catherine. But that pressure is enough that they think better of pushing the issue anymore. Because she's pressing the issue and she's having bigger and bigger shows of her Catholic masses. And Summer says, quote, whereas she used to have 2 masses said before, she has 3 said now since the prohibitions and with greater show. If she does not wish to conform, let her do as she pleases quietly and without scandal, end quote. So she's pushing the issue and they're basically saying, okay, well, let's just walk it back a little bit, tone it all down. And it's a politically expedient decision to leave Mary alone and not risk insulting the empire, but also not garnering more support for her through shutting it down. But Edward, he's not so prudent. He also is his father's son. And so he writes a letter to Mary and says, quote, we have somewhat marveled and cannot but still marvel very much what grounds or reasons have or do move you to mislike or refuse to follow and embrace that which by all learned men of our realm hath been set forth and all our loving subjects obediently received. And knowing your good nature and affection toward us, we cannot think of any matter in this your refusal than only a certain grudge of conscience for want of good information and conference with some godly and well-learned men for remedy, end quote. Poor little Edward, he just doesn't get it. And you can tell that he's good-natured and he loves Marian. He just wants her to see what he sees. And he's been impressed by Cranmer and Hooper and by all those guys. But he was born into this and he hasn't been jaded by all the fighting about religion that she has. He doesn't understand her or her position, and he thinks that if they just send some theologians to instruct her that she'll abandon her Catholicism. But he was too young to remember the last time this happened to her and how far they pushed her, and the scars that she bears on her conscience. Henry and Cromwell and Cranmer had broken her. They forced her to forsake the honor of her mother, to forsake her own identity, her soul, and she's lived with that. But her father is dead now, and her brother is 11, and she's a mature woman. She's 33 years old now. She has money and land and titles. She's an independent, successful, wealthy woman with political experience and a chip on her shoulder. And she has a following of loyal subjects and the support of Emperor Charles V. She's got wind in her sails, and her brother, the king, was just a child. Henry and Cranmer and Cromwell broke her back then, but like a broken bone, she healed back stronger. And scarred by the experience, but stronger. And she's not going to break again. Now, Mary catches yet another break before the heat gets turned up too much, because this is the period where Somerset gets ousted by Northumberland. And the reason for that we covered last time, but to keep the story short, there were some economic issues that got bad enough that there was a minor rebellion. And that rebellion started in the same territory where Mary's main house was, so there was some insinuation that she was behind it. That didn't really hold water, but it was just another thing the anti-Mary faction on the Privy Council tried to use to pressure her. So there was that rebellion, and there's the war with France and Scotland, the continued rough wooing, and things just aren't looking good for Somerset. So John Dudley, Northumberland, actually takes up arms and rides through the city in a show of force. What I didn't mention last time was that Somerset takes Edward with him and flees to Windsor. So he has the king with him. Now, the king is his nephew. He's the only living paternal figure Edward has, so it could be that he's trying to protect him, but it's more likely that he was keeping Edward as a bargaining chip. He's keeping the sitting, reigning king of England essentially as a hostage. Now, he quickly realizes what that looks like and that it's not going to work, and that the opposition to him among the nobility and especially on the council is just too great. So he surrenders and is arrested. He's taken to the Cat Tower and he's executed. Dudley actually tries to get Mary to support his coup, but she declined on advice from the emperor. They kind of just viewed it as a big mess. It's an English problem, and getting involved doesn't really benefit Mary in any way, and it doesn't benefit the empire in any way, so it's best to just stay out of it. But with Somerset out of the way, there's a big struggle between the evangelicals and the Catholics on the council, and Mary and the emperor have high hopes of her faction gaining more influence. And Wriothesley even reaches out to an imperial ambassador and says that with Somerset gone, everything is going to calm down. Mary will be allowed to hear mass and that she can begin afresh. But they were all deceived. Dudley becomes the key leader of the government, the new Lord Protector and Duke of Northumberland. We talked about last time how aggressive he was to push even greater reform, and so Mary comes under renewed pressure. In fact, even greater pressure than she was under Somerset. And Northumberland becomes an object of Mary's hatred that is paralleled maybe only by Cranmer. And she tells one confidant that she thinks that Dudley is, quote, the most unstable man in England, end quote. That's quite an insult, but it's kind of strange because he was pretty consistent in his opposition to her. It's not like he was unstable. He was pretty stable, just stably against her. But she had no love lost with Somerset, but even she had to admit that Northumberland's coup against him had, quote, envy and ambition as its motives. And she saw dark clouds on the horizon and said, quote, you will see that no good will come of this move. But although it is punishment from heaven and may be only the beginning of our misfortunes. It was at this point that Mary begins again to think about escaping England. In that December, Edward wants his sisters with him for Christmas, but Mary is a bit paranoid and thinks that this is just an elaborate ruse to keep her from hearing Christ Mass, Mass on Christmas. And to hear Protestant sermons, that's really what she doesn't want to do that. And so she writes a letter about this, and at the end she kind of implies that Edward is being used by the Protestant-minded people and that he is being taught to debate the question of religion. Now, I don't think there was much subtext behind Edward inviting her. I think he just loved her and wanted to spend Christmas with her. But on the other hand, it was at the Christmas service that Northumberland laid out how they were, in fact, planning to press the Reformation further, and he does it with pretty militant language. So she was kind of vindicated in faking an illness to get out of attending, and she's hearing murmurs about how her staff are going to be barred from hearing Mass and that she's going to be ordered to conform to the Act of Uniformity. And she writes a letter to Charles and says, quote, our kingdom is daily approaching nearer to spiritual and material ruin, and matters grow worse day by day, end quote. So she's really just waiting for the other shoe to drop, and she knows what's coming. In talks with the ambassador, she points out that even if her brother died, she's not going to take the throne. They're just going to kill her. And she is anticipating being forced to conform and says, quote, when they send me orders forbidding me the Mass, I shall expect to suffer as I suffered once during my father's lifetime. And they will order me to withdraw 30 miles from any navigable river or seaport and will deprive me of my confidential servants. And having reduced me to the utmost destitution, they will deal with me as they please. But I will rather suffer death than stain my conscience. I am like a little ignorant girl, and I care neither for my goods nor for the world, but only for God's service and my conscience. I know not what to say, but if there is peril in going and peril in staying, I must choose the lesser of two evils. I would willingly stay where I am able to live and serve God as I have done in the past, which is what I have always said. But these men are so changeable that I know not what to say. What say you, Mr. Ambassador? End quote. Again, it's tempting to read that and say, oh, she's being dramatic. No, she is not. She is being realistic. That's almost definitely what would have happened. So she decides, I got to leave. I cannot stay here. So Charles arranges for an extraction. The plan was that the ambassador to England, a guy named Vanderdelft, was going to be recalled. The ship would leave port, double back to a spot off the coast of Essex where it would wait for a boat to bring Mary from Undone, and they would escape to Spain. But that plan wasn't going to work because there was a concern during that time of some civil unrest, an aftershock of the Somerset issue, so they had to pivot. A new plan was devised, and on June 30th, 1550, they executed the plan to get Mary out. And Whitelock describes the operation, quote, 3 imperial warships arrived off the coast near Undone under the command of a Dutchman, Cornelius Scepters, admiral of the imperial fleet. The next day, Johann de Boys, secretary to the imperial embassy in London, rowed ashore disguised as a grain merchant. The plan, devised over the previous months, would see Mary escape under cover of darkness from Woodham Walter to the sea 2 miles away. She would then be rowed out to the waiting ships and taken to the Low Countries and the court of Charles's sister, the regent Mary of Hungary. The problem is that when Du Bois comes to show, there's no one to meet him. So he's just standing around. He's like it's like a special forces raid behind enemy lines on foreign soil, and they're extracting the king's sister and aiding and abetting her in treason. So this guy has put his neck out and he's left high and dry. So he's like, what the heck is going on? He's there for an entire day pretending to be a grain merchant. And finally, he meets one of Mary's men, and this guy says, well, we're having second thoughts about this whole fleeing England thing. So Du Bois is livid, and he rides that evening to meet Mary face to face. Long story short, Du Bois is saying, if we don't go right now, we can't go. And Mary was waffling, saying, maybe I could go the day after tomorrow. And Du Bois is like, no, that will not work. And while this is happening, they get word that the bailiff of Maldon they've impounded Du Bois's boat on suspicion that it was connected to the warships off the coast, which it was. According to Du Bois, Mary starts to panic and says, what shall we do? What shall become of me? And she was afraid of what Charles would think, and she had been pestering him to evacuate her out of England for years. The last few years had been fine, but she had asked him again and again to get her out. And he finally goes to pretty dramatic lengths to get her out, and she just turns it down at the last possible minute. So Du Bois, being a man of action, says, we got to go right now. And Mary just completely freaks out. She has a full-blown panic attack. And she starts shrieking over and over again and again, but what is to become of me? But what is to become of me? And she's shouting it again over and over. And Du Bois, he just bails. And he hints at the idea that they could try again in about 2 weeks, but they'd never follow up. When she had calmed down, she kind of understood that leaving was a gamble. If Edward dies and she's gone abroad, there's no chance that she could take the throne. But if she stays, she's almost definitely going to be pressured and maybe even deprived of her household. But her real goal was to take the throne and restore Catholicism. That was her raison d'etre. Like, she couldn't do that unless she was in England. She can't. So to leave is to give up her life's goal, her mission in life. And I can respect that. England is her country, and she's going to stay and fight for it in her eyes. And she's going to fight for at least what her vision of what England should be. And Mary was not a pragmatic person. Her staff was kind of like her governors or her lieutenants, if we're going to use a military illustration. They tried to walk her back from her more ostentatious displays of Catholicism. And she was a committed Catholic, of course, but she had come to accept the Henrican reforms, and the daily masses were probably more of just a comforting ritual for her. I've mentioned that her and Catherine Parr were good friends, and she liked Anne of Cleves just fine. They were both Protestants. She had room in her conscience to tolerate Protestants, but it's the constant hectoring and the lording over her that calcified her resistance to Protestantism. And since it's all happening again and she's being forced to relive the traumas of her youth, now as a more mature woman, she's growing to despise the Protestants in Edward's entourage and their Protestantism with them. So these laws were kind of helping her to rediscover her identity as a Catholic monarch. And she had learned from Henry that her conscience transcended statute law, and it was the end-all be-all. And her conscience is becoming clear. She will never change. And the harder they pressed her, the more stubborn she would become. They can tell her that she's breaking the law, but in her mind, they are breaking God's law, and we're driving England off a cliff. To her, they were on the path to hell, paved with their good intentions. It's important to note that throughout it all, Mary doesn't seem to ever really take issue with her brother specifically. She regularly tells him that he's too young to make theological pronouncements, and that might be somewhat true. He's only 11 years old. But she doesn't ever seem to have any real ire or anger with him. She reserves all of that for the people around him. She believes that he is being manipulated and taken advantage of, and that makes her angry. All of her life, there have been these people that show up and cause tension in her familial relationships. from Anne Boleyn turning her father against her mother and against herself, to Northumberland and Cranmer perverting the mind of her orphaned kid brother. So she reserves all of her ire and venom for those people. But she has more than just hatred for Northumberland. Linda Porter says, quote, "It has been said that Mary feared only two men in her life, her father and John Dudley," which again, Dudley is Northumberland. And Northumberland was a dangerous man, and he was a bit of an enigma too. He was a hard worker, and he was the kind of guy that got the job done. Henry and whoever else he served could rely on him, and that was valuable. He didn't shoot up the ranks in royal society. He slowly clawed and chipped his way to the top on the merits of his own effort. And Mary, sitting at the sidelines of this royal circle, saw him moving up over the course of nearly a decade. When Catherine Howard fell, he was just a master of horse and escorted her to Windsor. So she remembered him and recognized that anyone who could work their way up without having anything handed to them, without the benefit of an already established family member or something like that, that's someone to be reckoned with. But he was hard to get to know, and his motives were typically unclear. He didn't really engage in small talk, didn't socialize, and no one seemed to really deeply like the guy. But again, he was just dependable and capable. Henry actually executed his father at the beginning of his reign, and Northumberland was understandably affected by that, but he didn't show it. The guy was disciplined. But at the same time, he had a quick temper. When meetings in the council chamber annoyed him, his hand would often go to his sword reflexively. So Mary recognized the threat, and Northumberland stood at odds with her on practically every issue imaginable. He was brokering peace with France and Scotland, which hurt Habsburg interests. He was promoting Protestantism, which she hated. And he was also tightening England's belt in the face of the large debts that Somerset had accrued, which extended even to Mary's household, where the council closely monitored her expenses, particularly when it came to paying priests and chaplains. And that was really the continuing point of friction between Mary and Northumberland and the rest of Edward's government, her observance of the Mass. Northumberland was not like Somerset in thinking that they had bigger fish to fry. He wasn't someone who would not let obedience lay. That was not who he was. He wasn't going to tolerate it. And Mary even tried to go over his head and talk to her brother directly about it. But after going to London, and she did not like going to London, making multiple attempts, she was denied an audience with her brother. And when she finally did get a chance to see him, her fears were realized, and he is totally bought in and sides with Northumberland. And that was really the point where she decided that she was going to try for the ill-fated escape I just mentioned. Now, had that escape gone through, she would have been living in the Low Countries, the Netherlands, under her cousin, Mary of Hungary. And Mary of Hungary, she was a real tough customer. Her husband died at the Battle of Mohacs, which we really briefly talked about in the last episode, which was a huge naval battle against the Turks. But she had decided against remarriage after he had died there and had ruled the Low Countries since 1531. And she was tough. It was a no-nonsense kind of attitude, and she was notoriously rough on others. And she had a really tough life and had a huge amount of responsibility ruling the Low Countries alone. And when the idea of escape was brought up, she tried to dissuade Mary from it and was pretty impatient with her. She sent a letter to an ambassador to instruct Mary, quote, "so that she may better know how to conduct herself in this matter. And in the circumstances, she could do no better than to live quietly in her own house as she has done up to the present." Porter puts a point on it when she says that Mary of Hungary saw Mary Tudor as, quote, "a self-pitying ditherer." And when she aborted the escape, it was Mary of Hungary that convinced Charles not to entertain any further escape attempts. And it was the next Christmas where things really heated up. Mary was invited again to spend Christmas with Edward and Elizabeth, and she couldn't get out of it 2 years in a row. So she goes, fully expecting that there will be pressures put on her Catholicism. But she underestimated just how much pressure there was going to be, and she did not anticipate the source of the pressure. At this point, Elizabeth had fully sided with Edward and is an out Protestant. So she arrives to a ton of fanfare, and it's pretty clear that the younger sister has much better favor with the crown than the older. But what follows was pretty harrowing for Mary. And Porter describes it. She says, quote, "The attack on her religion that took place over the holiday was not unexpected, but the ferocity and source were. Edward VI chose to reprove her for hearing the Mass, unequivocally and in public. The king was 13 years old and a child no longer. He had had enough of his sister's disobedience and condescension, her constant references to him being too young to know his own mind. Now she was with him, he decided that she must be made to understand that enough was enough. She must stop protesting and do what she was told." Now, what would you do? I mean, you're in your mid-30s, your entire adult life, you've been pressured, abused, ridiculed, threatened, berated for your faith. Your father turned against you. Your mother's love, affection, and her very presence was taken from you. Your very identity was stripped away. And more than that, you were forced to acquiesce to all of it, to participate in your own degradation. And throughout all of it, the one bright spot in your entire adult life has been this kid brother that you love. And not only that you love, you were the only person in his life who truly loved him. And sure, Henry loved him, but Henry died when he was 9. And at that point, Henry was busy trying to relive his glory days. And he was an irritable, cantankerous, miserable person to be around. It's not like he had a loving, doting father. So Mary was really the one who was raising him, the one source of true tenderness and love for Edward. And now that 13-year-old kid brother, who is more like a son to you, is publicly berating you. He's jumping onto the 18-year-long dog pile of abuse that has been directed towards you. And when I was first reading this story, I was like, man, that's got to be annoying, being bossed around by your 13-year-old brother. It's so much worse than that. It's the worst possible thing that could have happened to Mary, really. It just breaks her heart. It shatters her self-esteem. She openly weeps in the moment. And that's not because of the pressure. She's faced down Cromwell and Cranmer and whole teams of counselors in her private chamber berating her, talking about smashing her head against the wall. That's no surprise to her. No, it's the fact that her brother has turned against her like this. And she just cannot accept that Edward has truly turned against her. And she writes to the council and says, quote, "When I perceived how the king, whom I love and honor above all things, as by nature and duty bound, had been counseled against me, I could not contain myself and exhibited my interior grief." Now, that's where she's talking about her bursting out in tears in front of everybody at Christmas. And then in a later letter, she decides to stand her ground and she says, quote, "You accuse me of breaking the law and disobeying them by peeping to my own religion. But I reply that my faith and my religion are those held by the whole of Christendom, formerly confessed by this kingdom under the late king my father, until you altered them with your laws. To the king's majesty, my brother, I wish prosperity and honor such as no king ever enjoyed, and I confess myself to be his humble sister and subject, and he my sovereign lord. But to you, my lords, I owe nothing but amity and goodwill, which you will find in me if I meet with the same in you." And I want to pause and point out really quickly that when she says that her Catholicism was the religion of England under her father, that is exactly what Knox was saying at the castle in St. Andrews. I've said this before. I'm going to keep saying it. When they were trying to deal with the English, the Reformation in England was just a Reformation in name only, because Henry's Protestantism was just Catholicism with a different pope. Him and Mary agree on that. The only difference is that she approves of it and he despises it. But anyway, she ends that letter by saying that it was her, quote, "final answer to any letters that you might write me on matters of religion. I have all the greater need to rejoice in the testimony of a pure conscience." So she's putting her foot down, come what may, and she knows that whatever comes next, she's not going to have any protection from it. And there were some more heartbreaking back and forth letters between Edward and Mary. Neither one of them were going to back down, and their relationship was really irreparably damaged from this. And Mary, bearing yet another similarity to Knox, was not one to shy away from a fight. She had set her mind and didn't really know any other way. Elizabeth, her sister, was a master of playing with words and flowing eloquently and waxing poetic without ever saying anything incriminating, which drove Mary crazy later in her life. But Mary did not do that. She just blurted it right out. So Edward and his government finally call her to London on a summons to appear before the council. This is March of 1551, and she rides into London with 50 knights in velvet coats and chains of gold that are going before her, and behind her she has 400 gentlemen and ladies, and every single one of them was wearing a Catholic rosary. And Whitelock calls this, quote, a dramatic display of Catholic defiance and the scale of Mary's power and support. And one Londoner wrote in their diary about this and said, quote, the people ran 5 or 6 miles out of town and were marvelously overjoyed to see her, showing clearly how much they love her. It was strategic. She was saying that it wasn't going to be as simple as forcing her to obey. There were many more people on her side in East Anglia, and she could pull support from all over England too. And by August, the council meets and decides that they're going to take action. She's been forcing their hand and talking about being martyred. She's calling their bluff, saying that they wouldn't dare kill her. So they start arresting her staff, and 3 of her governors were put in the Tower. And Edward places her under tighter security, noting in his journal, quote, that pinnaces were prepared to see that there should be no conveyance overseas of the Lady Mary secretly done. So they know her habit of trying to escape. And at the same time, the French declare war on Charles V, so Mary of Hungary floats the idea of preemptively invading England, since she was convinced that they would get involved, and then putting Mary on the throne. With that added wrinkle, and since Charles had already threatened to go to war with England if they didn't back down off of Mary, the pressure on her was eased. They balked again. This would turn out to be something of a fatal mistake for many on Edward's council, because in April, Edward gets sick with either measles or smallpox. He recovers quickly, but by the winter of 1552 into 1553, he comes down with another more serious illness, most likely tuberculosis, and it's probably tied also to that earlier sickness that he had in April. And leading up to the king's diagnosis was basically all of the reform that we talked about in the last episode, where Cranmer was trying to slow play Reformation and Hooper and Knox were pressing for greater and faster Reformation. And now I hope it's a bit clearer now how impressive it was that a guy like Knox, who had only been in England for a couple years, was able to go toe-to-toe with a guy like Cranmer, who had been swimming in this incredibly complex and precarious political situation. I mean, Cranmer is an experienced and savvy political player, and he's been doing this for years now. And Knox shows up. Knox has basically been a Christian, a Protestant, for just a few years. And he's going toe-to-toe with a guy like Cranmer. It's very impressive. But at the same time, you can also see how a guy like Cranmer would be so annoyed with a guy like Knox, always pushing the issue to the utmost degree, right? Cranmer is from the generation that was dealing with Henry in his most toxic years. But this is when the second book of Common Prayer came out with Knox's Black Rubric. The 42 Articles was during this time, and as was the rejection of the Eucharist. They also stripped all the altars from the churches and whitewashed all the images. So they're doing a lot of work here. And all of that was hanging in the balance because, according to Henry, if Edward dies, the throne goes to Mary and then to Elizabeth. And if Mary takes over, all of that is done with. And she comes to London again in February 1553 and is received by Northumberland with more honor and magnificence than really ever before. He was trying to play it safe in case she did manage to take the throne. She meets with Edward, and he has a fever and a cold, and after her visit, he declines rapidly. But this was withheld from both of his sisters, and Mary was told that he had fully recovered. And just a truly sad turn of events, she writes a letter to him expressing her thanks to God that he was feeling better and prayed for his, quote, long continuance and prosperity to reign. And that was the last thing she ever said to her brother. His condition was truly terrible. It was described by his doctors, quote, the sputum which he brings up is livid, black, fetid, and full of carbon. It smells beyond measure. If it is put in a basin of water, it sinks to the bottom. His feet are swollen all over. To the doctors, all of these things portend death, and that within 3 months, except God of his great mercy spares him. So yeah, it's pretty bad. In the early spring, Edward draws up a revised line of succession titled My Device for the Succession. He wanted to direct the succession in order to specifically to disinherit both of his sisters, following Henry's old logic that they were both bastards. His alternative, definitely at the behest of Northumberland, was to pass the line of succession to his cousin, Lady Jane Grey. Well, more specifically, Lady Jane Grey's yet conceived male offspring. Jane Grey was the granddaughter of Henry's sister, Mary, and she wasn't even married yet. So, kind of precarious there. And at the end of Edward's life, Knox was one of his 6 chaplains. And it was almost certainly Knox's influence that informed Edward's opinion that women were not fit to rule in their own right. So he was relying on the idea that Jane Grey would marry and produce male offspring, and that those male offspring would be next in line to be king. In the interim, she would serve as queen regent until those children came of age. Shortly after that, and conveniently for Northumberland's continued power, his son, Guilford Dudley, married Jane Grey. And the problem was that it's all pretty abstract, right? The first draft said that the successor would be Lady Jane's male heirs, but naming the yet-to-be conceived children of an unmarried woman as the rightful heir to the crown wasn't exactly solid ground to stand on. So it was edited to Lady Jane and her heirs male. And they brought in Sir Edward Montague, the Lord Chief Justice, to ratify the new succession, but he just refused. He said that this could not be legal until Parliament met. Instead, he offered the compromise that the existing line of succession remain in place as long as Mary pledged to, quote, make no religious changes. Again, it's like these people have no idea who she is. And this was an absolute non-starter for Edward, and especially for Northumberland. There's a lengthy quote from Edward regarding this, and it's worth reading here. He says, quote, I am convinced that my sister Mary would provoke great disturbances after I've left this life, and would leave no stone unturned, as the proverb goes, to gain control of this isle, the fairest in all Europe. My resolve is to disown and disinherit her together with her sister Elizabeth, as though she were a bastard and sprung from an illegitimate bed. Therefore, to avoid the kingdom being weakened by such shame, it is our resolve, with the agreement of our noblemen, to appoint as our heir our most dear cousin Jane. For if our sister were to possess the kingdom, which Almighty God prevent, it would be all over for the religion whose fair foundation we have laid. End quote. So the judges, including Montague, recognize that he is really actually about to die, and they don't have time to call a parliament, and they're seeing this dying boy king who's fighting tooth and nail for this, and they side with him. So they come together and they ratify the letters patent and helped him draw up his will. And the letters were signed by Edward in 6 places and then by more than 100 others, including judges, peers, noblemen, and other dignitaries. But they were not signed off on by Parliament. And had they been, things might have been very different. In fact, there's a lot of things that could have happened to have avoided the bloodshed and terror of the reign of Bloody Mary. But we'll get there. As Edward lay dying, Northumberland was taking steps to take control of the crown, and he tried to hoodwink Mary by lulling her into a false sense of security. He was sending her letters informing her of the king's health and ensuring her that when he dies, that she would take the throne with his help. At first she believed him, but on or around the 1st of July, one of her closest advisors tells her about Northumberland's real plans. Who that was and how they came by that information is probably quite a story of intrigue and espionage, but I think it's just kind of lost to history, unfortunately. But the point is that she finds out, and she plays it smart. And she jumps into action, but she keeps responding to Northumberland's communications and pretends not to know his plans. So he thinks he's tricking her into lowering her guard, but she's tricking him into thinking that she has lowered her guard. So she made it seem like he could just capture her at any point, but in reality, she's getting ready to move. And on the 3rd of July, she hears that Edward is going to die that day or the next. So Mary and her closest aides and allies travel north through Hertfordshire after midnight on the 4th of July to the home of Sir John Huddlestone, who was a loyal Catholic gentleman in Cambridgeshire. At first light there, she hears Mass and then sets out again, and Northumberland arrives to collect her that day, thinking that he can just come and arrest her, and then realizes that she has fled. In a rage, he burns that house to the ground, and he knows that this is bad news. And Mary rides another 28 miles nonstop to reach the home of the Earl of Bath, where she rests briefly and then sets out again to Euston Hall. And she gets notice there that Edward had in fact died, so she beats feet and makes it back to her seat of power in Kenninghall, Norfolk. So she has escaped, and Northumberland knows that they can't take her now unless they raise an army, so he really messed up. And he's not used to not getting his way, and he probably just kind of assumed that people would bow down for him, Mary included. So he didn't take the necessary precautions of taking her into custody. In the past, he had already had several of her attendants arrested. He could have easily taken her into custody at any point. He might have even been able to convince Edward to let it happen, but once Edward was really sick and indisposed, he could have taken her at any time. Absolutely, he could have. And he probably should have taken her into custody. They had every ground to do so for years. Her disobedience and flouting the worship laws, they could have arrested her at any point. Especially as soon as Edward gets sick, they really should have just taken her to solidify that she was not going to take the crown. But for whatever reason, Northumberland doesn't do that, and it comes back to bite him. And so, it would have made Charles angry, sure, if they had done that. But Charles has been angry for decades now, and he's never done anything about it, not really. So I'm convinced that this was not just a tactical error that could have gone the other way. This is a major blunder and a totally avoidable one. And its repercussions would prove to be massive. But still, she's got a huge uphill battle ahead of her if she wants to take the throne. Lady Jane was already proclaimed queen. Northumberland had secured the armory, the treasury, and the Great Seal. Lady Jane had possession of the Tower, so the capital was secure. Sure, the people weren't exactly stoked about Lady Jane as queen, and kind of came out of nowhere. And when she was announced, it was reported that, quote, no one showed any signs of rejoicing, and no one cried, long live the queen, except the herald who made the proclamation and a few archers who followed him, end quote. Northumberland was also stationed warships along the Thames and had troops stationed all over the city to make sure that no uprisings of support for Mary could come to fruition. So there's a lot of horsepower behind Northumberland and Lady Jane. And Mary, on the other hand, she had a few followers in East Anglia, but that was about it. Whitelock describes her situation, says, quote, Mary had neither soldiers nor sufficient funds. She was an isolated figure in East Anglia, surrounded only by her household servants. The ambassadors sent by the emperor were pessimistic about her safety. Believing Northumberland had secured French support, they heard nothing could be done to prevent Jane's accession and considered Mary's chances well nigh impossible, end quote. So she was not in a good position. But in spite of all that, she was determined to pronounce herself queen, and to do so would be to put everything on the line. There would be no going back after that. If she does and fails, she will almost certainly be executed as a usurper. Her imperial ambassadors are trying to convince her not to do it and are telling her that she can't possibly overcome the odds that are stacked against her, and that to try was basically suicide. But she knew that the law was on her side, that she was right, and that Henry had written her back into the succession, and that she was the rightful Queen of England, and that she had no doubt that her claim was better than Jane Grey. And she's probably thinking, in what world does my father's great niece have a better claim to the throne than me, his firstborn offspring? So she writes a letter in June to Jane's council demanding that they renounce Jane and proclaim her queen. This is where she puts all her cards on the table. She says, quote, you know the realm and the whole world knoweth. The rolls and records appear by the authority of the king, our said father, and the king, our said brother, and the subjects of this realm, so that we verily trust that there is no good true subject that is, can, or would pretend to be ignorant thereof. We are not ignorant of your consolations to undo the provisions made for our preferment, nor of the great bands and provisions forcible wherewith ye be assembled and prepared, by whom and to what end God and you know, and nature cannot fear some evil, end quote. So she's telling them, you know that I'm the true queen. You know it, and I know it, and everyone knows it, but you're pretending that it's not so. And she also tells them that she knows that they are scheming to undo the laws that were passed by Henry and by Parliament to put her on the throne. And she finishes up by telling them that if they relent now, that she will be merciful and pardon them so that civil war and bloodshed can be avoided. And long story short, they decline to take her up on the offer, and they prepare to send a military force to secure her and end her threat. Jane Grey's father, the Duke of Suffolk, is charged with leading the army to East Anglia. But Jane protests and begs the council in tears to let her father stay. Again, this is another little moment, a knife's edge on which history falls one way or the other. Northumberland has a decision to make. Does he stay and keep everyone on the council in line, or does he go and lead the force against Mary? Him and his will and the menacing presence that he carries with him is pretty much the only thing that's holding everything together. And remember from the last episode, Northumberland is a polarizing figure. Knox, he sniffed it out, and he never trusted him, but he grew more and more heavy-handed in his reign as his reign went on, and he was making enemies and maybe none that would say anything to his face, but he had definitely rubbed people the wrong way, and Mary's claim to the throne was absolutely legitimate. Yeah, sure, Edward rewrote his will on the line of succession, and it was signed by tons of people, but Henry's was passed by Parliament, and Edward's wasn't, so Mary had the better claim, period. And Northumberland can't be in two places at once. He can't keep the council in line in his absence, but he doesn't really have anyone that he can trust to lead the army either. And both responsibilities are absolutely vital. So if Jane Grey doesn't force her father to stay back, this all plays out very differently. Northumberland leaves London with munitions, artillery, field guns, and 6,000 men. Imperial ambassadors report to Charles that, quote, "We believe that my lady will be in the hands of Northumberland in 4 days' time unless she has sufficient force to resist." But at the same time, Northumberland wrote, quote, "The people press to see us, but no one saith, God speed us." He was going to war, but it seemed like the will of the people was not with him. And this time period was very chaotic, and the people's allegiances were switching back and forth, and everyone was trying to see which way the wind was blowing. There were local lords that had initially declared for Jane, who were pressured by the people to switch their allegiance to Mary and vice versa. But gradually, the popular vote, as it were, shifted in favor of Mary. But the council and the military were still in the bag for Jane. And she was at Framlingham Castle when Northumberland arrived. Mary was at Framlingham Castle when Northumberland arrived at Bury St. Edmunds, about 25 miles away. Mary had gained support and had 500 men to guard the walls of her castle. And she was resolute and prepared to fight. She had gained a lot of influence and men, with a number of lords joining her cause, and spoke out against Northumberland, saying that he, quote, "most traitorously by long continued treason sought and seeketh the destruction of her royal person, the nobility and commonwealth of this realm." And back in London, ever since Northumberland left, the Privy Council has been wavering without him there to crack the whip. He'd ordered the Privy Council to be locked down, effectively put on house arrest while he was gone, but about 12 of them managed to escape, and they convened to draft a speech before the council. Quote, "This crown belongs rightfully by direct succession to my Lady Mary, lawful and natural daughter of our King Henry VIII. Therefore, why should you let yourselves be corrupted and tolerate that anybody might unjustly possess what does belong to him? If by chance you should feel somehow guilty proclaiming now our Queen, my Lady Mary, having acclaimed Jane only a few days ago, showing such quick change of mind, I tell you, this is no reason to hesitate. Because having sinned, it befits always to amend, especially when, as in the present circumstances, it means honor for your good selves, welfare and freedom for our country, love and loyalty to his king, peace and contentment for all people," end quote. It worked. Mary had successfully taken the crown, pretty much exclusively by the power of popularity. The council flips, and Northumberland is left in the field fighting a losing battle. She was at Framlingham, but the council had flip-flopped and declared for her before any fighting had happened. And Northumberland gets the news, and this guy, he's just pathetic and naive. He throws his cap in the air and celebrates. He's almost certainly trying to maneuver himself into a position where he might survive the coming judgment. By that night, the Earl of Arundel, who had maneuvered the whole Privy Council, arrives to arrest him in the Queen's name. And it seems like he never really realized just how much trouble he was in until maybe just moments before his death. He was so used to being the one in power, he couldn't fathom or even operate in a climate where that wasn't the case. I said in the last episode that when Mary came to power, he declared himself a royal subject to the queen, as if his life's work hadn't been her subjugation and the subversion of everything that she cared about. When Arundel came to arrest him, he expressed some hope that he would be spared, and Arundel responded, quote, "My lord, you should have sought mercy sooner." And Porter, in her biography, describes the scene where Mary learns that she has become queen, and this is kind of a strange situation. She was ready to fight and had summoned her armies and rode out on horseback to examine her troops before the battle that she was fully expecting. But before that ever happens, quote, Mary received Lord Paget and the Earl of Arundel, who had written post-haste from London. They brought her the news that she and her advisors had been hoping, praying, and working for all summer. The Privy Council had proclaimed her queen the previous day, and Northumberland had surrendered without even drawing his sword at Cambridge. After 2 weeks of confusion and intrigue, not one drop of English blood was shed in bringing Mary Tudor to the throne of England. Now, suddenly, the distant dream of her childhood was reality. The sorrow, the suffering, the fears of a life spent in uncertainty were all a part of her past. But Porter wraps this section up with this paradoxical sentiment. Quote, she instructed her chaplains at Framlingham to give thanks to God for her bloodless victory, saying that she wanted the realm cleansed of divisive parties. End quote. She tells them to thank God that no blood was spilled, but to get ready to spill the blood of those divisive parties. Because the method of cleansing was to be by fire. Jane Grey was immediately moved from ruling over the Tower to being a prisoner in it, and Northumberland was also put in prison to await his trial. And everybody knew what was coming for them, except maybe Northumberland. He seems to have been trying to do everything he could to avoid execution. When the death sentence was pronounced for him, he requested a nobleman's death, and it was granted to him. Maybe still trying to curry favor, he requested a learned man instruct him in religion for the quieting of his conscience. The learned man that was given was Stephen Gardiner, fresh out of prison. He had been in prison since 1547, and it's 1553 now, and he was imprisoned for opposing Edward, Somerset, and Northumberland's religious reforms. So you can probably imagine how he feels about Northumberland. And Northumberland just hands Mary and her regime the best possible propaganda victory that they could have asked for. He's got a few days left on earth, and he turns his back on all of the religious reforms. He said, quote, I do faithfully believe that this is the very right and true way, out of which true religion you and I have been seduced these 16 years past by the false and erroneous preaching of the new preachers, the which the only cause of the great plagues and vengeance which hath light upon this whole realm of England, and now likewise worthily fall upon me. End quote. I'm sure Knox was watching this happen and saying to himself, or to anyone who would listen, I told you so. I knew that Northumberland was a snake in the grass. And now he may have done this to avoid the death penalty for his son. We can't really know that, but his son did avoid execution, so maybe he cut a deal to give them this propaganda victory to spare his son. The only problem is that, a point against that theory is that his son didn't make any such conversion. He maintained his Protestantism. So probably Northumberland was just trying to save his own skin. And before he's executed, he makes one more pathetic attempt to spare his own life and sends Arundel a letter hoping it would make its way to the queen. He said, quote, is my crime so heinous as no redemption but my blood can wash away the spots thereof? An old proverb there is, and true, that a living dog is better than a dead lion. Oh, that it would please her good grace to give me life, yea, the life of a dog, that I might live and kiss her feet and spend both life and all I have in her honorable service, as I have the best part already under her worthy brother and her most glorious father. Oh, my good Lord, remember how sweet life is and how bitter the contrary. End quote. I mean, it's just sickening. I try to play it pretty straight on this podcast. I mean, you've listened now to hours of me humanizing Bloody Mary, but it's just so pathetic. Like, come on, die on your shield, man. Don't go out like this. And even Jane Grey recognizes how weak and pathetic he is. She says, quote, woe worth him. He hath brought me and my stock in most miserable calamity and misery by his exceeding ambition. And yeah, he really did the Greys pretty dirty. He got them all wrapped up in this treason. But back to Jane Grey. But for the answer that he hoped for his life by turning, though other men be of that opinion, utterly I am not. For what man is there living, I pray you, although he had been innocent, that would hope of life in that case, being in the field against the queen in person as general, and after his taking so hated and evil spoken of by the commons? Who was judge that he should hope for pardon, whose life was odious to all men? But what will ye more? Like as his life was wicked and full of dissimulation, so was his end thereafter. Should I, who am young and in my few years, forsake my faith for love of life? But life was sweet, it appeared, so he might have lived, you will say. He did not care how. End quote. To translate for Jane Grey, she's saying that he was a horrible, wretched man who deserved everything he got, was an idiot to think that he could avoid his death, and was willing to degrade himself and forsake his faith just to live. And to make it all worse, he wanted to live, even if it meant living the life of a disgusting little worm. But on August 22nd, 1553, Northumberland took the scaffold and was beheaded. At the behest of Charles V and her advisors, there was, Northumberland accepted, no mass arrests or executions for treason. That must have put a lot of people at ease, but it was not really from true clemency or mercy. It was so that they could make the new transition to her new government smoother and avoid any complications with disgruntled people or encourage any uprisings. Almost all of the Edwardian counselors bent over backwards to apologize to her for just days before installing Jane Grey. And because she was keen to not rock the boat, she actually kept on almost all of them. And this really made her people angry. They put it all on the line for her, and she, in their eyes, turns her back on them. I mean, some of the key leaders that she relied on to get her to the throne, she doesn't even put on her council. At the same time, though, her inner circle was exclusively comprised of staunch Catholic loyalists who she trusted. And she was still a Catholic, and her goal was to bring back the old religion. And she was still very much in the pocket of Charles V. That was pretty much obvious to everybody, and it was a real concern for her council to make sure that England remained a distinct power and not just a vassal state of the Habsburg Empire. Mary even had a Habsburg handler, a guy named Simon Renard, who would dictate to her the Habsburg party line. Whitelock calls him a secret counselor because he would meet with her when none of her English advisors were around, and Mary more or less did whatever was required of her from the Habsburgs. And the fact that she had to keep that secret tells you a lot about how unpopular that would have been, even among her loyal Catholic constituents. She even pledged herself to her cousin, Charles V, and she wrote to him just after she took the throne and said, "May it please your majesty to continue in your goodwill towards me, and I will correspond in every way which it may please your majesty to command, thus fulfilling my duty as your good and obedient cousin." And she's the Queen of England, and she's pledging herself to a foreign monarch to obey his commands. If the fears of England becoming a vassal state under Mary were theoretical at the time, this correspondence proves that they are real. And so publicly, she's slow-walking the change back to Catholicism and waiting for Parliament to enact these religious changes. But privately, she's opening communications with the Vatican and she's having the Protestant leaders arrested. It was during this time that Knox and Goodman fled, and everyone could see the writing on the walls. At her coronation, she was anointed by holy oil and chrism that had to be smuggled in from Flanders because it was still illegal in England to own. And so there's no question that things are about to change. And when she does get to Parliament to assemble, she gets them to assemble, they repeal all of the Edwardian religious laws and restore the church back to the status quo of the 1540s. So really, they return to Henry's vision of the church, but that's not actually what Mary wants. She, as queen, is the supreme head of the church in England, and that's a title that she despises. She wants the Pope to be the head of the church, but Parliament won't do it. So she has to wait and bide her time. But with Edward and Northumberland's laws rolled back, she turns to Edmund Bonner, a bishop in London, to posit a program for re-Catholicizing England. And he puts together a list of things that each parish needs. And I mean, just listen to all the ridiculous things that they need for their masses. You know, it's utterly unlike a Protestant service where you have the word and sacraments. Like, listen to all this stuff. Quote, whether the things underwritten which are to be found at the cost of the parishioners be in the church, it is, to wit, a legend, an antiphoner, a grail, a psalter, an ordinal to say or solemnize divine office, a missal, a manual, a processional, a chalice, 2 curates, a principal vestment with chasuble, a vestment for the deacon and subdeacon, a cope with appurtenances. It is, to wit, an amine, alb, girdle, stole, and canon, the high altar with apparel in it in the front and parts thereof, 3 towels, 3 surplices, a rocket, a cross for procession, with candlesticks, a cross for the dead, an incense, a ship for vessel for frankincense, a little sanctus bell, a pyx with an honest and decent cover, and a veil for the Lent banners for the Rogation week, bells and ropes, a bier for the dead, a vessel to carry holy water about, a candlestick for the paschal taper, a font to christen children with covering and lock and key, and generally all other things which, after the custom of the country or place, the parishioners are bound to find, maintain, and keep." End quote. So much unnecessary junk. And the language that the Catholics are using during this transition is pretty wild. They all climbed out of their hiding holes and were just laying into the Protestants. A guy named Robert Parkin is a good example of this. He said, quote, "It was joy to hear and see how these carnal priests, which had led their lives in fornication with their whores and harlots, did lower and look down when they were commanded to leave and forsake their concubines and harlots, and to do open penance according to the canon law. All old ceremonies laudably used before time in the Holy Church were then revived, daily frequented and used," end quote. Those whores and harlots he's talking about, those are their wives. He's saying that about the pastors' wives. But he's talking about how the old order is being brought back and the Protestants are being forced to obey the Catholic resurgence. And if they don't, they're going to be arrested. And then during this period, there's a lot of other stuff going on with Mary that I'm not going to cover. I hinted that she was a Habsburg loyalist, but that's about as far as I'm going to go with her foreign policy stuff. There was a big debate about who she should marry, whether they should be an Englishman or a foreign king or prince. And her privy council is worried about her marrying a foreigner because, again, that foreigner would become king of England and could potentially fold England into their territories. And even if she can marry a foreigner and keep control of England, if she has a son and dies in childbirth, say, well, then that son is going to be the heir to the father's throne and the English throne. And then it would be a certainty that England would become just part of another broader kingdom. And she does end up marrying Prince Philip, the son of Charles V. So she marries directly into the Habsburg Empire. But Philip gets really mad because Charles basically drafts the marriage proposal so that he has no power over England at all. It's all hers, which is good. But aside from that, he's a good supportive husband for the most part, and she loves him a lot. And there wasn't a ton of like passionate romance happening there, but she actually explicitly told Renard that whoever she marries shouldn't expect she says an amorous bride. And she's been a single virgin her whole life, and she's in her upper 30s at this point. She's not really interested in that, and Philip was okay with that. But that's about as far as I'm going to go into that there. But there was also, and this is really consequential for the story, there's Wyatt's rebellion as well, which came extremely close to putting her out of power. And the goal of the rebellion, I'm not going to get into all the politics of it and the tactics used and all that, but the goal was to stop her marriage to Philip and to put her sister Elizabeth on the throne, who would marry Edward Courtenay, who's an English nobleman. And when I say it almost put her out of power, she was on the verge of abdicating and fleeing London because Sir Thomas Wyatt's rebellion marched all the way to London, and there was fighting in the streets. And she decided to stay and risk being taken captive. And thankfully for her, her forces won overnight and Wyatt was defeated, but it was a close call. And she had everyone involved executed, and she almost had Elizabeth put to death, but they couldn't find any proof on her. And the whole point of Wyatt's rebellion was directly because of her planned marriage to Philip. So while he failed to overthrow her, Wyatt did succeed in hamstringing Spanish ambition in English. They knew after Wyatt's rebellion that if they tried to push their luck in England, the English aren't going to like it, and they might even cost them their power and influence and marry her crown. So again, Charles V, in drafting their marriage contract, made explicit that Philip would have practically no authority of his own in England. And Mary remained the sole head of English affairs as queen. And again, that infuriated Philip, and it would soon, later in their marriage, become a source of conflict down the line. But up until this point, Mary had been restraining her decades of pent-up rage in the interest of pacifying potential outrage to her at her rise to power. But with Wyatt's rebellion, the rejection of her rule came out into the open, very nearly throwing her out of power. So she learns that her program of neutrality is going to be unsuccessful. So the gloves come off and the mask slips. After the rebellion, there are mass arrests. And when I say mass arrests, I mean everyone involved with it was arrested. All of the captured soldiers, Wyatt himself, everyone. And there were just streams of prisoners, and the prisons overflowed. There were so many that the churches became makeshift jails. And if churches becoming prisons isn't foreshadowing of what's to come, I'm not sure what would be. They had so many people to execute that they had to erect gallows all over London. During the fighting, when it looked like Wyatt was going to win, many of the Whitecoats, which was a sort of armed civilian militia, they switched sides and joined the rebellion, a lot of them. And those deserters that switched sides, they were all found and then hanged on the doorsteps of their own homes. All around the city, the air was thick with a stench of human decomposition. You couldn't go to the market or to work or take your children out for a stroll without being confronted with the bloated and rotten faces of dead men, with the smell of dead bodies that sticks in your nose long after you've left the area. You'd have to explain to your kids why there are human remains not just visible but lifted up on display outside of their house. And if you were the wife of a whitecoat who switched sides, you'd have to explain that the body hanging outside your door isn't really daddy. Not anymore. You'd explain that daddy is gone, he's with God now, so close your eyes when we leave the house and plug your nose, and someday soon this will all be over. You'd have to tell them that everything is going to be okay, knowing that you're lying, and that this is something that you'll never truly be over. And Renard wrote, quote, "One sees nothing but gibbets and hanged men." And gibbets, if you don't know, are those cages that you see in old pirate movies with the skeletons in them. Only they were designed to showcase dead bodies. They fit tightly around the body so that as the body decays, the limbs and pieces wouldn't fall off into the street as the connective tissue rotted away. So these things were all over the city, put on display. And you really just have to stop and ponder what that kind of thing does to a society. Right? You don't just go back to normal after that. If your family died in this crackdown, your life is forever changed. In modern society, we're pretty sheltered from the reality of death, and there's some drawbacks to that. But after reading about stuff like this, I wonder if that's such a bad thing. I said earlier that everyone involved with the rebellion got killed, but even people who had nothing to do with it got executed too. Up until this point, Jane Grey and Guilford Dudley, her husband, had been in the Tower, and Mary was showing clemency to them because they really had been kind of dragged into Northumberland's scheme. But just 5 days after Wyatt's rebellion, they were executed, having had nothing to do with it at all. And Jane had to watch as her husband was taken from the Tower, and then again as his corpse was carted back. And just an hour later, her time came, and she was taken to the scaffold. And on the scaffold she said, quote, "Good people, I am hither to die, and by a law I am condemned to the same." And she had always admitted her role in Northumberland's coup, but the more recent rebellion she claimed herself to be, quote, "innocent before God and the face of you, good Christian people, this day." She then told the executioner, quote, "Dispatch me quickly." And then after they placed a blindfold over her eyes and she laid her head on the block, she said, "Lord, into thy hands commend my spirit." The executioner dropped the axe and took off her head with a single swing. Renard, in a letter to Philip, the husband-to-be of Mary, says, quote, "At present there is no other occupation than cutting off of heads and inflicting exemplary punishment." Jane of Suffolk, who made herself queen, and her husband had been executed. Courtenay is in the Tower, and this very day we expect that Lady Elizabeth to arrive here, who they say has lived loosely like her mother and is now with child. So when all these heads are off, no one will be left in the realm able to resist the Queen." End quote. It's dark stuff. But that part about Elizabeth was only partly true. She was on her way to the Tower, and as she arrived at the Tower, she was passing the gallows and the gibbets all over the city, and severed heads and dismembered corpses that were put on display. And she was put in the Tower, the same place her mother had met her end, and she had to pass the scaffold where Jane Grey had just been executed. Renard, who is again the Habsburg ambassador, is scrambling to try to get proof that Elizabeth was part of the conspiracy, but she was too careful and too subtle. There was loads of circumstantial evidence that showed that she was almost definitely aware of the rebellion ahead of time and that she would have taken the crown if it had gone through, but they couldn't nail her down on anything. So they tried to torture it out of Wyatt, but he wouldn't budge. And I think he knew that his rebellion was going to pry some concessions out of the Spanish, even if it failed. And he also knew that the future of English independence and reformed Protestantism was going to rely on that 20-year-old Princess Elizabeth. So he took it, and he gave them nothing. This is from Whitelock, quote, "Wyatt went to the block on Tower Hill on the 11th of April. Upon the scaffold, he addressed the crowd." And this is quoting Wyatt, "Whereas it is said and whistled abroad that I should accuse my Lady Elizabeth's grace and my Lord Courtenay, it is not so, good people, as I have declared no less to the Queen's council." Having made his confession, he knelt down upon the straw and laid his head on the block. He then sat up again to tie the handkerchief around his eyes, raised up his hands, and then returned to the block. At one stroke, the hangman beheaded him. His corpse was taken to Newgate to be parboiled, after which it was cut into 4 pieces, and each quarter displayed in a different part of the city. His head was placed on top of the gibbet of St. James and was stolen within a week. So I just mentioned that with all this death and violence, Mary had taken the gloves off and let the mask slip. And she was doing what she probably always wanted to do, but more than that, I think she was getting a taste for blood. There's this common thing that used to happen, and probably still happens to people who lived near the wilderness with livestock. They would have dogs to protect their livestock from wolves and coyotes, foxes, or even mountain lions. Livestock guard dogs. But sometimes when those dogs kill a coyote or a fox, they get a taste for blood. And though they've been trained and bred so that their main focus in life is to protect those animals, that livestock, deep down in their animal brain, there is this seed of their wild ancestors. And sometimes when a dog like that tastes blood on their tongue and their animalistic brain gets unlocked and they kind of revert almost to a wild state. And these dogs will abandon the property they're supposed to be defending and go try to satisfy that drive for blood. They get consumed by the hunt. And I'm not saying that Mary went feral, but I do think she kind of realized that she can just do that. And the guardrails are off now. And there's one final straw, one last cause for despair in Mary's life that I really think triggered the period of her reign that would earn her the title Bloody Mary if the response to Wyatt's rebellion wasn't enough. And this was her phantom pregnancy that happened just after the rebellion. She was convinced that she was pregnant, and her midwives all fed into her delusion, even to the point where her due date came and went several times, and they just kept rationalizing it as a miscalculation of the date of conception. And she was desperate for a child, and it's kind of a cruel joke that this happens to her in light of Henry's history. Now she's the one who's desperate for a child, would do anything to have one. For political purposes, but also just maternal instinct. Think of how tenderly she loved Edward and how that relationship blew up. She probably wanted a son to love unconditionally, who would love her unconditionally, who wouldn't turn on her like Edward did. But it wasn't to be. And it's just really sad. Whitelock recounts this period when she says, quote, "Mary became more and more reclusive, sitting in one place for hours at a time, wrestling with depression and anxiety, neither leaving her chamber nor giving audience to anyone. To those who saw her, she looked pale and ill, weeping and praying that her labor pains begin. Her prayer book survives, The page is worn and stained, around a page bearing a prayer for the safe delivery of a woman with child. As the weeks passed, the mood became one of despair. Some said the queen was dead. Seditious talk was everywhere. Every day, new libel against her were thrown into the streets, stirring up fears and encouraging rebellion. By June, the Earl of Pembroke and a number of troops had to be brought in to keep order in London. Protestant pamphleteers alleged the king kept company with whores and commoners' daughters while Mary was confined to her rooms. Rumors circulated that Mary was never pregnant at all, but that a surreptitious child is going to be presented as hers, or that the fetus had been a pet monkey or a lapdog, or that the queen had delivered a mole or a lump of flesh and was in great peril of death. Posters were nailed to the palace door and abusive papers thrown into the queen's own chamber. Others said the queen was deceived by a tympany or some other disease to believe herself to be pregnant but was not. Some thought that she had miscarried. Others thought she was bewitched, end quote. So things are just falling apart. And when it becomes clear that there is no baby, there never was a baby, and there probably won't ever be a baby, Philip just leaves. And he did have a lot of pressing matters to attend to in the Low Countries and in Europe broadly, but it was really a kind of abandonment. So he leaves, and she's in an incredibly emotionally vulnerable state. And leading up to this, in the wake of the Wyatt Rebellion crackdown, she had all but restored Catholicism as the state religion in England. They hadn't gotten papal rule back just yet, but everything else was in place. So the secular authorities were now poised to be legally empowered to brutally enforce the new, old religion. And there's all this disorder going on, rumors of sedition and uprising, Protestant pamphlets and all that. And Mary decides that pretty much her sole focus is going to be crushing the remaining Protestantism out of England. After everything she's been through, she is going to tear down everything that her father and her brother had built. From Whitelock, quote, with the rising threat of disorder and rebellion, the restoration of Catholicism was to take on a ferocious edge. Heretics were to be burnt alive, end quote. And this is where the true reign of terror begins. She had suffered a life of oppressive oversight, spiritual and emotional torture, and now she's left without a child, and her husband basically abandons her and writes her less and less. So she's probably realizing that her life's work of taking the crown has left her empty and unfulfilled. So she takes all of that pent-up rage on the Protestant community, viewing it as the embodiment of everything that has been done to her throughout her life. On Monday, February 4th, John Rogers was condemned as a heretic and burned alive. There were crowds that were there to witness it, including his wife and 11 children. The authorities tried to get him to recant, and he refused and encouraged the crowd to stand firm in the faith. When the flames overtook him, he, quote, washed his hands in the flame as he was in burning. Just days later, Lawrence Saunders, Dr. Roland Taylor, and John Hooper were all burned alive. Again, in our second episode, I covered in detail the death of Hooper. He was the one who was burned on a wet and windy day, so it took over an hour for him to die, praying, beating his chest, slowly roasted so that his arm fell off. Each of these guys were burned in the district where they had first officiated. So Mary's regime was putting thought into this. It wasn't a flippant or procedural thing. He was burned in front of several thousand people, and everyone saw the carnage. One eyewitness said, in every corner there was nothing to be seen but weeping and sorrowful people. I mean, these were horrific deaths, but they were not an anomaly. By the time Mary is done, she will have repeated this process several hundred times. And it wasn't just the Protestant elite, the pastors and rectors and leaders of the church. Just 1 week after Hooper died, they burned William Pygott, a butcher, Stephen Knight, a barber, William Hunter, a 19-year-old apprentice, Thomas Tompkins, a weaver. These were just regular people, ordinary Christians. That same day, another man was burned, a priest named John Lawrence, and he had been in prison and shackled with such heavy chains that he could hardly move. He was deprived of food and was so weak at the time of his execution that he could hardly walk to the stake. He had to be carried there and then was unable to be burned standing at the stake, so they burned him while he sat in a chair. He had young children, and they attended the execution. One of his young kids ran up to the fire and cried out, "Lord, strengthen thy servant and keep thy promise." Just think about that. Being burned alive in front of your children. And think about watching your father get burned alive when you're just a child. Think about that, what that would do to your psyche, how that would affect the way you viewed the world. And then add on to that these kids are now going to be raised without a father. Another man, Thomas Hawks, was arrested on the same day that Lawrence was killed and was given the chance to recant. He declined and said, "No, my lord, that will I not. For if I had 100 bodies, I would suffer them all to be torn in pieces rather than recant." He was held in prison for 4 months before his time came. His friends were worried about him and the level of his suffering, and Hawks told them that if the pain was tolerable, he would lift his hands above his head before he died. Well, when the time came and he was strapped to the stake, the flames engulfed him. He raised his hands and clapped them together over his head. The crowd that was assembled erupted in cries of rejoicing. And I'm sure the government officials were probably pretty confused by that one. But I just love that story because Hawks was, in his death, giving the people their hope and an example. They were worried about his pain, but they were probably also worried about whether or not they could have the fortitude to follow in his footsteps. His dying act was to give them assurance. And they didn't spare women either. Margaret Pauley was the first woman to be burned alive during Mary's reign. And she was burned with 2 other men. A few local enterprising farmers decided to make some money off of the immolation of a woman and brought cartloads of cherries to sell to the spectators. And Polly was the first woman to be burned alive, but she wasn't the last. Alice Bendon was turned over to the authorities by her husband, her own husband. And she refused to attend the mass and said there was too much idolatry there. And I hazard to guess that there may have been some other interpersonal relationship issues going on there too. She was imprisoned for 9 weeks and was given only bread and water with no change of clothes. They tried to get her to recant, and she replied, "I am thoroughly persuaded by the extremity that you have already showed me that you are not of God, neither can your doings be godly." And she's got a point there. She was burned alive with 6 other people. And maybe the only account worse than that of John Hooper was the story of Catherine Cowchin and her 2 daughters, Peratine Massey and Guillemine Gilbert. And Peratine had informed the authorities that a woman named Vincent Gossett had stolen a goblet from them. Gossett, seeking revenge, told the authorities that Cowchin and her daughters were Protestants. All 3 were then convicted of heresy. And Peratine was with child. When the fires were lit, the flames induced a premature labor. She gave birth at the stake to a baby son. And the baby fell down into the coals, and one of the spectators went to save him. And he pulled this baby out of the flames, but the local sheriff ordered that the baby be cast back into the flames, or he would be too. So this baby was burned alive with his mother, his grandmother, and his aunt. Being burned alive was the first and only thing that baby ever experienced in the world. Humans can do horrible things to each other, and we who believe in total depravity shouldn't be surprised when we hear of barbarism and evil. But that is about the worst thing that I can imagine. No one who does that can speak for the church. And I'll just say that I take solace in the doctrine of eternal conscious torment in hell, because no expression of God's wrath is too great for someone who would do that. And if you're scandalized and appalled by that story, as I am, then you have a small picture of how the rest of England was feeling about this situation. Mary was trying to burn out Protestantism in England, but in all of that fancy royal education, she must have forgotten to read Tertullian. Quote, "We become more numerous every time we are mown down by you. The blood of Christians is seed." Or as the paraphrase goes, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. She succeeded in storing up greater sympathy for the Protestants and helped them to recoalesce as a distinct dissident group. And even those who might not have agreed with them couldn't deny their courage under literal fire. And many looked at a regime that would burn a newborn infant alive. They looked at that and realized maybe those aren't the good guys. And even Renard could see what was happening. He wrote to Philip, quote, "Murmuring about the cruel enforcement of the recent acts of Parliament on heresy, which had now begun, as shown publicly when Rogers was burnt, I do not think it well that your majesty should allow further executions to take place." End quote. Another guy, an ambassador, a guy named Micheli, wrote, 2 days ago, to the displeasure as usual of the population here, 2 Londoners were burnt alive. One of them, having been a public lecturer in Scripture, a person 60 years of age, who was held in great esteem. In a few days, the like will be done to 4 or 5 more, and thus from time to time to many others who are in prison for this cause and will not recant, although such severity is odious to many people. End quote. Despite the foreign advisors looking on and seeing that this was hurting the cause more than helping it, neither Philip nor Mary, who was really at the reins, were willing to stop. She was going to see it through. She was ready to die for her beliefs a number of times and chose to stick it out and stay. And she had not conformed to the religious service and was ready to take the consequences, so she saw no reason to pull back. And she was like that dog who had a taste for blood and just could not stop. But one man was her white whale, the one that she was committed to seeing die. The most high-profile victim, the man that she had probably dreamed of killing since her youth, Thomas Cranmer. He was the one who encouraged Henry to break from Rome. He was the one who formally declared her mother an adulterer and oversaw the divorce. He was the one who had performed the marriage between Henry and Anne Boleyn. He was the architect of her suffering, and he had been arrested for his role in the Northumberland coup. He was in prison for 2.5 years before his death. And that was because she wanted to savor his death. If she had had him executed for his role in the coup, that would have been a secular charge. And he would have just been beheaded like the rest of them. And she couldn't abide that. She wanted him to die for heresy, not for treason. So she held on to him. She waited until she had the legal authority to burn him alive. And she waited until the time was right. And he was arrested with Nicholas Ridley and Hugh Latimer. All 3 of them were charged with treason, but only Latimer and Ridley were sentenced to execution. And she wanted to get Cranmer to recant. To get the Archbishop of Canterbury to recant would have been a huge political win. Not that it would have saved his life. So Ridley and Latimer are brought out and tied to the stake. And this is where Latimer tells Ridley, as they are tied to the stake, waiting for the flames, quote, "Be of good comfort, Mr. Ridley, and play the man. We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as shall never be put out." And it was easier for Latimer to say because the wind was blowing towards him and he was quickly engulfed in the flames. Ridley's death was much slower. His legs were being burned, but the fire didn't make it to his torso. And Cranmer was ordered out of his cell before all this to watch his friends be burnt alive. So he would have heard the tortured cries of Nicholas Ridley. He would have heard him as he screamed, "Let the fire come unto me, I cannot burn." He would have heard him beg for more wood to be placed around him so that his death would come sooner. And he would have heard the small explosion once the flames reached his neck where a satchel of gunpowder was placed, mercifully blowing his head off. And he no doubt would have been haunted by the scene, tortured by it as it played back in his mind. He probably would have dreamed about it, knowing that his turn to suffer and die was going to come sooner or later. And that was the point. That's what Mary wanted. So under that pressure, Cranmer signed his recantation. He said that he would accept the supremacy of the Pope and be a loyal subject to his sovereigns. 2 days later, he signed another recantation, giving up even more. Quote, "I, Thomas Cranmer, Doctor of Divinity, do submit myself to the Catholic Church of Christ and to the Pope, supreme head of the same church, and unto the King and Queen's majesties, and unto all their laws and ordinances." End quote. Mary hears about this, but she just ignores it. The whole point of these executions was that people could simply recant and be spared, but she wasn't going to let him go. Frantically, in desperation, he made 2 more recantations. And he's basically saying, tell me what you want me to say. I'll say anything. Please just don't burn me like Ridley and Hooper. And he condemns himself in the most abject terms, quote, a blasphemer, persecutor, an insulter, who surpassed Saul in wickedness and crime, unworthy of all kindness and goodness, but rather deserving of divine and eternal punishment, the cause and originator of Henry's divorce, which fault was in truth the seedbed of all the woes and disasters of this realm, guilty of the murder of so many upright men, the schism which split the whole kingdom, the slaughter of so many minds and bodies, such that my reason can hardly grasp, the most wicked all the earth has ever borne, end quote. He's saying anything he can, but none of it works. He wakes up on the Saturday, March 21st, 1556, the day of his death. And he wakes up to the worst possible sight he can imagine. Gray, dull skies and rain. However, because of the rain, the sermons that were to accompany his execution were held in St. Mary's Church rather than outside at the stake where they usually were. So he steels himself and prepares. He was supposed to get up and stand before this church and give his 7th and final recantation before taking to the stake. Dr. Henry Cole preaches a sermon before him, espousing his crimes and his charges. And then Cranmer climbs the pulpit, stands before the packed church, and begins. Quote, every man, good people, desireth at the time of his death to give some good exhortation, that others may remember the same before their death, and be the better thereby. So I beseech God, grant me grace, that I may speak something at this time my departing, whereby God may be glorified and you edified. First, it is a heavy case to see that so many folks so much dote upon the love of this false world and be so careful for it, that of the love of God or the world to come they seem to care very little or nothing. Therefore, this shall be my first exhortation, that you set not your minds over much upon this glozing world, but upon God and upon the world to come. And to learn to know what this lesson meaneth, which St. John teacheth, that the love of this world is hatred against God. The second exhortation is that next under God you obey your king and queen willingly and gladly, without murmuring or grudging, not for fear of them, but much more for the fear of God, knowing that they be God's ministers appointed by God to rule and govern you, and therefore whosoever resisteth them resisteth the ordinance of God. The third exhortation is that you love altogether like brethren and sisters. For alas, pity it is to see what contention and hatred one Christian man beareth to another, not taking each other as brother and sister, but rather as strangers and mortal enemies. But I pray you, learn and bear well away this one lesson, to do good unto all men, as much as in you lieth, and to hurt no man, no more than you would hurt your own natural loving brother or sister. For this you may be sure of, that whosoever hateth any person, and goeth about maliciously to hinder or hurt him, surely and without all doubt God is not with that man, although he think himself never so much in God's favor. The fourth exhortation shall be to them that have great substance and riches of this world, that they will well consider and weigh 3 sayings of the Scripture. One is of our Savior Christ himself, who saith, it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. A sore saying, and yet spoken of him that knoweth the truth. The second is of St. John, whose saying is this, he that hath the substance of this world and seeth his brother in necessity and shutteth up his mercy from him, how can he saith he loveth God? The third is of St. James, who speaks to the covetous rich man after this manner, weep you and howl for the misery that shall come upon you. Your riches do rot, your clothes be moth-eaten, your gold and silver doth canker and rust, and their rust shall bear witness against you and consume you like fire. You gather a hoard or treasure of God's indignation against the last day. Let them that be rich ponder well these 3 sentences, for if they ever had occasion to show their charity, they have it now at this present, the poor people being so many and victuals so dear. And now, for as much as I am come to the last end of my life, whereupon hangeth all my life past and all my life to come, either to live with my Master Christ forever in joy, or else to be in pain forever with wicked devils in hell. And I see before mine eyes presently either heaven ready to receive me, or else hell ready to swallow me up. I shall therefore declare unto you my very faith, how I believe, without any color or dissimulation. For now is no time to dissemble, whatsoever I have said or written in past times. First, I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and buried. He descended into hell. The 3rd day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven and sitteth at the right hand of God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. And I believe every article of the Catholic faith, every word and sentence taught by our Savior Jesus Christ, his apostles and prophets in the Old and New Testament. And now I come to the great thing, which so much troubleth my conscience more than anything that ever I did or said in my whole life. And that is the setting abroad of a writing contrary to the truth, which now I here renounce and refuse as things written with my hand contrary to the truth which I thought in my heart, and written for fear of death and to save my life if it might be. And that is all such bills and papers which have written or signed with my hand since my degradation, wherein I have written many things untrue. And for as much as my hand offended, writing contrary to my heart, my hand shall be first be punished thereof. For may I come to the fire, it shall be first burned. And as for the Pope, I refuse him as Christ's enemy and antichrist with all his false doctrine. And as for the sacrament, I believe, as I have taught in my book against the Bishop of Winchester, the which my book teaches so true a doctrine of the sacrament, that it shall stand at the last day before the judgment of God, where the papistical doctrine contrary thereto shall be ashamed to show her face. And as soon as he said that the Pope was Antichrist, the place just went nuts. There's people grabbing him and pulling him down, and the last lines of his speech were shouted over the din of the astonished crowd. They dragged him to the place of his execution, and he held his hand, his right hand, the one that had signed the recantations, into the flames first, and he cried, "Unworthy right hand." And within minutes, he was dead. 66 years old. And the way that Cranmer goes out is just legendary. And he saw what was going to happen, and he decided that he wasn't going to go out like a sniveling wimp. He wasn't going to give them the win that they wanted, not like Northumberland did. He was going to stand on his laurels and face the flames like a man, and did he ever? Now, this was supposed to be Mary's great coup, the public recantation of the architect of the English Reformation, and it blew up in her face. And Cranmer leaves this world giving her one last L to hold on to. What a guy. And they tried to do damage control. They had Dr. Cole preach another sermon in the church where he dunked on all of them, and they published all of his submissions and recantations as one book, but the damage was done. And that was really emblematic of who Mary was and how her reign was going. It was basically all downhill from there. The rest of her life after this was basically just more threats of rebellion, more conflict with her sister, her husband abandoning her. I mean, he wasn't even there when she died. And at the end, she realizes that when she dies, England will either lose its identity as it gets subsumed into Philip's empire, or will revert back to Protestantism under her sister, whichever one wins out. And despite all the carnage that she caused, her life and reign ends with nothing to show for it. And all of her life, she was chasing the crown. She was born and bred for it and denied it. And then she finally took it through a masterful political campaign against all the odds. But then she squandered it and is now known to history as Bloody Mary. I'm not going to get bogged down anymore with her life story. All of this was to show who she was and why she did what she did, and really to shape our understanding of Knox and his reaction to her and her reign of terror. I mean, to this very day, Knox is known as, he's basically the misogynist par excellence, all because of his work opposing Mary. And so next time we're going to focus in on that, because it was during his exile, his second exile from England, fleeing Mary's persecution, that he writes the first trumpet blast against the monstrous regiment of women. See you next time.
Leaning, leaning, safe and secure from all alarms. Leaning, leaning, leaning on the everlasting arms. What a fellowship, what a joy divine, leaning on the everlasting arms. What a blessedness, what a peace is mine, leaning on the everlasting arms.
Leaning on Jesus, leaning on Jesus, safe and secure from all alarms. Leaning on Jesus, leaning on Jesus, leaning on the everlasting arms.
This has been a podcast of Westminster Media. Westminster Media is a ministry of Westminster Theological Seminary. If you would like to join us in our mission to train specialists in the Bible to proclaim the whole counsel of God for Christ and His global church, please visit www.wts.edu/donate. This podcast was hosted by Brandon McLean Smith and edited by Brandon McLean Smith.